How about now? Can you hear me? Check, check. Can you humans hear me out there? Hold on, I got a guest already. Shut up, Tim. Death Metal Podcast, can you hear me? All right, you hear me now? All right, cool. So, I did this on the Lurch because it's Halloween, and I figured this is a good time to talk death metal with some maniacs, talk some horror stuff. We're going to have guests coming on, probably from the horror convention, which is dope. I even got a guest right here who knows how to use StreamYard. Awesome band. She's probably sharing this stuff. What's going on? No, everybody in the chat. I'm hearing the mad echoes through my head. I invited like 35 people on. Yeah, so basically once a week or so I do a stream on YouTube, Twitch, my death metal site Facebook page, my personal YouTube page, and I'm having some tech tonight, but that's all right because I got some of my dinner over here to the side, and I'm gonna finish that when I play another video. But so check it out. Let's play another quick song to like well, let's say what's up to one of the guests. So here we go. What's up, Sharon?
Hi, Roy.
How's it going? I'm
Pretty
dying.
good. How about you?
I'm dying because I got like mad echoes going through my head. Sounds like 3 people are talking to me. How you living? How was the would you go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah. One of the things I brought back, little Randy.
Oh yeah, Randy Rhodes. All roads lead back to Ozzy.
Yeah.
Right? That's dope.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically since this was a Halloween edition, I invited some people on that we're going to be at the what do you call it? At the horror convention in New Jersey. So I told them pop on the stream when it gets freakish. Because over there it gets a little freakish sometimes, and there's a lot of weirdos. So I figured that would be a good time for them to pop on, and show us the freakish scenes, So thank you for coming on, Sharon. I appreciate it. We've been trying to get up together and get you on the podcast for a little while. You shut off this stupid fucking advertisement. Hold on a sec. There we go. You have to put all this crud all on here. So let me play another video. Yeah, this is StreamYard. It's pretty dope. You could share this and that. Me and Francisco both use this. I kind of got the idea to use this one because Francisco is my influence. And after I went on his thing, I was like, I was inspired to go on here and talk all the time. So that's how it is. So I'm glad to have you here. We're gonna have other guests. I don't want to say who, but yeah. So what's up, Iris?
Is there a chat going on too?
Yeah, there's like there's an internal chat. There's an internal chat and an external chat. So this is played live. Death Metal Podcast is played live on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube all at the same time.
Oh, okay. I've seen it on.
Yeah.
I've been on your YouTube one.
Yeah. I run it. I've been running it also on a YouTube page I run. It's called Death Metal Site, and I used to share a lot of my old flyers and letters and stuff on there too. So So this is going out to the 5,000 plus on there, which probably only 30 people or 20 people or 11 people are watching, but it's all good. I don't care.
That's okay. Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah. So yeah. So
what have you been up to? Hey Tim.
I've been working.
I saw.
You know, staying brutal, just making money moves and all that fun stuff. You know.
Yeah.
What have you been up to? How's DERKETA doing?
God, well, you know, we're kind of, we've been, you know, on this hiatus for, you know, we could easily say 20 years, but for real, you know, there was real stuff going on with Trish with her, you know, breast cancer and all that. And,
sorry about that.
And yeah. And so, I mean, it's all good outcome, you know, like we're not hearing anything bad, but she did have to, transfer her care she's now going to the Cleveland Clinic. So there's something up with Pittsburgh hospitals, and you know, I'm not going to get into it with any Pittsburgh nursing or doctors or anything, because I've personally had bad experiences, you know, with our hospital system, which ended up, you know, killing my mom. And Trish started kind of seeing, getting things weren't quite right with her care as well. So they just transferred to Cleveland Clinic, and everything is sounding a lot better. I mean, her outcome is good regardless, but you know, I mean, it's getting too personal as far as her stuff, but you know, that's kind of been our priority. I mean, it's just weird with everybody. I mean, Eric Reef, I didn't know him, but that's somebody else lost, you know.
Yeah,
there's a lot of freaking dying abnormal amounts within the past, like, I guess a 2-year block, and people having major illnesses and stuff like that. And it's just,
I agree.
You know,
it's crazy. It's been crazy the last couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah, we weren't expecting, you know, Trish to get, you know, sick, and you know, that's kind of, I mean, it's scary. No way you look around it, but you know, like, you know, cancer. I mean, that gets, you know, we're getting so used to just hearing that term, like, you know, but the emotions and everything that goes along with it. It's like, you know, I check in with her often about it, because it's just not, I mean, you went through it with your daughter, you know,
yeah.
you know, it's like,
and something that when it happens around you or in your life, then like you literally have like PTSD afterwards for a long time. So it's like, I'm completely different over the different events that have happened to me recently. And then when this happened with Trish, it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, you got to be kidding me, you know? And so, you know, I'm writing, I took some time off in November, you know, using up vacation time that I never took, you know, went anywhere. So I'm planning on really focusing in on writing, and lyrically, I'm kind of looking forward to it, because the lyrics, I don't want, every time I say this, I always worry about it. It's going to sound like I think I'm, you know, like artsy fartsy or something like that. But some of the like, whenever I write, I get like if I'm writing, you know, how you just start playing, and then you write something, and then you're like, that sounds pretty cool. Is that someone else's song, or is that like, did I just make that up? You know, so you go through that whole thing. So then you play it over and over. You're trying to figure out, like, okay, is this somebody? And next thing you know, I'll get a phrase will pop in my head, and I'm like, okay, this is mine. Okay, you know. So then that's whatever that phrase is. That's what the song turns into, and so that's the topic of the song, and that's when, and I can kind of direct and go with the song. Well, 2019. Or even maybe 2018 or whatever, I started getting like these, you know, phrases over the songs I was writing, and they weren't making sense to me. And I'm like,
everyone's like, how's the song come along? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I don't know, kind of like where I'm going with these, because I don't understand like what these phrases mean yet. And it almost now, I found it was almost a premonition of my mom's death. And because those phrases, when I was going through the emotions after she died and talking to myself, with things, like some of those phrases was like my reply back. And, and so now it's like, wow, this is going to be kind of crazy, writing these lyrics, because I have to actually get into that, that space that I avoid. And, and I mean, on our last album, In Death We Meet, was kind of like realish lyrics, it was she was our neighbor's mom and was almost like my mom. I grew up with her, and so that death was pretty harsh. I mean, all deaths are hard, but I'm just saying that affected me in such a way. And that's where that song came from. So I'm thinking that these songs are going to be kind of more on that vein. So that's kind of what's happening right now. November, I'm just kind of going to have the house to myself and, not working the whole month and see what happens with it. And Trish, she came out last week. She's just like, I need to get my head out of this, what she's going through. So, we played together, and she did really well. She doesn't think that she did, but she actually did really well. She just, not playing like the new stuff in like a year, you know what I mean? Like it was coming back, and she was remembering her parts and all that. So I was real proud of her. But like next year, I think everything for us hopefully will settle down.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, it's been a wild year for all bands. 2 years now, in a way. It's like you see a lot of bands going back towards playing live and everything, but it's like, are we ready for this? Are you playing live? Because I saw this, and I'm just going to pop it up. I'm assuming maybe you're not playing now.
We had to cancel because of of Trish. It was the weirdest thing. We were so excited to play it because it was like Nuclear Assault, Repulsion. I'm like, oh my God, like this is just gonna be a blast. And literally it was like 2 weeks after we confirmed, Trish gets the cancer diagnosis. And then we're like, what does this mean? We don't know what this means, And we didn't tell them right away because she was waiting for doctor's appointments. You know how that goes. You got a doctor's appointment come up. Then they got to do a test. You got to wait for that result to come back. Then you got to see this doctor. So I was kind of like, the fest was like emailing me like, hey, we need like details of this and that. I'm like, what do I tell them? I don't know what to tell them. So I was kind of just avoiding it. And then finally I was like, I can't, I got to be honest with them, because this is getting to where I'm looking like a douchebag because I'm not responding back promptly to emails, but I didn't want to like disclose, what was happening with Trish because she wasn't ready to announce it. And, so we got to talk, and it was like, talk to them, and we had to jump ship on that, but next year we'll see.
Next year, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in any hurry to like how everybody else is. Like it's like as soon as I'm the same as you, Roy. I'm a hermit. Like me going to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I can't tell you how much anxiety. I can't tell you how much Ativan I was popping just to get through that whole ordeal. But I'm glad I went, that was exciting for me. But I'm perfectly fine. Like in my house, like everything that I like is here.
Yeah.
I've hooked myself up over the years that I just have to go out for necessities. And, I've done the
that's
fest.
what us hermits do. We only go out for necessities. So we got another guest. I'm just going to bring him on the screen. We got Mike from Ruin. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, hello.
What's up, brother?
What's going
Getting
on?
everybody on here that I asked to be on, which is dope. So maybe that's a thing to come, because maybe Fenarith will pop in from Denmark too, because they're supposed to come on.
Nice.
So
How you guys doing?
We're doing all right. Just catching up on the DERKETA news there, you know. How you living?
Nice.
Hey, is today Devil's Night?
Devil's Night is today. Happy Devil's Night. Yep.
Yeah.
Halloween
They called it
and Samhain
Mischief
are
Night
coming
in New
tomorrow,
Jersey.
so. What's that?
They would call it Mischief Night in New Jersey.
Mischief Night. Yeah, we call it Devil's Night out here. So it's
Do
the
people
same
go
shit.
nuts?
Yeah, same here. Devil's Night.
Do people go nuts in Cali?
Oh yeah. Well, people are
What
nuts
did it-
out here anyways. So Halloween's just another excuse for them to do stupid shit.
Yeah, it's like I always hear like it's either people go nuts on the night before Halloween or they go nuts on Halloween. You know what I mean? So
It's pretty much both.
we used to
out
go
here,
nuts
yeah.
on both too
Yep.
in New Jersey when I was a youngin.
Oh yeah.
We used to
I hand out the full-size candy bars to try to bribe them from not hitting me.
Oh, there you go.
we used to smuggle eggs in
Yeah,
our
you're the good house.
jackets, and then the cops
Yeah.
would come up with their nightsticks and they would smash our jackets. And
Oh.
then just fucking shit would be just like pouring down our legs. And they're like, you got eggs in there? And we're like, no.
Yeah, I got eggs when I was a kid. That was messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, those hurt sometimes. If they
But
hit
yeah,
you.
we were in the hood in LA, so we went after those guys.
Yeah. You got to watch.
When you
You're
were
confident
walking,
you get shot or something.
you were walking and you got egged.
I did, yeah, bastards. Yeah, we were always out too, but I was a little fuckhead. I deserved it because I was doing it to people too, so it's probably just karma.
Yeah, that's how I always felt too. If I got smashed with an egg, or my house got like whatever shaving creamed or whatever the things that they did back then. I remember when I was like 11 years old, I was out on Mischief Night with these other bad kids I went to school with in like 6th grade or whatever. And we fucking spray painted on someone's car. We like ripped off the hood emblems. We like popped all their tires. We were like the worst kids ever, man.
Oh yeah, you were the little assholes.
Yeah, that was maybe you should have called it Devil's Night because the devils didn't behave as badly.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was something like we had some kind of like vendetta against the neighbor of my friend Donald Texera. It was his downstairs neighbor, so we went off on their car for some reason, and the guy came out. He's like, "What the fuck?" We just scattered like, not
rightly so.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's weird too because all those people that I was with are either in jail or dead. So I think I'm probably the only one. Maybe there's like one other one that's alive still from back then.
Oh, wow.
A lot of my friends that I grew up with, same thing. A lot of my childhood friends, we got out of LA, and they're all either dead or in prison.
Yeah,
LA seems scary to me. I mean, LA more so than like New York, like Brooklyn and all of that kind of stuff. Like, well, Brooklyn's like now it's like nice, but I'm talking like old Brooklyn.
It's LA's spread out, so there's like a lot of really bad neighborhoods just periodically. There's nice areas on the west side, but then like the east side has a lot of really bad areas, and South LA is just really bad, especially now. And even up in the valley, over by Magic Mountain, east of Magic Mountain, San Fernando, it's just crazy. It's like the Wild West out there. And then Inland Empire out in the desert, all bets are off out there. So it's like, it's so huge here, it's so much of a vast area. It's just,
and then since it's like things have changed. Like the cops seem like they backed off on a lot of people. I mean, I'm assuming that's what you mean by LA is completely nuts right now.
It's going nuts right now. Yeah. A lot of, how that goes usually when the cops are backing off and the defunding stuff goes in the wrong direction and starts defunding the wrong areas, then crime goes up. I mean, statistically, it's just factual. So
I hear that about New York City right now, but I haven't been
that's what I heard
there.
about New York. I mean, there's places in Jersey, you know, that I've been to back in the 90s that I was just like, whoa, you know, I mean, it was even worse than South LA or something. But, you know, Detroit, obviously, and, you know, Cleveland's probably a little bit cleaned up now. I don't know, Sharon, you probably are more familiar with that area. There's some Rust Belt.
Yeah, Cleveland's, like, I remember, like, when Jim was alive, he would talk about, like, oh, don't go to that area or whatever. But the areas where I've been, there was never any, like, sensing of fear. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like Cleveland, you know, it's, you know, in Pittsburgh, you know, there's a couple baddies, you know, like, but it's not like when Robin comes to visit Pittsburgh, she's always like, what the fuck is, like, you know, like, everyone is so nice. Like, everyone, like we're, you know, like, pardon me, excuse me, like, if you're, like, in the grocery store, oh, excuse me, go ahead, you know, driving in the car, we let people go, and she's just like, what is this, like, Andy Griffith land, or, you know, like,
well, there was when I was out there in 2010 with Gravehill and cardiac arrest, I was driving the cardiac arrest van, and Pittsburgh was awesome. I think we ran into you and Robin and a couple of the other heads there. And it was that show with Incantation at the Smiling Moose or something like that.
But the Smiling Moose, yeah.
That was a fun night. And it was killer. I mean, we loved Pittsburgh, but right when we got into the city, we're up on some hill somewhere, and it was literally one of the worst neighborhoods I've ever seen. Everything was run down, and it was just crazy. There was crackheads everywhere, and I was like, wait a minute. Are we in LA? What the hell's going on here? You know?
Yeah, that sounds like that might be like Allentown or whatever it's called.
Up at Allentown too.
But no, that's a different one. I think there's like we have like a little like right next to Mount Washington. I think it's called Allentown too. Not the one near like past Johnstown or whatever.
Right.
Philly. Yeah. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's
war zones everywhere.
Yeah,
war zones out there.
You know, usually when you know, I always say, like, if somebody offers to sell me heroin in any city, that's a rough neighborhood, and they were offering us heroin. You know, I was just
in Pittsburgh.
And wherever we were, I the cardiac guys might know. Maybe it was Mount Washington, or like you said, that other place possibly. But yeah, it was right outside of Pittsburgh, like 5 minutes. Right.
Yeah, I stay away from the drug scene, but I do have friends that, you know, that do it. But that's disappointing. I'm like,
no way, really?
Yeah.
Come on,
it wasn't at the show.
Yeah.
No one drinks or does
just
drugs.
You know, it was the people up in the neighborhood.
I know,
druggies and drug dealers or whatever. But I think we got lost and we were looking for gas, but the gas station was abandoned. We didn't realize that. And I was just like, fuck, let's get out of here.
So they're like, want some heroin instead of gas?
Yeah, it was fucking crazy. I know Tom Knizer was
gas station.
What the fuck are we doing here, man? Let's get out of here. I was like, yeah, let's get out of here. And then once we got past the bridge and the city and everything, it was killer. It was a really good time.
Yeah. There's like everyone has like bad spots, I guess.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah, we had North and West Orange. Those were like our hells, you know?
Yeah, I heard about West Orange. I remember Jersey City was pretty rough.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
I mean, even Clifton, you know, Clifton was nuts when we were out there for the fest with you guys.
You thought so?
But I mean, it had its little pockets, you know?
Yeah. I guess
remember that it was funny because those guys from Boston were like, oh, sorry, they were brawling, and Boston's a fighting town, you know, and you're like, yeah, so is Clifton, motherfucker. I'll never forget that. That was funny.
Yeah, I saw someone get knocked out at my fest pretty badly, but I'm not going to name no names.
Man. Yeah. No, the Jersey boys are, you guys are crazy, man. That's why we always, I like going there. You know, it reminds me of LA.
Yeah, I want to say about New Jersey, when I used to throw shows at Hartley's, I threw maybe like 20 shows. Only one show ended without a fight. One.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got gnarly there, man. But, you know, hey, death metal, brawling, I guess it goes hand in hand sometimes.
Yeah, alcohol. You know, they paid the bands with alcohol. They paid me with alcohol.
Right.
Know?
Yeah, you and Gutter were giving us beers. I mean, we pretty much behaved ourselves. I know Body Bag got out of control, obviously, because that's what he does.
Oh
that
yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah. He ended up running,
pissing everybody off.
Oh yeah, we were at Gutter's house and we got kicked out of there. How do you get kicked out of Gutter's house?
I know.
You got to be a real asshole, you know. And even Schlack was like shaking his head, like "Fuck, man, fucking Body Bag's fucking crazy." You know, and
when Schlack says somebody's crazy,
when Schlack says somebody's crazy, I mean that was before his brutality. But he was, you know, call the paramedics were still heavy duty, so. Now, we saw everybody the next day, and it was cool. Everybody was all good. You know, even Gutter was laughing. Sorry I had to kick you guys out. I'm all, nah. You know, Bob deserved it. I had to get him out of there. And then he took a stroll after I think Reek, rest in peace, he took us back to our hotel. And the minute Reek stopped the car, Rob got out and ran into the darkness like Carl Lewis or something. And that's an infamous story. But then, like, this cop ends up showing up. And me and Red are out there looking for Rob, you know, and this cop, and like, no kidding, he looked like Andrew Dice Clay, and he talked like him too. And he's all, "Hey, you guys know a long-haired little guy?" And we're all like, "Oh yeah, that's our guitar player." He's all, "Yeah, well, I guess he pissed some people off down the street." Oh, okay. So Rob ended up like, it was cold, right? It was like right around this time, so it was cold out back east, you know, and so he was wasted, and to get warm, he actually went in some dude's van to try to get out of the cold. And the guy was coming out to work and woke Rob up, and Rob got out, and the guy's just like, "What the fuck? Who's this little long-haired guy?" You know? So
what you doing in my van, boy? Pretty wild. I didn't hear that story. He just went running. Why did he go running?
He was just with some acid or something? Idiot. Yeah, he doesn't make any sense sometimes, but you know, we still love him.
What's he up to? He's not in Ruin, is he?
He is, yeah. He joined us earlier in the year. Dan stepped aside, our other guitar player. He was with us since 2015, and you know, we're doing that Vrenth project with Rob, and he was like, I was like, "Hey, you want to just take Dan's place?" And he said, "Fuck it." You know, he was already in the mix. You know, I mean, we're old friends and everything, so it kind of was like seamless. You know, he just kind of came in and. Dan didn't do a lot of leads. That Chris did most of those. Now Rob and Chris kind of trade off or whatever, like on the new album. So Rob lives up in the Bay Area now. Well, not Bay Area, but Northern California. He lives up in the forest, so it's hard to get him down here. But he'll be coming down for that Blood Incantation show we're doing with them, and we got a couple.
Yeah, I saw that. I was promoting that a little bit.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah, no, that'd be great. That's gonna be a great show, man. So
when's that show? November?
No, it's in January.
Okay.
January 11th, I believe.
Everything I see for death metal is 2022. I'm like, damn.
There's a handful of things going on, you know. I don't know what's going on out there with you guys, but like out here, you know, you need to be vaccinated. You need to, you know, have a negative COVID test, all this crazy stuff, even in the venues and stuff. So,
you know what?
LA County,
I don't know because I don't go to shows anymore. So I have no fucking clue what's going on in the scene. I live through the computer now.
Roy and Mike, you know, I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which I was pretty nervous about doing, but I wanted to see the Randy thing and all that. But they had for these 2 days, like you had to show your vaccination card plus wear a mask. So, I mean, even then, but see, I do extra things. Like I put like ointment up my nose and in my ears and all that to try to catch any germs, you know, like I just don't want to catch it at all. You know, I don't want to catch a cold. I don't want a stomach flu. I don't want to catch diarrhea. I don't want to catch COVID. I mean, it's just how I am. I don't want to catch anything. So, you know, I just don't like being sick, you know, and, yeah, so
I was never tested to see if I had COVID, but I think I had COVID in the very, very, very beginning. You know what I mean? Like in February.
A lot of people were thinking that. I mean, my son even is one that says that, and his father got real sick. It was actually the like December or November. It was like the year before, like the 2019. That he had something really strange. and he's wondering if it was actually COVID then.
Yeah. My wife was working at the hospital and she came home, I think, with it. And then I caught it. I guess,
Yeah.
I think I remember when you were sick.
Yeah, I was actually pretty short-lived on my. It was just I couldn't breathe though, So it's like, oh shit, I can't breathe. Not too cool.
Yeah. No, that's I remember there was a lot of people. I had a doctor's appointment in November 2019, and my doctor, it was just a checkup, and my doc was like, you're the healthiest person that's been through here in a while. And I was like, really? I'm a big guy with high blood pressure. He's like, no, people are really sick right now. They're getting deathly ill. And I was just kind of like, that's weird. And then little by little, I had friends between November, December, and then even like you said, Roy, going into February, people were getting really sick, like really, really sick, to where they had to go to the ER and hospital and stuff like that. So,
what? Strange. My wife is a nurse, and after like right when I was hitting, like something wasn't working out with her job, so like she was out of there. And like then my daughter just happened to come home from college right around that time too. She did like half a semester. Mm-hmm. And then it was weird. It was like everybody converged back at the house. I told my wife, I'm like, I don't know, do you want to go back there? She's like, and I'm like, well, why don't you, help here, and since then it's been a pretty smooth running machine, Good. So we got another guest or two. I see Jim Stanek. You got to take the lid off your privacy cover or something, And then we got my homeboy from Transylvania Tapes on here. What's going on, man?
James.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going, brother?
What's up, Mike?
What's up, brother?
How's it going, Sharon and Roy?
How you doing, brother? I'm glad to have you on, man.
Thanks for having me.
It's cool. Yeah, I wanted to. I noticed all the podcasts that I did. It was like all old fucking people like me, And they were like, yeah, 1988. Yeah. So I'm like, enough of this. Like, I need to, I listen to newer death metal stuff, and I am into cassettes, and I'm into newer bands. So I'm like, I don't want this podcast to just be like some like nursing home. You know what I mean? So it's cool to have you on, and I really respect what you're doing.
I'm your nursing home. I'm your nursing home guest.
That's right. You look way younger than all of us, Sharon. So you're good.
Yeah,
I got a light. I've reached the age where our lighting matters. I got a bright lamp in front of my head.
No, you don't age. You don't age. That's the good thing.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
you're
timeless.
Good. Hey, Jim Stanek. All I see is just a yellow light. So I don't know if you want to pop back off and pop back on. I'm gonna kick you out. All right, just try to come back. There you go.
So you got the boot.
Yeah, he'll be back. We played Profanatica for him, basically, to open the show. And then we got another guest, too. This guy is a mega fan. You would think he's about 45 years old, but he's 19 years old, and he knows a lot about death metal. His name is Andrew.
Cool.
What's up, Andrew?
Hey, hopefully my mic isn't cracking this time.
Oh, you sound great, bro. You're
Thanks.
Good. You didn't even have to sit in your sister's room to do this.
I have my own room with my Destruction poster back there. The
Hell yeah.
best Destruction album. Some people might disagree, like Tom from Cardiac.
Oh yeah, Tom was disagreeing. I'm not personally into that Destruction
Tom's
album.
like,
what's that, Cracked Brain?
I can't with that album. It's too technical and all that, but man, I just Cracked Brain is even my second favorite,
Yeah, you're from a different era from how old are you? You're 19, right?
I'm about 19.
About?
I'm 19. So I have this.
But when you were talking to me online, right? I thought you were literally like in your 40s, and then I was like, all right, and then you came on the podcast that time, and I'm like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this kid?
I don't even remember when I was 19. I don't remember what was going on.
I was into like about this music since I was like 13, like 12. I was kind of getting into some easy stuff like Nirvana and all that, but then I found out about Morbid Angel and Obituary, and I didn't really dig too deep until 14, when I was finding about Incantation, Immolation. That got me to stuff like Goraphobia and Crucifier, all these great, amazing bands that are just putting out these very almost, I couldn't describe what I liked about it, but it just sounded so unique and, visceral, but at the same time had a unique sense of melody to it. And, all these bands just had something about, them that I just liked that, radio wasn't doing for me at the time. I was getting bored of radio. I was getting tired of the same old songs being played over and over again. You would hear the same 5 songs every single commercial break, and I'm like, what the fuck? I just heard this song. And it's the same, boring ass, fucking tune.
Yeah, when I was younger, they didn't really play death metal on the radio, or they didn't even play heavy music. It was like Whitney Houston.
No, when we got around 10 years old, I mean, they were playing like Iron Maiden and Judas Priest, Ozzy, and stuff like that. I mean, that was heavy.
Yeah,
I guess there was that one little station out there. Maybe you had to hold the fucking antenna up a certain way and put some tin foil on it or whatever.
Really, I would have thought you where you lived, like close to New York City, you would have had like.
They had maybe
I guess that Hudson River really wasn't a good conduit.
We would get some stuff, and we had WSOU, which was like the college radio station. So they had a metal show on there, and it was cool. You do some of the, I got to go up there, which I was happy. But like there was a lot of good, cool DJs, and I learned some stuff from there.
Yeah, the thing is with radio and metal is that it's usually either going to have to be like public radio or like the college or like the school radios, because that's how Cannibal Corpse actually got big, because of the radio station in Buffalo, which was a college thing, I believe.
Yeah, we had
that's how I heard it was like Weird Times, and just like it was the station wouldn't come in very strong, so it was like what Roy was talking about as far as the college radio station. Like you had to get that dial like right on it, and just don't move. And then you just put the cassette player on, and
you put the cassette player in, and you're like, please don't static during this. You're like holding the fucking antenna.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah, like we had KXLU, and that was based out of a Catholic university on the west side, but there was a lot of really good DJs on there that were playing punk and metal, and a lot of grind and stuff too. So that was like, but that signal only went so far. So once you got to like mid city, you couldn't get it. You couldn't definitely get it.
I remember somebody writing to me from your area. This guy had like a radio thing. It was like the Hour of the Goat.
Yeah, that's Chris from Despise You. Yeah,
okay.
him and Phil from Despise You had Hour of the Goat. That's a legendary show.
Yeah,
Gas played on there. Might have been a couple times. One of my other bands.
You played live on there?
We played live on there. Yeah, it might have even been twice, but maybe the second time was with the show after that, because they ended in like, oh man, I want to say like 94, 95 or something. They had a short run, but it was legendary. I mean, they had like I Hate God, Grief, Excruciating Terror, Entity, everybody.
Love Grief.
There was bands passing through. Yeah, Grief's phenomenal live too. They were just crushing. And a lot of local heavy hitters, and I think Sadistic Intent might have played on there too.
Fuck yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
But and then bands like I Hate God and Grief that were touring, passing through, would stop by and play like an exclusive set live on the air. I think a couple of those have been released, or they're out there somewhere.
I have a funny way of how I got into Sadistic Intent, actually. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of the band Cephalic Carnage by now, and there was these things called thank you lists back in the day, where that was how you get into even more bands, is that you would look see if they thanked
course.
any bands, like, thank you to
That's all we had back in the day.
Yeah, that's all we fucking
Incantation,
have.
or thank you to
or whatever
you know,
shirts the bands were wearing.
Yep.
It was like,
Yep.
oh yeah, let me check that band out next. You know.
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah, for sure.
We might have that merch list.
And they actually had one of those in Song Forum. It's a song called Gracias, and one of the bands they mentioned is actually Sadistic Intent. Then I heard Resurrection. It was phenomenal. It was almost like, kind of really just straightforward death metal that was like hella weights worship, but it wasn't like death thrash. It was weird, but it was awesome.
Your dog's name is Zuzu, right?
This is Zuzu. She's doing the thing where, like, if I'm on the phone or something, like what a kid would do, and they start like just misbehaving.
Mom,
And she's like tearing up the carpet and doing all kinds of,
Hey,
and then
Zuzu.
now she's just gonna sit there and she's just stare at me. Look at this. Like, this is
Puking in your shoes,
awkward.
you know.
Also, Mike, I finally got around to
she's
the
just
new
stare
Ruin
at me.
album. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
You're
Cool.
welcome. You have some very killer riffs. Very much reminds me of House by the Cemetery era Mortician, if it was more natural sounding. But that's not, to say it's any less gritty or dirty. It just sounds less mechanical. And as much as I love the mechanical, drum machine, you still have your own kind of twist with it, which is what I love about it. Sometimes, I can't stand it when like bands just copy stuff. Like, I love the Swedish sound, but sometimes, there's a lot of bands out there that kind of copy it without really knowing, what made, the Swedish sound great. It sounds way too compressed, way too, much loudness war almost like stuff. But
Yeah.
I smelled a lot of autopsy on your band, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, Mortician, Autopsy, absolutely. I mean, Autopsy's one of my top 3 favorite bands of all time, probably.
my top 3 favorite death metal bands are number 1, Incantation, number 2, Immolation, number 3, Crucifier, number 4 is Incantation, and number 5 is Deceased.
It wasn't number 1 Incantation?
Incantation twice because
You really like Incantation.
Late era Incantation.
Oh,
Yeah.
I meant to say Immolation for the
Oh,
second
there
one.
you go.
you did, and then you went back to Incantation. Yeah.
No, I said Crucifier.
Yeah, it's all good.
You like blood
And
immolation?
then you said Incantation again. You're into the shins.
Incantation.
Yeah, yeah.
The shin bands.
I meant to say my number 1 was Incantation, number 2 was Immolation,
Mortician?
number 3 was Crucifier. Mortician's in my top 10. Number 4 was Autopsy. That's what I meant to say.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right.
Not
And
Bolt Thrower.
number 5 would be Deceased.
Wow.
Not
Yeah.
Bolt
All those
Thrower.
bands are killer. No, Bolt
You
Thrower.
know,
rules
Bolt
too.
Thrower's got.
The first 2
Oh my
Bolt Thrower
God.
albums are one of the most
If they're
crushing
the-
things I ever heard.
Yeah.
And one of the very first
And
vinyls
Battle,
I
you
got
like
was
that
actually
one?
a Bolt Thrower record.
Second album was my shit.
I like the
either
first one more
album
'cause
until
they
I heard
have-
the second album.
I like In Battle. It's interesting. It's got the Slayer, crusty stuff on there, which is great. It's unique.
I think they took more from
To
Sacrilege.
me,
from
it's
UK
more
than
like
Slayer to me.
hardcore.
Yeah, it's got some
Yeah.
Sacrilege too. I agree. But Realm of Chaos is my. That's
Oh.
their-
That
Realm of
song
Chaos
is-
is more Slayer.
Yep. I mean,
Yep.
it's so
Yeah,
heavy.
I like some of the later stuff too. It's just that I have to be in the mood for like kind of my more groove laden death metal
Oh yeah,
stuff.
no, all their stuff's solid. I mean, that's why they're one of the best bands. But
Where are
Who
you,
is
Jim?
that trying to pop in?
That's
It's
Jim Stanek.
it's Jim Sadis. He's trying to communicate us from the dead.
No, it's Jim Stanek.
I
from,
wish. I wish.
Yeah.
I
oh,
wish.
that would be
I would've
phenomenal,
loved to
man.
talk
We
to that
all,
guy.
yeah, I know Sharon does, and so does Roy. I don't know if you knew him, James, but Jim was.
I respect the legend.
Oh man,
R.I.P.
he's one of a
Yeah.
kind.
Yeah.
I miss that
Fucking
guy.
legend. He was so
miss
fucking
that
funny,
guy.
man. Funny
He
as fucking
absolutely
guy
Oh
one
my
of
you'd
the
ever
God.
meet.
human beings ever.
we
Flaming
would
Stone,
we would
Blood and
fight
Bones.
like
You're fucking
like
Christian. Leave me the
husband
fuck
and
alone.
wife.
Yeah, my
He was
ex
fucking
girlfriend
funny.
used to get
So
so
funny.
pissed. Jim would call me on the phone, and I'd be on the phone with him for like 2 hours, and I'd barely even get a word in. He was just so excited about the Steelers or about doing trades or whatever, just telling me what's going on with Nunslaughter and other shit. You know, it's just like, yeah. But it was so fucking awesome talking to him, you know. Such a great
first
guy.
time I met Jim.
But it was like,
I was gonna say the first time I met Jim was outside a club in Ohio, and Don Crotzley was there too, and I don't know, for some reason he had pink socks on, and I'm like, oh yeah, so I noticed your socks are pink. He goes, yeah. He goes, you know, something got in the washing machine, and then he goes, and then I just stuck everything. And I made them all pink.
Yeah, he was great, man.
Yeah, being in a band with him was interesting. I mean,
I bet.
Yeah, like I said, we would fight like husband and wife sometimes, and it was just, I just can't even. We would go from like I being so mad at him to crying, laughing within like 5 minutes. I mean, it would just, you know, he was a weird guy. He was a weird guy. He wouldn't even if I was staying over his house, like he wouldn't even allow me to wash his dishes because he had everything needed. He needed everything done a certain way. Like he was very OCD or whatever, and yeah, it was weird. It was weird, but he was funny as hell.
He's a fucking legend. He was the first guy I ever met that, like, when I was selling some like 7 inches or something, and he's like, "Give me two." I'm like, "Why do you get 2 of everything, dude?" He's like, "Well, I get 1 for me and 1 to trade." I'm like, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
which I kind of picked up on later, and I started doing that a little bit myself.
I need 2, man. I need 2. Don might need 1. I think Don might want this or whatever. But if not, I got somebody who will want it. You know? Yeah, okay, no problem. So I mean, he always had the best stuff to trade too. So.
Yeah, he was the man. I remember he
did that with shirts too. Like he.
God.
My favorite thing of Nunslaughter is that they have such an old school attitude to them, yet they like sound so heavy. I mean, they kind of sound like a mixture between Celtic Frost, Bathory, Venom, and, you know, the first wave U.S. black metal, like, not U.S. black metal because I was going to say Behera, and I'm like, Behera Finnish, but Behera, Profanatica, you know, they kind of sound like a mixture between that, but they also like have some very much like punk to them. Like there's stuff on like the Goat album or even like the demos that like straight up sounds like Misfits.
Mm-hmm.
The demo,
and I think a lot of that
what
has
was
to
it? The
come
Rotting
when
Christ demo?
when they started out.
That was crazy.
When they started out, they were kind of just like doing it as a joke, you know, like they weren't really like, you know, they were just friends, like just trying to do something like totally evil, you know what I mean? But it wasn't like, it didn't turn into a band until like later, you know, because they had Greg Bow on, you know, like totally, singing and all that and everything kind of. Jim Kanye was like, no, you guys.
Sharon, you got to see like every incarnation of Nunslaughter, right? In a weird way, from like day one through the whole.
Even before like Jim like joined.
Yeah, Jim is the one that like kind of like was talking and Don into getting it like a real band, because it wasn't a real band. I mean, it was a band, but you know what I mean? It was just a bunch of friends doing it, and they weren't playing out live. You know, they had really no intention except to do these evil recordings, you know, like what everybody else was doing, but not like a touring type of band. And then when Kanye was like, this stuff is fucking, you know, Jim didn't talk about that. Jim didn't talk as like that. I don't, you know, he was more proper when he talked, but yeah, like,
he was a very
like Jim had a lot to do. Yes. And he had a lot to do with getting Don going.
I saw that footage of Crucified Mortals, and he did that impression of J-Dog. It was like so on point. Like if you know J-Dog from Hellcast.
No, I don't know.
I saw, you know what? The best thing I thought about Jim and Nunslaughter was that, even though he was behind the drums, he wanted to be the front man too. So he would say all this blasphemous stuff into
Yeah,
the
he's
mic.
kind of like a co-front person. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, he was so great on on stage. That
amazing.
it's. I mean, obviously
They used to
they're
fight
still
about that.
legendary band and, they're still great, but yeah, Jim was something special in every way.
All right, I got another maniac to join the stream with us.
Uh-oh.
Just seen him the other day. It's
Tim.
Tim from AC.
Oh wow,
What's up,
that's,
Tim?
that's such a shock.
Yeah, I'm here.
How you living, brother?
Oh, got my tumor shirt on, so I'm all set.
Nice.
How you doing,
So,
Tim?
yeah, this is
I'm okay. I'm mellow. Just living low. Living
yeah,
life.
I hear that.
Tim took
I hear
6
that.
volumes before this.
No, I didn't take any.
Sounds like fun.
No.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I was listening to the story about Nunslaughter, and I can remember we were playing at the Electric Banana, and Don showed up, and he had the second demo with him, and he was playing it to Seth and I in the car. I love that demo, but I've never heard anything that bad in my life. Because I swear, I don't know how he mixed it. I think the singer mixed it because it was before Don was playing bass, and he had a 4-track and he turned all the high off it and just put all low, and it was just this low rumble, and it had this intro on it that was like this satanic ritual for like 5 minutes, and then it went on, and all you heard was and I was like,
That's the Running Christ demo, right?
Don's like, what do you think? I'm like, I love it. I don't know. What? I don't know, man. This rules. But
I was listening to
AC thought it was too noisy. Okay.
I was just gonna say that, Roy. I was like this is like we are definitely in.
I
some
heard. I
sort of
was
alternate
listening to the
universe.
very first AC demo today, just before I got on here, and I'm like, if the Running Christ demo for you is that too noisy,
well, no,
Well,
it's not that it was too noisy, but like their first
it's
demo,
too noisy.
their first demo was like it was really good. It was really like it was. You could understand.
yeah. The second
what was
one's really
going on.
rough though, but I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
it. I grew to love it because it's
Oh, it rules. Oh, it's
That's
so
my favorite
cool.
They're
Nunslaughter,
classic.
actually.
It's
Yeah, that's my favorite
it's
one.
classic.
my favorite Nunslaughter release is actually the Radio Damnation one because of all the like banner and all that.
Oh, Jim's banter in between?
Yeah.
That
Oh,
Men
yeah.
that,
rules and a
that
world
was
of fools.
yeah.
Actually,
Maniac.
Yeah.
the last AC show was in Cleveland at Now That's Class, which can not only be the best idea for the last AC show at a place called Now That's Class. And one of Jim's hardcore bands played. I forget what it was called, but they had this song where it was called Prison Workout, and it was just a punk song, and they stopped. And
Is
Jim
that
jumped
Schnauzer?
over- Yeah, Schnauzer. Yeah. And the song just plays and they stop, and then Jim jumps out from behind the drum set and push up. And the guitar player is doing a solo sitting on his back. And he's just doing push. I'm like, I don't want to play. This is too good. So
Yeah, there was something
There's
else.
no
like
one there was no one like him, and there will never be anybody like him.
no, absolutely not.
Yep.
And nobody in the world will ever be able to wear red pants on stage. And if anybody
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
no. And
The
with the
get-up.
tail.
No,
With
the
the
goddamn
tail, he had-
the purple get up, the full purple, pants, purple
yeah.
pants.
Yeah.
I was like, "What's up, Grimace?"
There was one time one of his bands played, and I can't remember which one it was, but he was singing, and he came out and he was wearing like this I don't know, like a green satin priest
I hate sitting on
looking
that stool, so I'm sitting
thing.
here.
and and he had this hat on or whatever, and he was carrying a rose, and I didn't see him change into his getup or anything like that, and so I'm like seeing her, I'm like who the hell's that asshole, you know? And I'm like, and then all of a sudden it was Jim. And then it made sense. I'm like, oh, of course it's Jim.
Jim's so fucking funny. I went out there with Gut from Germany on tour, and then I was DJing for like a hip hop band, this Gore-Tex or whatever. And then I came out there, and he goes, "Where's the hip hop band?" I was like, "Oh, they didn't want to play." He's like, "Good." And he made the flyer. He wrote "The worst night of your life."
That's too bad because Mitch likes he likes Nunslaughter.
I know he didn't want to.
Oh, speaking of flyers, I have a question for Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, who made that one flyer where it was like, it was like Satan's Warriors as well as Phlegm, AC, Shit Scum, all that stuff.
Who made it?
You know what show I'm talking about?
Monsters of Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Who made the flyer? I don't know who made the flyer. Fred probably made the flyer because he put the show on. It was actually in a warehouse in Massachusetts. It was actually in a coffin warehouse. It was an abandoned coffin warehouse. So you go in there, and there are just like these rotted coffins everywhere. And then
Brutal.
you had this little place we played. But there were two versions of that. There's Monsters of Shit 1 and 2, and one actually the show happened, but 2 never happened because the cops showed up within minutes of it starting. So
Fred told me that they had coffins, but they had ice in them, and they had beers in them or whatever.
Yeah, they did.
I thought this was at a.
I want to go to
Gotta
a
do
fucking
that.
show where you have
this sounds
coffins
amazing.
with
Where was I?
ice beers on it.
I thought this was at a abandoned coffee factory or something like
It was
that.
abandoned coffin factory. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I was watching the Jim Out All Badass thing.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Derek is chairman in saying Burke Cabana might have made the art for that.
That makes sense.
That does make sense. Yeah,
Bert,
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Bert was the guy who did all the phlegm stuff. What's up, Alex? Hail to Alex.
Phlegm to me.
Hail to everybody.
Phlegm was almost, no offense, Tim, but a better AC to me in a way.
I can take that. Well, what's really funny though is if you actually saw the original Phlegm, not the Phlegm.
And he dropped the mic. He's out.
They were better.
The stage cane.
Fuck you guys. Boom.
Oh man, that was good.
That was me actually, but I just had to do that to bust his balls.
Oh come on!
There he
I
is.
did that to bust your balls, Andrew.
Oh,
You
come
got the
on.
stage cane.
Why? You were just telling me.
I gave
You
you
were just
the-
telling
I
me a
gave
good
you the-
story.
They were an
That was a
interesting
fucking
band.
death metal band, that played some grindcore. They were heavy duty.
Are we gonna let the Transylvania tapes guy talk or what, man? We just
James,
gonna
what's
babble
up,
over him?
brother?
Hey, I'm letting you guys talk. I'm listening to all your stories. It's great.
I'm surprised
I don't
you
even-
have
how
time,
old are
man.
you,
You're
brother?
putting
I
out
don't
so
even
much
know.
killer shit right now.
What's up?
How old are
I'm
you?
surprised
James?
you actually have time to chat, man. You're busy.
Yeah.
You're busier than I am.
I'm twice as old as that young kid.
Okay.
About.
Approximately.
I'm 36, so not too young, but you know.
Not
Yeah,
too
yeah.
old. You see, you're still young,
I'm so
man.
young.
So that's
my
why you
mom
got to take
hates it when I buy
advantage.
T-shirts.
Yeah, I bet she does.
Your label is popping in the street, bro. I have
Thank
to
you.
say,
I
man.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I really see what you're doing and the releases and the bands you put out. Really good stuff.
Thank you. Yeah,
I really started to get into that Bandcamp stuff.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? For a little while, like I had
Yeah.
Bandcamp for like necroharmonic bands.
Yeah.
But eventually, I was, I once the pandemic hit, I was like, all right, bands are gonna be fucked right now, man. I gotta really.
Necroharmonic. That has to be
step
one of the best labels ever. Even if one of the T-shirts I bought from them took a whole year to get.
There you go. You got it. But
I
I
love
was gonna
how
say
Tim was laughing at my thing.
with
Of course.
But to be
with
fair,
the
it was
whole
a-
Bandcamp scene, it's like it's bugged out because it's like you got to listen to the band or you could just buy the download, or
Right.
you could buy like a cassette or something. But it's just like when all the pandemic hit, I was like, you know what, bands are not going to be able to play shows, so like how the fuck are you going to support them directly? And it was like cool to have that out there, you know.
Yeah, I definitely used the pandemic to my advantage. I'd made everything free and figured this is the perfect time. No one's got shit else to do. We're all locked up except for, you know, the idiots that are getting COVID like 15 times going outside. So people had time to listen to music. So I just started pumping it out. I think I put out almost 100 releases in the last 2 years. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm not going to do this much again, but I used it to my advantage to pump out music. And it seemed like people were listening, you know, just putting shit up for free. If I would have known that's all it took to get people to listen, I would have done that before. Because I grew up pirating music and stealing it. Like, I think it's more important for people to listen to music, not necessarily making bootlegs and shit. Sharon, I know people bootleg you all the time. And
well, it's not. I guess let me real quick correction. It's not really a bootleg. They're replicating, and they're not doing it just with us. They're doing it with other people. So people think they're buying a release that's old, and they're paying a lot of money. Like there's not like they're paying like $5 for a 7-inch.
Yeah.
They're paying like $60 for something that someone just printed. That's
I got somebody else to join us.
That's
he figured out the camera. Jim Stanek.
What's going on, Roy?
How's it going, brother?
It's been a long
time. You
time.
guys don't know anybody here know Jim Stanek and his releases?
Oh,
played one.
You gotta be kidding me.
No.
D.O.G. Productions.
Yeah, so he put out a lot of Profanatica early stuff, the 7 inches. He was probably one of the biggest Profanatica supporters, and probably the person who put the Profanatica music out there to a lot of people.
Hey,
that's one of John McEntee's high school mates, right? Jim,
what?
Didn't you and John McEntee go to high school together?
No. I kind of got McEntee into the like the demo stuff, and met him in a mall with an Anthrax hat on. I think that was the first time I met him. Cracked me up, it really did. But
hell yeah,
you can blackmail
Willowbrook Mall
that now.
No, Paramus Park Mall.
Gotcha.
And Veg was with him, I think, from Revenant. Revenant, yeah. Revenant.
Yeah, Jim was really early on the scene, bro. He did a comp called Death Attack.
Yeah.
Which had like Immolation. It had the earliest Incantation, Cremation. Who else was on there, Jim?
Sick from Hate.
All the shins.
Yeah.
Revenant. I love Revenant.
Who else? Necrovore was on one of them too. And
I love Necrovore. I wish they put out more than one demo though.
Supposedly they got a second demo. I think they just it's just a remaster. Just
the same songs from the first demo.
Yeah.
And I'm
studio recording of the second demo of
That's
the
bullshit. Why would you release a second demo only to put the same goddamn songs on there?
They didn't release it. They technically didn't release the demo. It was just spread.
I know, but I was like looking for the Mel archives because I was like really into that one demo. Like they have to have something else, and I was like, oh, they have a second demo, and I'm like, and then I see that's just the same songs, and I'm like, who the fuck is that lazy to do something like that?
You know what?
What happened to
Necrovore was the
John?
first
Does anyone
band that I
know?
ever wrote. He's like I worked for NASA.
Fuck yeah, NASA, more metal NASA's.
Yeah.
The drummer in my
and
band
my bad.
worked for NASA too. That's why we parted ways.
Don
NASA.
from
NASA.
Don from Nunslaughter used to work for NASA.
What the fuck?
Oh, really?
My stepdad did too, so I guess we're all connected to NASA.
I'm fucking sick of this shit, man.
I'm out of here, bro. I never worked for NASA, man. I'm out.
I'm not smart enough to work for fucking Blockbuster Video, let alone NASA. So fuck.
I have a question for everyone here. You know, I've kind of asked a few people here. I'm not outside of here about like this band, and like no one like really seems to know them, but they're a death thrash band. Anyone has heard of the band Morbid Scream?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
I've heard the name.
they got a demo and CD, like a compilation CD out. Or
They have
something.
a compilation, and oddly enough, their best tracks are actually the live ones.
Oh, really?
You know, the live ones, they didn't really, put the record on the demo. I don't know what it is, but to me, it's like more melodic, more technical.
Is that
like
Zuzu
it's really great
setting off
stuff?
the
It's
fire
almost
alarm?
as great as Revenant. In my
Opening the
opinion.
door.
No, that's my son. He's going down to Florida with his dad, and he's packing up his vehicle. This seems to be the time that he's going to do this when he knows.
Oh, it's
that-
fine. I don't care. You can come on if he wants.
Also,
This is a
No,
family-friendly
no.
show, man. You know.
Also, I can't tell. if this is,
Zuzu is all,
Sometimes
Hey,
my cat
get out of
joins
here.
the show. You know, we've had people's kids join the show. I don't give a shit, man. I think it's cool. We're all
my brother
family.
just
Well,
joined the
I'm
show
gonna-
trying to look for something in the
Yeah, your
background.
dad joined the show. I saw him grabbing a beer out of the fridge.
I didn't hurt her. She has sensitive armpits, so you know.
Mm.
That's when she squeals if I pick her up that way. So
Poor
Also,
baby.
I can't tell if this is the meds kicking in, but is that the same Sharon from Decatur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Derketa, yeah.
Decatur. I
Derketa.
love Decatur.
Thank you.
I also
Same
knew that you
Sharon.
did a split with Nunslaughter, and what was the song off there? Crypts of Darkness. I think that has to be my favorite Decatur song.
Derketa,
Yeah, we have to relearn that
not
one.
Decatur.
Yeah, Derketa.
Derketa, Illinois.
Mythic too, or is that someone else I'm thinking of?
Yeah, Mythic was.
Well, that was our
Terry's
song
band.
name. We have a song. Yeah, don't talk mythic with me. That's them's
Mythic
fighting
was
words.
Terry's band.
Don't do that.
You gotta do some history,
We
man.
don't go
You
into
gotta
the
look into
mythic
that
zone
stuff.
here.
I'm guessing band
Yeah.
drama. That's okay.
It
Yeah,
was more
Derketa,
than that.
not
but
Decatur.
Yeah.
That's a
But I
town.
love that band too.
that's state.
Yeah.
But
All
Roy,
right.
I was gonna
So
ask
this
you
is the
about,
Halloween edition of Death Metal Podcast. We got a lot of maniacs on
Devil's
here.
Night Edition.
Devil's Night edition. I like that.
I never
better.
thought I'd meet Tim Morse, and I'm making him laugh a lot, and that's making myself proud.
I'm easy to
But
meet.
Roy, I have a question about two bands I was listening to the other day, today. They're two demo bands, and wondering if you know anything about them. I don't
Shoot,
know how
brother.
to pronounce this name, but there's two other bands named that. But I'm gonna clarify and say, Guinea. This is the Pennsylvania one, not to be confused with the Black Thrash band or the
Gehenna.
Norwegian black metal band. This is the
Gehenna.
Pennsylvania Guinea with the
Gehenna?
bassist from Incantation that played on those mid 2000 albums.
Gehenna?
Yeah,
Gehenna.
Gehenna.
Yeah.
I don't know a Pennsylvania Gehenna.
Oh,
I know
really?
a Norwegian
I think-
one and a Swedish one.
There's a hardcore one from the band.
Yeah,
Yeah,
is it
my
hardcore
boys
one?
in Northern California,
this is
Nevada.
one.
boy
This is
Mike
the one
and
where
Dean,
you know Joe from Incantation that played on the mid 2000s albums. That was his old band.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar
Yeah,
never
they
with
heard
kind
of
that.
of
that
sound
Gehenna
like a
myself.
mixture between like Massacre and Slowly Rot Obituary, along with some.
Yeah, let's
We
talk
talk
Elysium.
about Elysium.
Elysium's pretty cool.
Alex saying what's up to Stanik. I got Jim Stanik on here, Alex.
Alex, any questions? Let me know.
Yeah, what's up with Elysium? I heard there was a whole second
Well,
record written. or something.
There is. What happened, Mark, we were working on the second recording, and where we were rehearsing is like an hour and a half from my house, so it was a drive, and every time I would get there, it got to be that they were like changing songs like after I had left. So, I kind of was like, Mark, like, because I should ever practice the next time, and I'll be playing. I'm like, wait, like I'm way off, and they're like, oh, we changed that part. I'm like, okay, you guys finalize everything, and then let me know. And then it just kind of like it faded off, and then the guitarist we had at the time, he moved up towards Erie, and at that time, gas prices were like $5 a gallon. You know what I mean? So that's a long drive. So it just was kind of like, you know, it just like petered out, you know. So then years later, you know, Mark calls us up. He's like, "Hey,
you stuffed the drummer in your car, and you're like, you're coming with me, right?"
well, no, Jared, that was like, you know, like, yeah, he, you know, we kind of like, he would play DERKETA at times to help me out when I was like, I think we did a recording together. I think Last Rites, I think was written with him, but anyway, but Mark, you know, we just kind of, it just petered out. And then when he called us up and said, "Hey, let's get this going again," you know, we're like, okay, well, you know, send us out like tab or something because it's been so long we don't remember. And you know, and he was like, "I don't want to do it. You guys come here and I'll just show it to you." And at that time, like, we just couldn't. Like, both me and John weren't able to do that. So Mark found 2 other people to replace us, and we were like, kind of like, you know, we didn't really want that to happen. But anyways, that happened. So they recorded, and it's still sitting there. So he had this bug up his ass to get this recording done, like right then and there. So he found other people to get it done. And it's been like, what 20 years? It's still not done. And he just has to put his leads over it. And he's kind of like settled into home life. And, you know, he's like, yeah, one day I'll get to it. I mean, I'm the same way with stuff. So I can't, you know.
This is Boris
fault
from
him for that.
He was singing for ABAZAGORATH back in the day. He did the sound for Elysium.
ABAZAGORATH, one of the New Jersey's.
I want to get Elysium back. Yes. I keep trying to talk Mark into it. Like, hey, you know, let's do it, you know. And he's just kind of like, you know.
Yeah, I asked Mark to be on the podcast, and he's like, "Nobody wants to hear from me." I'm like, "Come on, bro, we want to hear from you, dude." You know.
You know, I talked him into 2 with John, and that was pulling major fucking teeth. I mean, major teeth to get him to even do it. I think that was his fill of it.
It was cool to see. It was cool to see Chris Webber doing that interview with the Rochefort, you know, going through the history. That was cool.
Yeah.
He's a bugged out dude.
Chris's mind is brilliant. He's brilliant. I mean, his mind, he doesn't forget anything. And, you know, his comprehension of music and everything is just unbelievable. But he may not know the exact date of something, but he can go back in time to at least, you know, the month and the year of something. It's insane. Like he's like his brain just has like a computer archive system going on.
A Rain Man.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
A Rain Man of metal. I liked when they asked him a question about the CD I put out. He said, "Yeah, it's just salvaged garbage." I'm like, what? But I was like, you know.
How I got into Abyssium is very interesting. Sometimes I would just see flyers online, and I would see bands I never heard of before. And, you know, if they're with a band that, you know, I liked, I'm like, well, these guys must be good. So I saw.
How do you have the time to listen to music?
Well, with my very small job at Target, you know, I have plenty of time to listen to music.
I love this kid.
When did you see? When did you first see an Abyssium thing? Because Abyssium was.
I saw Abyssium play. I saw Abyssium play with Graham Bilowski, Crucifier, and another band. I forgot.
Yeah,
Nunslaughter.
That was in Cleveland. That was in
video?
Cleveland.
Yeah, and I heard, and you know, I've heard from Kaz that he's like had copies of it, and he, you know, he was planning on uploading it soon, and I've bugged both Roy and Kaz for Crucifier stuff because, man,
Crucifier's great.
Right.
I love Kaz's vocals. His vocals are one of the best out there.
I tend to blow smoke up his ass when it comes to me being an influence on me as a musician. Like, to me, he just has a great like comprehension of like instruments and all that stuff.
How many shows did Vivisium play? Like 3? Sharon?
No, we played more than that, but there were a lot of local shows.
That's why.
You know, because it was funny because Jared, our drummer, you know, he was a little bit younger, so he would hook us up with these shows that were with these other kind of bands, like that. I don't know if it was like maybe new metal or I don't know what they would be called, but they were like, you know, younger, like they weren't into death metal. So we played some very strange shows, like to crowds that I mean, they would boo us, you know, and yeah,
if you're playing to like the Limp Bizkit crowd and you're playing to them,
that's exactly. They would be like that kind of music, and the kid and those bands had such like arrogant attitudes, like they weren't like metal people, you know, but our drummer was like, hey, let's play the show. And, you know, so we're like, okay, yeah, I'll play a show. We're like, what the heck? Like, who are these little chumps, you know? And Mark took this one kid, one hand to his neck. It was like, and he was like up on his feet. Oh yeah, it got nasty. It got nasty, but yeah. But I'll never forget that.
Here's the most important question.
Any videos of that?
No. But like Chris Rubber was there. Sam Biles was probably there. You know, like, there was witnesses. But yeah, it was. You know, this little chumps was smarting off to Mark, and he, you know, Mark. There was like he didn't say anything. All he did was just like took his hand around his neck and he lifted him up. And he was like, listen here, motherfucker. You say one more word, you know, and that was it. And I go, I'm sorry.
Sometimes you need to get disciplined.
Mark's like 6'5".
Yeah,
Here's
Mark's
the
a
real
big boy.
important question. What were you thinking about playing good music to a new metal
This guy's ready for his own podcast.
I love this kid.
It was
I fucking love this kid.
It was our drummer just trying to book shows. You know, our drummer was like, "Hey, there's a show." You know, we didn't think it was going to be a big deal. Mark and I were hesitant. We were like, you know, these people aren't going to know what to do with us, you know. And
I don't know anything about people booing me off a stage. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a weird time. That's all there was for.
The closest thing that like got to that was like the person throwing a rock at your head, right?
Oh no! No.
Seth saying, you know, oh, don't worry, guys, don't let him scare you. He's been listening to too much Deicide lately.
No, you don't know what an AC show really looked like, bro.
No, I don't.
Or a post AC show.
I'm probably one of those kids who'd get my ass beat at an AC show.
No, you wouldn't.
Nah, you would be hiding in the back though.
I went to that wedding where Seth and Josh got invited to do. Oh my God. I don't even know where to begin.
Set, right? An acoustic wedding set?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But they got the plug pulled. It was funny because Seth was worried about Josh getting drunk and ruin it. And you know, so Seth is like, this is a good paying gig, you know, we got to make sure to, you know, like after we play, you know, go at it. And then next thing you know, Seth is the one down in the Jack Daniels bar. And so me and Josh are now babysitting Seth. And it was like just crazy. But then the bride was rude to me, and Josh did a hawker on the top of their wedding, you know, the one they saved. So Josh is like, what'd she say to you? And he goes up to the top of their cake, and he did a hawker, just like sort of fill it up with hawkers, and we're like, shit. And then, you know, so there was their year anniversary if they broke that out.
Hey Tim, you were playing. You played the show out here in LA in '93, right? And Chinatown at the Hong Kong.
Yes, I love that show.
Yeah, that was a great show. Seth, I might have broke 2 mics, at least one. And the promoter, our buddy James, promoted the show, and he was just shaking his head and says, "Oh, sorry, just taking it out of our cut for tonight."
That was a really funny tour because it was like we got signed to Earache, and we're like, all right, we're going to tour the United States. We had 4 shows across the country. And it was even better because we played New Orleans we played it like at some warehouse in New Orleans with Soylent Green and I forget who else, but the guys from I God were there, and I got I had the first album, and I'm like, you never really saw what they looked like, and I'm thinking to myself, these guys have got to be like 7-foot towns, like they've got to be like mountain people. I don't know what the fuck they look like. It's just like most ridiculous things. And then Mike walks up to you and he's like, "Hi, how you doing?" I'm like, "Come on, no." But that Hong Kong show was actually, John Kozik and I were more excited because we were at the Hong Kong. We're like thinking about all these punk bands that played, and Seth's like, "Whatever."
That's
there was a string of legendary shows at that point. It was like you guys, Destroy came by. I got Buzz Oven, Grief, and Dystopia had just played there, and then of course all the local bands going on at that time were all doing shows, and it was just a legendary place for sure.
I remember hanging out with Eric Wood before that show, and he was like breaking down. He was like describing his thoughts on the album Morbid Florist, and I love Eric Wood because he is the human embodiment of Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont. And he's just like, man, like, and I'm like, I can't, I gotta play. I'm just gonna get a nosebleed. I thought I was gonna have a brain tumor.
Man,
gorgeous.
The thing you played a show with Soylent Green, one of the very first bands to mix grind and sludge together. Cal Press was better at it.
I played with Soylent Green with the original singer too.
Yeah.
Who's that? Glenn Rambo?
Yeah. And
he sadly died in Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, they were quite an amazing band.
I partied with that guy on the Phlegm tour. He was
the jokes aside, even if
some
Cal
stripper's
Press
house, and he told me he had a band called Nun Molesters, and then we wrote letters afterwards, and he sent me a demo of it, which was cool. It's cool guy.
Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to make a funny about how Cal Press doesn't get as much attention as Soylent Green for being one of the first bands to mix sludge and grind together.
Cattle Press, hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, we love Cattle Press out here. They were on one
of
the
I love Cattle Press.
They're heavy duty.
What song it was, but the very first time I heard the one that goes like dun 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 dun.
The Cattle Press, they seem like they did get a lot of love in your scene.
This is the greatest thing ever.
They did, yeah. Yeah, we loved them out here, and that whole power violence stuff that was in the 90s and up until the late 90s, because they were on the Cry Now Cry Later comp. So
yeah,
how it was back then. I mean, it was like death metal was kind of dying out and getting weird, and black metal was kind of taking over everything, and then the brutal death metal stuff happened. So a lot of us that didn't know how to play ended up playing just like grind and hardcore stuff. So that's what we did. That's kind of how Gasp started. And the Cry Now, Cry Later comps were just fucking perfect, And
it was cool, too, with Cattle Press.
Their own scene out here.
Yeah, Cattle Press kind of went through their own little evolution, too, because the earliest Cattle Press demo, it's like kind of more like Godflesh or Pitch Shifter.
Yeah.
So they had that really heavy.
It was kind of more straightforward. For me, it was kind of more straightforward grind when I heard them with the Goraphobia split. The Goraphobia nose split. Split.
I think they had a drummer by then. But
it was kind of like we were kind of just, everybody was creating their own thing, because the other scenes were kind of weird, and like with the stuff that we were doing, it wasn't punk enough for the punkers and wasn't metal enough for the metalheads. So it's kind of like, Eric Wood was involved. We were just kind of like, what? The Excruciating Terror guys, same thing. Dystopia, Man is the Bastard. We were just kind of like, let's just start organizing our own shows because we're just a bunch of scumbags and,
Yeah, what was the I'm escaping me the name, but what was the name of that club that everybody used to play out there? when Chris Dodge was putting out all the records, and then you had, what was the name of
Gilman?
that club?
In Berkeley.
Yeah,
Gilman.
that's up north.
94
Gilman.
Gilman Street.
It's still open, right, James?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm booking a festival there next year.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Gilman's
That's a classic place.
Been around forever. Since
Oldest
the mid-90s,
DIY venue in America.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah,
around.
it reminds me
Gilman
of like the
started in the
West
late
Coast, West Coast CBGBs in a weird
It pretty
way.
much is, yeah.
Yeah.
It pretty much is. I mean, we had
Except
PCH
for
Club
it's-
down here.
I'm just gonna get some more water.
Ran by kids.
Yeah, it's just kind of ran by normal people in the scene in the underground or whatever.
It's all
Kind of running it.
volunteer ran actually, but they just changed their rules in the last couple of years because they always had a rule that no major bands could play there. Anyone that's ever been on a label that's considered major, we're just blackballed from playing there. But
Wow.
being a club for over 30 years and saying that you'll never want to make money, essentially, is not going to be good for business. So they
Right.
finally let like Green Day do a couple of shows there, since they like bought all the sound system and shit there. So they're going through some changes now that some of the older generation has like kind of retired from the scene. But yeah, it's still going around. It's pretty
It's
cool.
for the better too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's, some of those bigger bands or whatever, maybe let's say Exhumed or something, would want to do something special like that to a small, more intimate crowd. I mean, that'd be amazing, and it also gives the chance for some of the bands that you're working with now, James, like the more newer bands, younger bands, to have a shot to play with these big dogs, so to speak. That because some of the newer bands, they don't get a chance to play some of these bigger shows.
Fuck no.
They get
And
ignored,
a
so.
couple of them that I'm working with right now, they're not even old enough to watch rated R movies. So it's like trying to get them on a bar show. It's like, well, fuck,
Right.
you guys are gonna have to stand outside, get your parents' permission, and then you might not even be able to get in. Grow a fake mustache, do something. But Gilman, I can have them come in, and it'll be an all ages show. And that's kind of like what I'm going for. I mean, I like bar shows good enough, but bar shows aren't like what they were. I think like a lot of you guys got to be a part of like the scene when bars still paid. Back when bands didn't pay the fucking bar and pay the door people and the sound people, the bars did that shit, and you got cuts from the bar.
Yeah.
It's not
I
like
think that's
that
a
anymore,
California
obviously,
thing,
because
just to
some
be
of us still play
honest.
shows.
Yeah,
I've heard that
I
for a
was-
long time. That's a California
Yeah,
thing,
like-
pay to play.
Yeah.
It's kind of more based on the Sunset Strip actually now. Most of the, I mean, COVID kind of changed everything, obviously. So, I mean, 50% of our venues are now gone because of the virus. So,
Yeah.
we're waiting to see what's going to happen. There's a handful of that are still open. Obviously, there's shows popping off again, but most of the pay to play stuff's on the Sunset Strip. Whiskey, Roxy,
Oh, okay.
Viper Room, shit like that. And we don't do those normally. I mean, that's fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
I'm too old to be selling tickets and
Right.
Yeah, they had a version of that by us, Studio One, where you had to pay. They gave you 20 tickets, and they said, "Here, this is you sell these, we keep half the money, and you get the other half."
Right.
Or something like that.
Studio One.
I think one of the first shows I ever played at was a pay-to-play sort of place, but we fortunately didn't have to pay to play. But it was with Body Count over at the Key Club on the Sunset.
Yeah.
And then I booked
That
the
was another
Roxy back when I was like
Body count.
18, and we had to sell 50 tickets. So I rented a bus and sold 50 tickets and some extras to everybody in my little shitty town that I lived in. And then I caravanned us all to the venue. And little did I know that we were the only people that brought people. All the rest of the bands did do jack shit. So there was the 50 plus people that were just there from 5 hours away.
That sounds like me when I set up Pain Eater at Studio One. Like I was the one that brought like 30 people. And it was like a mixed bill of like posers and like almost like rock bands. But like basically when Pain Eater played, they're like, "Hey, you fucking hair bands, fuck you guys. We're Pain Eater." And they have like just a singer and a bass player. And everybody was like, "Boo, you guys fucking suck." He's like, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
They were a Pain Eater. They were brutal, man.
That's the thing. Like nowadays, like we all the genres back in the day, we all didn't get along. Yeah, like, and for some reason, like now everybody has to get along. And there's like this cult of positivity thing that's happening that everybody has to like everybody. And you know, everyone, even if
More
it's
than
like
it was.
something you know, even if it's something that you just genuinely don't like, you can't say you don't like them. People get all upset or whatever. But I mean, there was like territories back then. I mean, we didn't, you know.
Oh, you're talking
like
to somebody who
poser
used to
thing.
go to Lemoore. I mean, God, like when I would go to Lemoore, man, it was like punks versus skin. It wasn't punks versus skin.
Yeah.
It was like hardcore versus long hair.
Yeah.
So like at first,
Yeah, they
like,
call it long hairs.
Yeah, you couldn't
Hair
dance.
farmers.
You couldn't do anything basically because if you did, you found yourself
Hair
like a
farmer.
fucking swing. They just grab you by the hair. And
Yeah,
like,
we had
See
we
ya.
had gangs out here. Obviously, that's what we're known for. So Fenders in Long Beach and the Country Club in Reseda, it was just a bloodbath sometimes because, and it was mainly, it was ironic. Like everybody used to team up against the Nazi skinheads because the Nazi skinheads would show up 50 deep minimum, and they were always causing problems. So everybody.
Well, yeah, they were
eventually-
never accepted. Yeah, they were never.
No, so everybody started beating the living fuck out of them, and they stopped going to shows, or they ended up going to prison or dying or whatever the hell. But it was like everybody, straight edge kids, thrashers, death metalers, the metalheads, cholos, even a couple of like Bloods or Crips that would stumble into a show in Long Beach or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody would just join forces and just beat the fuck out of the skinheads. And we had a lot of punkers going to shows too, but then we had the gangsters. So there was like metal and punk gangs and stuff, or just normal, because some of the people in the scene were in gangs too. So they would, I remember being a young kid going to Fenders and just fucking my jaw was on the floor. I mean, I even grew up in the hood, but it was just crazy seeing that much violence in a 2-hour period.
Yeah, I used to just step to the side, dude. I would
Now
go
it's
to
now
a
all
Pro
these
Mag
genres.
show, and I would just be like, I ain't going nowhere near that pit, dude.
Yeah.
When I saw
I'll be
the
over here in the
Exploited,
corner
I
by
literally
myself.
stood against the wall. Like I was in a very back against the wall, like as it was like mayhem. I'm like, I ain't going anywhere near that.
What about you, Jim Stanek? You ever see any crazy ass like hardcore shows where you were like, what the fuck?
The Ludachrist, I saw them with what was it, Carnivore, I think, or some show in the city. And I went into the pit. I didn't think I was going to come out.
Yeah.
I was like, it was pretty bad. I mean, once Ludachrist started going on, that was it. The crowd just went freaking like crazy, and I almost didn't get out. It was pretty tough. I'm like, this is the last time. But I went to CB's to see a lot of the like straight edge shows and stuff like that. Also, it was like Sundays, and they had like You Today and Sick of It All and Gnostic Front and stuff like that. So I liked a lot of, I like a lot of that, New York hardcore stuff, too, kind of.
I was like right on the tail end of that for CBs. Like I remember holding a little flyer in my pocket. It was like COC DRI, and it was like it said it was like $4 to get in or something at CBs.
Yeah,
and,
it was really cheap.
And it was like it cost $2 to get to the city, and I had $5. And I was like, I can't go. Basically, I'm like, I'm $1 short from going to the show that I don't know where it is.
$1 short.
I'm like 15 years old. I'm by myself. You know what I mean?
Like, fly that sign.
I know. I
didn't.
I didn't realize I could do that at the time because I was just young. So.
Yeah, some of the fucking straight edge shows were really violent too. Some of the straight edge shows I go to, those straight edge dudes are beating the living shit out of each other,
I love it.
And they started going to thrash shows, and then they would join us beating up the skinheads because these straight edge kids were all in shape.
Yeah.
They didn't drink or smoke, so they're all fucking yoked out, and they could run marathons and shit. So they were fucking these people up. We're like, oh, these straight edge guys are all right.
Yeah. You come with 2 beers from the bar. They're like, get that shit out of your head.
I'm gonna kill you. Put that beer down.
In Boston, we used to have the the hardcore shows, and they do pig piles, and it would be like 20, 30 high of kids just on top of each other.
Oh,
I remember the first time the Cro-Mags came to Boston, they brought all their Krishna, tribe or whatever. All the Krishnas came with them, and they'd start off with "We Gotta Know," and it'd be like the 4 count, boom, boom. And everybody they come with would be in the pit, and they'd be waving their arms around, and they'd have fucking screwdrivers like this, and they're going like this.
Yeah.
And I came home. I remember coming home,
goddamn.
and John Joseph had hit me in the face with the microphone, and Harley had hit me in the head with the top of the bass. My mother's like, "What happened to you?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't fucking know, man." I'll never forget that shit. It was fucking amazing, though. That band live was just
One of the hardcore kids. You're outside. You're like, "Excuse me, I can't start my car. Can you bring your screwdriver?"
The guy
over
that
here?"
does-
Jump start.
Age 12. That's like the best.
You know what's great about that show is a couple months later they came back to Boston, and they were late to the venue, and it was this small little club in Boston, and I remember G.G. Allen was there drinking at the bar. I kid you
Oh
not.
shit.
And like, I'm just like, "Oh, this is gonna be good." So you get all the hardcore kids there, and then Gigi's like, fucking half a bottle into it, so he gets in the middle of the pit, and they're just fucking just hitting him, and they're all just like, "He won't leave." I'm like, "You're so dumb. He's not gonna. He's a smelly nihilistic freak. Just leave him
He's like,
alone."
"Crap on me, please."
Yeah, absolutely hysterical. And then
that was a
just
perfect
seeing all
freeze
these
frame
like,
there, Tim.
what's that?
Oh, you froze for a minute, and you were, and it was like,
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, G.G. Allen, the maniac, dude.
Easy.
Like, I heard he would
yeah,
play
I
a
had
show. He would throw shit everywhere,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then afterwards, he would just put on a bathrobe and just sit at the
when I
side
was
of
backstage,
the bar, like, "How you doing?"
You didn't want to be in the front of the
I was
crowd.
walking, and I actually have a story about a time when I almost died at an incantation show. It had nothing to do with
Love this
not
kid.
Sounds like an anal count song.
but
Love this kid.
that
I love this kid.
could be an anal cunt song.
The day I almost died at an incantation show.
Yeah.
yeah,
I can remember touring with them, and they were so bummed out because we were it was one of those package stores together. I don't know why they would do this, but it was like incantation. Somebody
It was
else,
the,
somebody else.
Fucking
Devastation
relapse.
on the Nation tour. It was with Hate. Hate were awesome.
How does he?
That's what I'm saying. How
who
old
else?
is this kid?
Balthazar.
He's
I
19.
love this kid. I fucking love this kid. When do you work?
On
When do you work
incantation,
at
that's
Target?
the
I
go,
gotta
man.
come. I gotta go
I'm
buy
a
a
librarian
copy,
of metal.
I gotta hang out with you.
He's like
Andrew,
the
you're
human
a librarian
Alexa.
of metal, dude. I know.
Yeah, then you just
It was with Veil of Nath, all that kind of stuff. I can't remember the Dark Funeral was another one. Yeah, they killed, and so incantation were going on, and and everyone was and of course my mom had to drive me all the way to Boston because they were playing in New York, but I couldn't get in because it was a 21 show. And so I had to drive my poor mother. My mother had to drive me. My poor mother, my poor Christian mother had to drive me to the show. And so when incantation came on, she's Christian and all that. So everyone was, yelling "Hail Satan" and all that stuff. And they
Did she go inside?
Wait, Andrew, you took your mother to an incantation show.
And so this guy, is trying to get by, and he's a big heavy
Andrew,
guy.
did your mom
And-
your mom went inside with you?
Yes.
Is that what?
I love this
Oh
kid.
yeah.
I love this kid.
Is that your son,
and
Stan?
This guy was trying to get by, and so I thought he didn't see me, and he sat by me. But like this guy was trying to get by, and the mosh pit was going crazy. It was at the Middle East
Yeah.
in Boston, and there's no moshing policy, but these guys were moshing, and they bumped this heavy kid in to me, and I was pinned against the railing. I thought I was gonna suffocate. But there was a gap between the railing, and so I went there, and I stood by the stairs for the entire show.
And
I
your
got to
mom
meet
clotheslined
John
the big
McEntee.
guy.
He signed a poster for me. He signed a Bible for me, and I told him how much I loved incantation and all
Took
that.
out the belt.
Stay away from my son.
Yeah. She took her Bible out. Yeah, and she
Oh,
fucking beat
dude.
his ass.
Don't fuck with mom.
Hell no.
I just want to stand next to McEntee and Seth hanging out and listen to that convo.
Oh God, I'll give you.
Seth and I
it's-
used to talk every Friday night. We used to watch the Headbangers Ball when they put it back on, like I think it was like late 90s. Every Friday night we would get a bottle. I don't know what he was drinking, but I'd drink like a bottle or two of wine. And we started figuring out the MTV code. We were so proud of ourselves. Like it was like 11:58 or whatever. They would play Korn's Clown, and like it was just weird. It was just weird. We were like, we kind of knew, like, and we figured it out. We watched it so much, but that was like our Friday night thing. Me and Seth on the phone watching Headbangers Ball.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Brutal.
I'm probably going to lose my credibility, from Tim when I say this, but I do like the first Korn album. It kind of sounds prongy and all that.
You don't have to worry about credibility. It's a good
No,
album.
you lost credibility with
Seth,
everyone,
listen.
not just Tim.
Nah, first Korn album.
Seth, like
It's
me and Seth both like old Korn.
Yeah.
Seth Putnam loved it. Like we
Seth and I-
we
I
both
like
Both of them
Issues,
went-
man. Issues is my jam.
Wait,
Yeah.
Seth and I went
That's a
and
rock
saw
and roll
Korn
record.
together.
That's a new metal arena rock album to me. I think
Issues
it's
is mad at
great.
me. It's better than that album that came before when they did that bullshit with Fred Durst. I hate Limp Bizkit. Like, to me,
Yeah, I
that's
don't
like
like
the
him.
epitome of
Yeah.
like
Yeah, they're
Never. I
horrible.
know.
all of
I just
metal.
maybe
Follow
saw
it
one
later.
video or something. I
Great.
don't know. I only
I'm
know
glad
Cream
AC did a
Corn
song on that.
and Corn on the Cob.
Well,
I don't
Korn,
really know Corn.
they're from Bakersfield, but they kind of relocated to Huntington Beach of all places. So I used to run into those guys, and Dystopia was playing a lot of weird house parties. Dystopia, Phobia, Gasp, and the Korn guys would pop in every once in a while, and it was just bizarre. No one really knew who they were, but I guess they knew somebody. They would show up to the parties, and next thing you know, one of the
They're
local
fucking
radio
heavy.
stations
Those
started playing
older-
their songs.
So
they
Dystopia
blew up.
intentionally ripped off Korn.
Never heard him.
You're saying.
No, you know what's funny is that if
I always thought that.
Dystopia,
Is that an AC song?
if
Never heard
Dystopia
Korn,
had marketing
dude,
and a
to
major
be
label,
honest.
they probably would have been Korn. If you think about it, the
Gino could
lyrics,
cry
everything
like that.
about it. Yeah, me and Matt Harvey talk about that every once in a while. Like Dystopia should have literally. They're already like the Metallica of crust.
Yeah.
They are.
They should have been massive. They could be
Yeah,
a
they should.
lot more popular in the mainstream if
Yeah.
they wanted to go that route. I think Korn was showing up to those parties, and honestly, I think they were like looking at that, going, "Whoa, we should do some stuff." And some of their riffs were very
Hey,
similar.
Tom.
Yeah, they were. Yep.
Actually, I got a good AC Korn connection here. It goes in with the with Halloween. John Kozik, who used to be in AC, has a witchboard museum in Salem, Massachusetts. So like Ouija boards, and he owns one of the biggest Ouija board collections in the world. And he has this museum over there. Well, I work with him as well, and he's just like, yeah, this guy Jonathan Davies came
I'll
up
be
to
right back.
the
I'm gonna get a
museum
bunch of
the other day.
CDs.
And he's like, who's this Jonathan Davies guy? I'm like, I think he's in Korn.
Oh my god.
So he comes, you'll have like the most random people coming to the museum buying shit from him. He's like, so the guy came in, right? And I guess he came in, he had like some bouncer with him. And it's this humongous big guy. And he's like, and Jonathan was buying some like board, and the guy's like got these really wide eyes and all the mask on. He's like, you're not going to put that on the bus with us, are you? He's like, yeah. And he's like, oh shit, this stuff's freaking me. So,
Yeah,
Sick.
Jonathan's a cool guy. He pops up every once in a while. If I ever see
I want
like,
him
he
to
plays
play.
death metal, too.
I want to go.
I want
to
him
that,
to play
museum.
bagpipes on
Yeah,
on
that'd
the
be cool.
DERKETA intro.
All right, I got a bunch
If you
of
know him,
CDs.
hook me up, Mike.
He played a solo gig down here in Santa Ana. It's been a few years now, but my ex was working there at the venue, and she worked with him, and everybody loved him. Really nice guy, real down to earth dude. But yeah, he was wearing like a Cannibal Corpse long sleeve or something like that. I was like, oh, that's cool. I wasn't there, but the people
Yeah,
were
if you
telling
run
me,
him, I need someone to do bagpipes for the DERKETA intro.
he jams on the bagpipes
Let's
too.
get Jonathan.
Oh
Davis
my
on the
God,
phone.
he does.
He's really good. Yeah, he
Yeah.
played him at the solo show too, and I
Is
guess
this
he
a
had
death
his,
metal podcast? Or am I in the wrong place?
I'm ready to talk
Hey,
new metal all day.
he's pretty dark. Old Corn is dark, Roy. Yeah, I'll have to hook you
They're
up.
heavy duty. They're heavy duty. I know we're losing our points with some
Yeah.
of the diehards and some of the
No,
warm
it's all good. I like
Yeah.
rock.
Welcome.
Not losing no points with me.
No,
buddy.
the lyrics
These
are
are
pretty
from new
dark.
metal, man.
James came up in the new
New
metal
metal
scene,
ones.
man.
I know.
We
I'm
talked
not
about
into
that
that
when we were
shit.
playing up there in Oakland a few years back. James and I
Yeah,
were
I
talking
can't do
some
that.
new metal when
I
I
mean,
was all wasted.
When I was a kid, yeah, but as an adult, I can't.
Well, that's how you learn the hustle, bro.
Right,
You
my
learn the
bad.
hustle from that new metal scene, slanging
Fuck
shit out
yeah,
of the
that's what I was gonna
trunk.
say. I used to book new metal and with death metal together, but I didn't make them fight each other or anything like that. It's just unfortunately for a certain era of time in the early 2000s, you know, there was no real death metal scene, and new metal was fucking ginormous.
Yeah,
so if you
things-
wanted to play
yeah, that's-
shows, you had to play with mixed bills.
Yeah.
And so I would always try to be inclusive of
I'm
everybody
glad you
because,
said that
you know.
because that's what people. Yeah,
That's
it's
what
hard for
happened
me
with
to get
Elysium,
that through to
basically,
people
right?
because there was a time period. Yeah, that there was a time period at the end of the 90s, early 2000s where death metal wasn't popular.
Yep.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying the shows weren't happening or whatever, but it wasn't popular.
Yeah.
People were into it. Was like these, like all the old death heads like got married and they were doing, you know, family things. And then there was this other generation came up with this new metal.
Yep.
And it was weird. And then finally, you know, that's where the term old school death metal came back to play.
Yep.
Because everything started getting all mixed up and everything. And, you know,
Right.
and Don called me up one day. He was like, hey, you know, like, you know, will you do DERKETA again? I'm like, really? I don't really, you know, relate to anything that's going on right now. And he was like, no, they're calling it old school death metal, you know? So it made a comeback, but there was that weird period that, you know, people act like that never happened,
Oh, it
but
happened.
it did.
Oh yeah.
happened.
No, I
Yeah.
mean,
That was
And
the
Gas-
last big rock bands. There's been no big rock and roll bands since that. That was the last big rock generation.
when
Yeah.
Gas first started doing shows,
Unfortunately.
we were doing like the backyard scene in LA, and it was all
Sure.
death metal. So we were playing straight death metal show, but this, you know, this was like '95, so it was kind of like tech death and brutal death metal, the beginnings, you know, Deeds of Flesh and all that stuff. And so everybody hated us. Oh, there we go. Everybody hated us, and next thing you know, we start playing the Strip, and we got booked on a Coal Chamber show. Believe it or
Sick.
not, and that was bizarre.
Yeah, I
And,
bet.
System of a Down ended up opening another show that we did in South LA. That was also bizarre, you
Fuck
know.
yeah.
And but that stuff was just boiling up. And like I said, Korn started showing up to, you know, these weird Orange County dystopia parties and shit like that. And it was
Hey,
just
they
Well,
went
Korn, I mean, they were
Yeah.
they were tuned like Rotrevor tunings, you know what I mean? So like they,
oh yeah, yeah. They
Just
were
with
down
extra
heavy
strings,
stuff.
right?
And I mean, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, some of that stuff is cheesy. Not
Yeah.
Korn, but some of the other bands is awful. The awful stuff. I mean, god awful. You know, but
Yeah.
there are some riffs. You know, some of the stuff that Mudvayne and Korn and stuff were doing. I mean, those you could tell those
I
people.
never
like
heard
death
any of
metal,
these
so writing
bands,
those
dude. I
songs.
mean, I heard of them. I
There was
just
some
never
death metal
actually
riffs.
heard them, basically. Because
Exactly.
you know, if something seemed like so, like I want to say generic for me as a New Yorker, I was like, I ain't touching this, man. I ain't even gonna listen to this. ever. Like
Pretty
maybe
much
if I
all.
You know, the
stumbled
first-
across it at a show, like if I went
Yeah.
to a show and they were playing, it would be a different story. I'd be like, oh,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, they're all right, you know. But it was like, as far
the
as
first
me,
time.
I was like, I don't know what the fuck this shit
I
is.
wouldn't call like Korn's first album generic. There's a lot of interesting helmets, snapcase, and like prong-esque riffing on there that I really dig.
Mm.
I think it was
But
before.
the
Well, I
first
didn't
time
like
I
Prong
heard of
either, so-
Korn, it was
They were
but
loving
their
Peace Food before that.
it was their demo. You know, like, you know, when we would have our demo parties and stuff in Pittsburgh, like, you know, or a guy, Stump, he was like, oh, you got to check out this band Korn. And we're like, everyone's like, Korn? Like, what kind of name's that? They're like, no, Korn with a K. And we were, and we're like, I don't know. And he fucking heard them, and it was like, holy shit. Yeah. I mean, like I think they tuned to A, and so they were around like early 90s.
Yeah, they started
dance music.
Kinko jeans.
They took it and ran with it. It's well,
yeah,
or maybe some slowly ran with it. They couldn't run
it
in
like that.
dance.
It's like, listen, it's not like I'm not saying it's Merciful Fate or fucking Iron Maiden here, asshole, but the stuff was all right. Some of it was all right. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, I liked live. Great. If a band could win me over live, then I was like, it's fucking good. Like if people are going nuts and the band seems into it and it's heavy, then I'm with it, I mean,
most of that stuff's garbage. I mean, me and Roy, we both like fucking old school hardcore hip hop and stuff like that, but we're kind of purists. It's like, that's one thing, this is another.
Yeah,
I don't like to mix.
Yeah, like I said,
stuff like that.
Seth Putnam from Anal Cunt loved old Korn. I mean,
there you go.
No both of us.
One of the OGs.
No rap.
Yeah.
You should hear us.
Yeah, we didn't do those funny pants.
we would be on tour, and all we would listen to was Korn and 6 Feet Under. And I kid you not. Now there's a whole Cannibal Corpse thing with Seth, but Seth and this is a really funny story. Seth loved 6 Feet Under. He adored them. Okay, but not because they were a good band, because he thought they're the greatest comedy act he ever heard in his entire life. And we would I'd be driving the van on tour and be like, the song "Hand Me the Bone Saw" would come on, and I'd have to actually mimic handing him a bone saw. It was like ADD, and if I didn't, he'd like dead arm me while I was driving. But a couple years after Seth died, I was down in Florida, and I was at this like Anthrax show or whatever in Tampa, and who's who of metal was there, and who was there was what's his name from 6 Feet Under, Chris Barnes. And I walk up to him and I'm like, I looked like this back then. By the way, I have a tattoo of myself. Yeah, I look like that. I was about 250 with a beard down to here. And I walked up to him and I just had a denim, I had a cutoff
denim vest with no shirt on.
Yeah, no shirt. But on my chest, I have the tattoo of 2 forklifts smashing into each other. And I walk up to Chris Barnes. I'm like, "Hi, I'm Tim from Anal Cunt," and he fucking went pale white. And he's like, and I'm like, "Seth loved your band," and I kid you not, and he started to cry. He's like, "What happened to us, man? Where'd the scene go?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't know."
Wait, we got a question for Jimmy here. So, question for Jimmy: have you got more destroying tunes playing with EVULSE?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Cheers,
working
brother.
on some music. Kind of took some time off for COVID. Our drummer actually moved to Los Angeles at the beginning of COVID, so that was about 2 years of doing jack shit. But we were writing in between, and we're definitely still writing. We're planning on recording a couple of things next year. Whether it be another demo or some splits, we'll figure it out. Not like in a rush to be one of those bands that just shits out an LP every year or like an album. I'm all about quality over quantity. So
thank you.
And also, if I can get fucking Ruined to
once every 20 years,
maybe Mike and Ruin and EVULSE will do something, but those motherfuckers got to be so goddamn prolific and not be nonstop because they live in the studio. But Ruin is maybe one of my favorites American death metal bands right now. So,
hey Mike, I gotta say something about Ruin too, man. You got so many fucking releases, dude. You're starting to get a little confusing. It's like you're putting out.
David and I don't keep busy.
It's just getting a little confusing for a fan.
We got to keep
Quality
it
over
rolling.
quantity.
And some of them are called
so
the same
true.
thing.
Is that what it is?
Because
Is that why I'm confused?
Because there's this band called Incubus. Now, this is not the Incubus that we were talking about.
Oh, the
And
good
this isn't
Incubus.
Death
You're
Thrash
talking about the
Incubus either.
one
This
that
is
sounds
the
like
Incubus
311.
Mike
Yeah,
Browning.
that's great.
who was the original drummer for Morbid Angel. He also drums for Nocturnus, Lethal Prayer, I believe, and
I've heard of
Acheron
him.
he drummed
You
for,
even
too.
know Lethal Prayer. Jesus Christ.
Lethal Prayer.
Dude, I love
Yeah.
Lethal Prayer.
I love this kid. I love
I'm
this kid.
surprised.
I met
I'm
the guy
surprised
from
that some
Lethal
people don't
Prayer
call
at my
them-
gas
call them,
station
like,
in
Death
Hart
Black.
Harrison.
Bill
Like, stuff on there.
Bill
that
He
sounds
just
Below,
like
he
rolled
used
up
to-
on
straight up
me.
second wave black metal.
Yeah, the guy from Lethal
Yeah,
Prayer like
he
rolled
used to
up
be from
asking for
Pittsburgh. He's a
directions.
friend of mine.
And he's like, I got a band. He's like, you like death metal? Because I was rocking a death metal shirt. And he went back to his truck and he came out and he goes, here's my band, Lethal Prayer. I was like, oh,
He went back to
thanks.
my tree. He went back to his truck. I love that.
It was so cool.
Yeah,
it was like a
sounds
big
like
rig.
a more black metal like Acheron, and I'm surprised some people don't like call them Black Death because they straight up have some second wave black metal parts. But that Incubus
saw that,
band only has one demo, 3 songs, and it's one of the most brilliant things I've ever heard. Sadly,
Oh,
2 of
the
the members
Incubus?
passed away. But,
Yeah,
you know, Mike
Gino.
Browning's still with us, thank God.
Yeah, Gino passed away.
Mm.
And Sterling,
Mike
too.
Browning, Mike Browning's kind of weird because to me, like, he's kind of the black sheep when it comes to like drummers because he's in Morbid Angel, and he was in Morbid Angel, and then when he left or got kicked out, Pete Scandival was like joined, and everyone loves Pete Scandival, so he kind of gets thrown away.
Pete
But I think Mike
Scandival.
Browning is a fantastic drummer, just for a different reason. So that's kind of why when it comes to those two, I kind of call Mike Browning the Vinny Appice of, you know, death metal.
Vinny Appice of death metal. Fucking love this kid.
Because he's like
I shit
very
you not.
simplistic.
How do you
There's
know
no-
Vinny
I
Appice?
shit you not. Angel. I fucking
Mob
love you.
Rules is my favorite album of all time. That's how I know who Vinny Appice is. He's a very
love this
simplistic drummer when it comes to his beats, but like when he gets the fills, he can do this fills.
Everybody loves Pete Scandival.
Andrew,
Hey, Jim,
because
did
Pete
you used to
Scandival's
write
the
to Pete
crazy dude. He's the
Scandival?
crazy, you know,
No, I worked
doing
to
blast beats and all
David
the fills
Vincent.
and all that stuff. So that's why I call
My
him Phil
favorite
Lord,
is
because
this
he's
Pete.
the freestyle man.
Jim, you wrote to David Vincent when he lived in North Carolina, right?
Yeah, he would write me nice letters too, and send me always like a short list and to buy, you know, the demo and patches and stuff like that. He was really pretty cool. He's like, oh, I'm going to play New Jersey one of these days, you know, when I lived over there. So, you know, I mean, he was a tall guy too. I didn't think he was that tall. And, you know, just when we seen him at, what was that, in up in Nanuet there, what was that, World Stage they played at.
Right.
They played a good show there. And that was, what, 90 or 91?
I think it was
Something
91.
like-
Hey, Jim, I got a question for you.
Sure.
There was a like a death put out like reissues, and then they had like extra tracks on some of the things, and they had tracks from like the Dirt Club, and you said that you went to that show, right? Like 87 and the Dirt Club.
Yeah, the Dirt Club. Yeah, it was a small place. It was like maybe 20 degrees, and there were only like 50 people, like in this, you know, basement. It was almost like a basement, and it was really. I remember it cold, and I talked to Chuck, and he kind of like didn't want to talk to me. The rest of the band members, who was Mike, and who else? Mike Borders and the bassist and the drummer, Andrews, they were really cool. But Chuck had like a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Like, I'm like, oh, you were great. He's like, oh, we were okay, you know, kind of like didn't want to talk to me. But they put on a good show. I mean, that was a, you know, good place.
It was bugged out to see that like that was recorded. I was like, holy shit! I remember the Dirt Club, Bloomfield, New Jersey.
Yeah.
So it was like I used to drive by there when I was a little kid or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it was a small place, and it was cold that night, but the sound was really great for the place. They played all the songs from Scream Bloody Gore, and then a couple of new songs and from Leprosy. So it was a good club. I mean, I went there a couple of times.
Yeah, that was the most classic death era too, man, for sure.
Well, I would have liked to see Massacre when from Florida when, you know, the early days in '86. I mean, that first demo is a killer. I mean, that's like.
Do you have like the infamous live one with Cam Lee?
Yeah.
Yes.
The one, you know, where he's like, you know,
he's going on
11 and then, you know, the lick my, you know, all that stuff. Yeah.
Cam going off.
Yeah, I got that on
Massacre is
CD.
what I love to
I think I
call-
got that on CD. Those live tracks.
All right, you guys, I gotta get going. I'll try to.
sick.
Roy, you
All right,
said
Mike.
you're gonna be on for a while.
Thanks for dropping in, brother.
You're gonna be on for a while.
Yeah, we'll be
Yeah,
on.
Mike.
I got
we'll be
Damon
on.
from Australia is going to be on.
Oh,
Eventually.
the Wafta. Yeah, I gotta come back
The
and
Wafta
mess with
master.
the Wafta. That's my boy.
Mike, I love your band.
Yeah, Mike, we
Thank
love
you,
you,
thank you,
brother.
guys.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
coming
thank
on,
you,
man.
Sharon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
See,
yeah. I'll
Mike.
try to jump back in. Much love, everybody.
Yeah, you're just same link.
Yeah.
We'll see you a little bit.
All
Take it
right.
easy, brother.
See you in a bit.
Smoke them if you got them.
Very excited to see Damien come
But
on.
Jim, that the live Massacre, there was it was me, Terry, my original drummer, and Don Crotsley were in at a Ocean City Beach. You know, and we had like their boom box, and we put that live tape in, you know, not knowing, you know, what we're, you know, we just figured it would be a live show. And then there's Cam like shooting all that stuff. And I mean, this is like a public beach. We're all, you know, like when he said like lick my asshole, I mean, it was just like, oh, Jesus Christ. We're like, let's put something else on.
Well, that first demo was, you can't, you know, recreate something like that. I mean, their music it was kind of like the band Executioner from Florida, you know, before they changed the name to Obituary. I mean, they were
Obituary, yeah.
You know, but and actually I have advanced tracks of Executioner before they became Obituary, like about 7-8 tracks, and it's pretty heavy stuff. I mean, they should have kept the name, but I think the problem was with the Executioner from Boston or something, that other band that was kind of like a thrashy speed band. I mean, they were all right. The vocals, I'm not into high vocals.
Yeah,
But,
Jim
Seth
is
was in that-
Samhain
Jim,
Records. That's right.
Seth was in that band.
I do Samhain. Actually, I got a new release out right here. It's Necromancy from Connecticut, their 1986 demo.
Hold that up a little bit.
Sure.
Damn, you got a bad fucking connection.
Very
Is that a
nice.
7-inch?
Yeah.
What are they like?
Yeah.
More
that
like
picture looks awesome.
I think,
that cover.
you know what? I think I might have something here that we could play from
Did
them.
you say that they were
'cause
power metal?
Wait,
They're,
let's,
more
you got a
thrash
better
than
connection now.
Oh,
What is the cover? It looks awesome. It's all pixelated.
it's
You gotta
Love
hold
to
it a
hear
certain
more
way.
Power metal. You know, power metal is one of my favorite genres.
It
Demo
looks
86.
creepy as
huh?
hell.
Yeah,
it's,
that's a sick cover. That's the
Yeah, it's
original
creepy.
art.
yeah.
Reminds me of Necrodeath in a
And
way.
this is the back. I mean, this is
Necrodeath
the
from
back of
Italy.
it.
Necrodeath. I love Necrodeath. Fragments of Insanity. I love Necrodeath. Who
From
said
Italy.
that?
They were.
My favorite one is the demo, the Shining Pentagram. Where
This
there's,
is
like,
the-
10
the
weeks
comp
that were
tape,
being, like, used on there. That,
Roy.
that like oddly sounded
Okay.
like what second wave black metal bands would do, but was like used more creatively and arranged more interestingly to like say
Here's
something
a
like
flyer.
Burzum or something.
You know what? I got something for us. Check it out. Necromancy.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
All right, I'm going to shut that necromancer. Eric is here live. There's a show going on in Buffalo right now. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up? I'm just giving some money here.
Cool, brother. Yeah, you're running the show.
Anthropic is setting up, guys. So once they're ready.
All right. So we're gonna pop you back on when I see that's Anthropic going on, right?
Can you guys see? I don't know how to flip my camera.
Yeah, we could see you.
We can see you.
Not the band.
Turn your camera the other direction. There you go. You're good, Eric.
There we go.
That's Russ. I see Russ. So we got a show going on in Buffalo, and Eric earlier contacted me and told me there's a gig going on up there. I'll show you guys the flyer too while they're setting up their thing. He said he would.
They got a case of Fago.
What's up?
This is Brian Pattinson's band. Wow.
Yes, it is.
Peace, Brian.
Hey, say what's up to Roy from Metronomic Records.
Oh, Roy?
Yeah.
Fucking Roy! Promise, romance, brother. Fucking clown, all that shit, dude. Fuck yeah.
Love how excited he is to see you.
Fucking, oh, dude. Those shows that one baby head are fucking plastic, dude. Fuck yeah.
What's up, brother? So yeah, I wanted to make this exciting, right? For Halloween. That way we had a little bit of live music and a little bit of talk. Sorry I chopped the necromancer off, Jim. We had a song and a half there, though.
I'm curious to know, what are your pressings like, Jim, with the necromancy stuff?
Oh, I pressed about 240 copies or something. And gave 25 to the wife because the wife and this other person that helped me do a lot of the pictures and stuff. So I gave him like a portion. So I sold about 70 of them so far. So I'm doing pretty good with it. But I mean, I do only small pressings, about 300 to 400, 500 pressings of each issue I do of something.
Just so you know.
Are you pressing in America or are you doing in Europe?
No, I just press in the U.S.
Yeah. What are your turnaround times looking like now?
What was that?
What are your turnaround times looking like now?
Oh, it took me almost 8 months to press this.
Yeah. Are you using Pirates?
No, I'm using Archer.
Archer? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Archer. I used to use Bill Smith, and he kind of sold everything to United Record Pressing.
Yeah,
and
Bill
then,
Smith sold out his stuff to United.
Yeah, United, and then I dealt with United a couple of times too on a couple of releases, and they did kind of shabby work, so I rather stick with someone that does pretty good work. And Bill Smith always did good work for me, and Archer Records. I mean, they're great. I mean, but it's just a long wait now for everything, for pressing. And they only deal with like black vinyl. That's the only bad thing about it, But it's quality vinyl, though. It's quality vinyl. But I strictly deal with a lot of.
All right, here we go. All right,
stuff.
brother. Thank you, Eric. Fucking brutal. Live at a fucking show. You don't even have to leave the house.
Move it up.
Sound good? Sound check done. What's up? Anthropic? Buffalo Hardcore is alive and well as far as I can fucking see. Goddamn. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We're old. We grind. You guys ready to fucking grind? That's unleashed.
Keep it going. No one knows.
First time on podcast. You think so? Oh my God. Get the straight distance. I want to do it. I'm not going tonight. Just to get
Brutal, right?
Brutal.
Like being at a fucking show. This is the band Brian Patterson performed.
I forgot to resign. I think it's still there. It's so cold out.
I know you guys never heard of this before.
Bugged out, right? There. This is the
Show
show right here.
Is it at a church?
What?
Looks like a church.
Good shit.
I have
It's
to
just
turn
cool
my
to have
headphones down. Blow my ears out. Jim change scenery.
Sharon, you play with band, right?
Yeah. Hang on, I yeah, we played a show with them. Pittsburgh. Jim's going for the domestic home look, dude. The background.
Beautiful night.
Both of you. Like you three. The man got the fossilization flag in the back though. Circle pit. And that's Russ that played with Grotesque Infection.
Thank you. Serious, great turnout tonight. Fucking give it up to all you guys, man. Happy Halloween, everybody. Happy Halloween too.
Give it up for the Death Metal Podcast.
No projection weakness.
Straight from Death Metal Podcast, live in Buffalo. Thank you, Eric. got a message.
Hot pockets. I don't eat that crap.
We're gonna play a stupid slow down one for you. Oh, we got no problem. Lighten up, man. All you do is smash that shit. Joking, this one's outage. All our songs are really short, so don't, if you want to dance, don't blink, just get into it. That's a little better. I like it. So you come on in a little bit, man. You guys have been locked down for a year and a half. You know they want to fucking dance. Do this shit.
I might go to bed soon.
Hold on. All right, let's go. Let's bounce.
Yeah.
We're going to do a song we're planning on doing, but since Buffalo Hardcore has arrived, has anybody heard the band Integrity before in their lives?
Nope.
Let me see what you got now. Right? You guys fucking ready? You guys know what the fuck to do. This is Buffalo Hardcore, right? Yeah! Fucking Buffalo!
Oh yeah. There we
That
go.
pit is
Kid heard hardcore and he's ready.
okay. It says something on necromancy thing.
Oh. 200 Saplings and Undeath. Okay, that's why it's a hardcore show. Got it.
All right, there we go. Hold on a sec. Bring all the humans back. That's what that show was from. Yeah. Raining on your parade.
Some fucking picking up some shit.
I mean, it was cool to that dude to drop. You know, he's like, "Yo, there's a couple bands. I set up the show tonight, and if you want, I'll fucking turn the camera on." I'm like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, dude."
Yeah.
I was actually supposed to get Fenrith from Denmark, David from Undergang, to maybe
where's David?
do the same thing earlier.
Come on, David.
Yeah, I think it's that bird has flown. Unless he still messaged me, you never know.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming the show's over there. They're 6 hours ahead of us.
He might be asleep too.
Maybe.
Yeah. And it's crypt.
Sorry about that. Excuse me. I just had some waffles, so
Waffles.
it's a good dessert treat.
Must be the crevices in the waffles with the little air pockets. Serve mist.
So yeah, we just got dropped in, which was awesome.
Yeah,
fucking
very cool.
Before we were that though, we were playing that Necromancy 7-inch that Jim put out.
That
Jim,
was awesome.
what
I was gonna say that Necromancy reminded me of Slaughter Lord from
it's got
Australia.
It's got a kind of like a old school. I mean, yeah,
Very
that's
much old school
vibe.
black thrash.
Feeling some devastation action in there.
Yeah, like a mixture of different bands almost
from Texas.
Devastation, no, from Chicago, maybe.
Oh, because I know there's multiple Devastations. I know the one from Texas.
I know the one from Chicago.
Yeah,
Another one
Chicago
from
I'm
Malaysia.
talking about.
The Chicago one is really good.
The Malaysian one's
Yeah.
no good.
Malaysia.
Yeah,
Malaysian devastation.
probably.
Yeah, the necromancy reminded me of like devastation, a couple other things too, bro. It's like vocals, you know. They used to do back in like '86.
Yeah.
It just mainly reminded me of Australian thrash, you know, Slaughter Lord, Hobbs, Angel of Death, that kind of thing.
Yeah. They're pretty much were influenced by like old Slayer and Exodus and old Metallica and stuff like that. So they changed their name.
Like
I love I love all that
most
stuff.
of us had all those influences because we all progressed from that. Yeah.
Sure. Bathory was really the start of like all the black metal type of stuff.
Oh my God, yeah.
And then Hellhammer and Celtic Frost. That's what I kind of grew up with, it's
Isn't it weird? Like Bathory was essentially, it was like a one-man band.
Yeah.
It was basically Corthon. You know
Like,
what I
you
mean?
find that out like later in life, right? You're like, what the fuck, really?
Yeah, like I never at the time, like I thought, like when you open up the gatefold of Bloodfire Death, like I thought like that was like a band, but like they, as far as I know, I don't think they ever played a show, or maybe there was like a one rehearsal or something that someone claims, or
I don't think they ever played live or anything.
They
You're
played
right.
one
No,
show
it was like
supposedly, or maybe it was not even real. I don't know.
yeah, like I heard there was like
a couple of birthday parties, oddly enough.
Bathory?
Yeah, Bathory.
A couple mitzvahs.
You talking about AC or you talking about Bathory?
I'm talking about Bathory.
Corthon. He won't play a show, but I'll do a birthday party.
Yeah, we ain't playing no fucking metal fests. Where's the birthday parties?
He also did a promotional tour where he addressed the press or something.
Yeah, there was when he came to the States with his dad or something, and they did a bunch of press tours or something, but it was just him
I do have one Bathory song live, so I'm not sure if they or it said it's live, so they might have played one show. That's all I know of.
Yeah, I don't think they played.
Yeah, I think there was like
just one show or something.
I thought there was like rumors like there of one show or something that
I have a one song rehearsal. I don't know if it's a rehearsal or I don't know if it's a show. I got it from Damo from Australia, and they're playing Calls from the Grave.
he's coming on, right?
Yeah, he's got to sell some furniture or something first. I'm not sure exactly. he said it was something.
No.
The guy that directed Lord of Chaos.
Oh, really?
Madonna was the original drummer.
He also directed.
Oh yeah, that is right. That is right. He
also directed
I remember
some
that.
Prodigy music videos.
Yeah, possibly one show. I'm not sure though. Like I have it on tape though. Maybe I'll rip it and bring it to Death Metal
you have to.
Podcast,
Yeah,
you know?
you have to do that.
When like Bathory gets mentioned, I always have to mention like how much like Corthon got away with in terms of like lying.
Lying about
Lying about what?
About
wearing
what?
pants.
Never hearing about Venom. Never hearing about.
Like, where's the stage, Kane? Where's the stage?
Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Yeah, I don't know what he was lying about. I mean, lying about what?
I mean, in
bro?
interviews,
Saying he never heard Venom.
Yeah, he never heard Venom, or like he never heard of.
That could have been true back then.
Yeah,
could have been.
Yeah,
but at the same time, I kind of don't believe it with "Born for Burning," which is an amazing song. What's basically, a riff from "Don't Burn the Oath." Yeah, he denied that Boss was his father.
Really?
Yeah.
Really, I didn't know that.
Corthon was
Springsteen recorded all those albums.
Yeah.
I always knew it was his father, so I don't know why he denied it. Like it was always.
Didn't his father record?
His father had the studio.
Yeah, you're right.
Sure did.
Yeah.
I was gonna show some of my CDs here, but
Boris, hit me up on necroharmonic@gmail, and I'll send you an invite to come on.
His tongue could have always
has
been in
anyone
his cheek
here
as
heard
well.
of these guys?
I can't even see it.
There's no way to see that.
Oh.
Abominate?
Abominate.
I heard of them. They're an old band.
Deathgasm put that out.
Yep, Deathgasm. Very melodic death black. They're kind of remind me of a mixture between like if Sacramentum was like more based in trad rather than dissection. To me is what they sound like. And I love them.
Crickets.
Yeah. No one's interested in Abominate.
I think they're cool.
I'm still on the Corthon things. I don't
Yeah,
know.
me too.
Really?
I'm like,
do you want to talk more about the Corthon?
He never recorded a demo,
You're the expert.
supposedly.
No?
Like, no demo. I don't think it was any demo. It went right, like, kind of straight to the first LP.
Yeah, because his dad had the studio and all that.
Yeah.
He had the
Oh no,
hookup.
he recorded demos. There's a compilation called "Satan Is My Master." That's impressed. And it's just like a bunch of tracks he recorded.
Also
before.
on the Bathory Jubileum CDs, there is some demo tracks of some of the
That
album
too.
tracks. Yeah,
but mainly "Satan Is My Master" compilation, where there's a
but
bunch
he wasn't
of
really.
tracks.
Yeah, he didn't have too many demo things out
Yeah.
there in a way, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I don't remember like anything that him denying that Boss was his father or anything like that's like
We'll have to bring Boris on.
I don't
Maybe he knows
remember
a
that.
little more about that. But I don't
because
remember
everybody
that
knew it was his father. Like
I didn't know it was his father until years later, though. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, like a kind of into the mid '90s, maybe.
I have a bit of a question for everyone. Does anyone know anything about this band, Morpheus?
Morpheus.
From Sweden.
Oh yeah, from Sweden. I know them.
I don't know them.
I know some of those guys.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, I got
know
this
them.
with my Metalhead box thing when I was subscribed to that, and I remember it being pretty solid. But I gotta revisit them. I'm kind
Yeah,
of too
I know them.
confused. I've been kind of driven away by it because when I was looking them up on Metal Archives, I stumbled across another band by the name of Morpheus Descends.
Way better.
Yeah, I know them.
Yeah.
Which, you know, first thing I noticed is that they were from my hometown, and I'm like, oh my god, there's a death metal band from my hometown, and supposedly they're like legends. So I checked them out, and I'm
They are.
Where
I'm
are you
like,
from?
this is
New
amazing.
York.
This is like everything I love about death metal. It almost reminds me of way more like angular Baphomet in a way.
Who Morpheus Descends?
Yeah.
Angular
I
back.
know Morpheus Descends. I got a little
I've
history
never
with
put
Morpheus
When I
that
Descends.
much.
when I say
Yeah, I've
angular,
never heard
Lot.
of
like
a band
they
called
have.
Angular, but
Angular.
When I say,
I
guess
know
that's
Morpheus
too much
Descends.
of a
Angular
I was at
Baphomet
one of the
from now on.
first Morpheus shows that, like when
Yeah, they were called
there's-
Morpheus before, but they added the Descends later on.
Yeah, because
But what I mean by
Jeff-
angular is
Jeff
like they're kind
Raymer-
of more tentacle in a way.
yeah, Jeff Raymer, not related to Will Raymer. He was the singer from Morpheus and Morpheus Descends, and then Sam is the drummer for Mortician. Is the same guy from Morpheus Descends. So you got double rock star in your town, or I'm assuming you live by Middletown somewhere.
I live in there. I live in
You live
Middletown.
in Middletown?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I used to go see Morpheus, and then I remember when they changed their name to Morpheus.
Robert used to
Descends.
live here too, Robert Yench, but he moved all the way to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Mausoleum, right?
from Mausoleum. Yep,
For Mausoleum.
that's right.
Mausoleum's
See,
okay.
I can hang
never
with
got
the
too much
kid.
into them, but you know, what I
Yeah.
really need is for Morpheus Descends to do a show near here.
Yeah, they have. I was at Sam's rehearsal space garage thing, and they have 2 full albums of stuff recorded, and it's not fully mixed or maybe not
That's
fully
amazing.
finished or whatever. But yeah, they have 2 additional full albums. Of
The
stuff
closest
that they
I ever
recorded.
got to seeing Morpheus Descends live was in a dream.
I'm
And they were
sure.
about to go on.
You're a little
And then I
young,
woke up
so
and
I
I'm
kind of
like,
get that.
shit, I wish it was real.
I've seen Morpheus Descends live though.
I toured
Hey
with them.
Roy, who was the band that had like was it Ted Wisniewski?
Andrew
And,
is schooling you from Tom. Yeah.
who was
I'm schooling you about everything.
the I think his name was
Do you know
Ted
your friends?
Wisniewski or something.
Newski? Last name?
Wisniewski with the Wieniewski or something.
Wisniewski?
Yeah.
The name sounds familiar. Are you asking
Yeah.
about are they a
Just
New
getting
York
some apple
band?
juice.
There was, I think his brother was in a band or something. I remember, like, I used to talk with Ted. Ted was the one when Ex Mortis played the
Ted
Electric
Hartz?
Banana.
Ted Hartz?
With Ted. Wait, you're talking about Ex Mortis, right?
Yeah, Ted Hartz.
Yeah,
That
Ted
guy?
Hartz. Yeah, they played the Electric Banana, but I think it was Ted Wisniewski or whatever. Something he introduced them and called the banana the shithole or something, and then Johnny Banana was like, "Get the fuck out!" He had like a gun waving and all that.
Wait.
Don't
Tim has a story about this.
Don't
Tim,
fucking ever fuck with Johnny Banana.
talk
Yeah,
to
I know,
us
like,
about,
it's-
talk to us about the Electric Banana.
Who, me? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about Johnny Banana is there's a great story about like him like pulling a like shotgun out on the circle jerks because like what's his name? The singer was like demanded more money. But if you listen to the 88 song EP by AC, the introduction of the record is Johnny Banana talking about how we are his favorite band. Because we played some show and he was like, we just did our usual thing, and Johnny comes out and he's like, "You guys," and Seth was like, "We're gonna die," are the fucking greatest band I ever saw. And he like immediately got us hotel rooms and made us stay in Pittsburgh for another 2 days so we could play another hardcore show. And then we just got him to introduce us, and he just loved us. And I think the guy is hysterical. He's absolutely hysterical. I wonder if is he still alive, Sharon?
Yeah, he's so alive. They turned the banana into an Italian restaurant. Judy is an amazing cook, and it's called Zorro's, which is their last name.
Yeah.
And they actually built the restaurant around the banana walls. So the original Electric Banana walls, the black walls with all the flyers and stickers, is still underneath the restaurant walls.
If I ever go there, I hope no one pulls a gun on me.
That's sick.
They shouldn't.
They did that AC intro. That's sick.
They're expensive. I mean, when Veg was in town a couple years ago, we went there, and it's like meals. Like, I don't know. I think we spent it was definitely over $100.
Mark Mastro told me that Electric Banana was on stilts or some shit.
Yeah, the back. Yeah, we used to get kind of nervous. Yeah, it was like off of a cliff, and then the back was just like these two like stilts, and that's where the stage was. So, you know,
crazy.
It stood the test of time. Never fell.
Yeah, Rochefort didn't knock it down. I don't think anything will knock it down.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I think Bolt Thrower played there even.
Classic
Bolt
fucking
Thrower I was about to ask a question about Bolt Thrower when we were talking about the fights and all that. I heard someone got stabbed at that G. Willikers show. You know, the Bolt Thrower
I was
show
at that
with,
show.
Chris.
Yeah,
I was at that show. Fucking there was this like Nazi gang. They were called the AC Skins. They're from Atlantic City, and basically there was a colored guy at the show, and they fucking attacked him. And then I don't know if he's the guy that got stabbed, but there was a bunch of shit going on. There was like a guy, some other friend that he has like a prosthetic arm, and I remember he was fighting these guys, and they like fucked with him, his arm or some shit.
And then I heard it like ended with the singer Carl like swinging a baseball bat with at one of the AC Skins, and he basically like split his head open.
I'm not sure what I mean. It was like a fucking melee.
Allegedly.
So like in a weird way, in a weird way, you don't see everything that goes on because somebody from Bolt Thrower also said that one of the members of Agoraphobia was on PCP, or something, which was fucking bullshit, basically.
Oh no! It was immolation. They said I know the show you're talking about now.
Immolation was on PCP.
Yeah, they said
that's like immolation. They didn't even fucking drink, dude.
No, yeah, that's why I was like, is part of this like, is he halfway being funny through the story or something? Because like, yeah, immolation PCP just didn't add up.
Yeah, that's all. I remember immolation came to party with me the first time, and we tried to give them beer, and nobody took one except Neil Boback. And we were like, you're the cool dude. You drank with us, bro. What's up? So yeah, somebody was commenting on Morpheus. There he is, the guy that's commenting on him. Boris.
Yeah. Hey.
What's up, Boris?
How's it going? Living, LEVUS.
Boris,
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Boris, are you? Have you come to crush my dreams of Corthon?
Listen,
wait. Let me introduce Boris first. Boris was a singer for a New Jersey band, ABAZAGORATH. And in my opinion,
I know BASCOVSKY. I have your shirt.
In my opinion,
I have a shirt of them too.
CDs.
You got BASCOVSKY was probably the most destructive with Boris. You know, no offense, Chris, if you see this later.
It was Daryl.
Much appreciated. Right? That's right, Daryl, Dave.
Yeah.
Daryl now is running Funebrarum. Dave is now in the Vulcan. And I was actually a sound guy at Connections, and when you guys played Connections, Visium, I was the sound guy.
Awesome.
For Visium.
It was crushing, yeah.
Yeah. It was very heavy.
I remember that on Connections, there was this, beside the stage that I was on, there was a hole, and the carpeting just went over the hole. And I know about this. So I like went to, like, I almost like fell because I was like walking and I was like, you know, like quicksand. You know what I'm talking about?
It was an interesting place. It's a Mexican restaurant now. And so my buddy brought me over there as a surprise, and they actually let me. They're like, this guy used to work sound there. Like we had a lot of people that played shows here, but nobody who actually worked as a sound guy. And they let me go downstairs into that basement. They let me come in and check everything out. Yeah. That was a fun place. It was good time.
Great place.
Yeah, that was a fun show.
When you guys were talking about Jim and Nunslaughter, I remember when Nunslaughter brought those rats. Because, you know, that's what we do. And they threw rats everywhere.
And it hit that girl.
And the owners and the bartenders went absolutely ballistic. And they were like, yeah, you guys, you brought all your friends and look what happened. And then a week later, a week or two later, there's this pungent stench all over the place. And they're like, it's those guys with the rats. I told you. And so I was like, hey, listen, you know, the fuck, you know. Eventually turned out it wasn't a rat. It was a possum that died under the stage. But the stigma remained, right? You know. Well, we used to do a Thursday night blasphemies, but you know, when we actually would have like a regular night when we would spin music and Roy would come in. I would
DJ for a while. Yeah, I would DJ shows there. That was great.
Roy actually did a lot of filming there, and he did the sound there. You know, so you know,
sound. I did. I mostly did the Hartley's thing though. That was my PA.
And actually, I was gonna say the one time when the ABAZAGORATH actually got paid was when we played Hartley's.
One time.
Because you know.
I know, guys.
Care of it. And that was my very first show with them, and that was Hartley's, which is, you know, Hartley's is no joke. It's a brutal place. So if you can play Hartley's and it works out with that whole crew, that whole crew from Kearney, then you're legit, right? Actually, another band that I played at Hartley's was Blood Throne. Remember Troy? I was helping them out. Yeah, so that was my.
You played with those guys too?
Yeah, I played guitar. Remember, for a while. Gabe was in the band at the time. Yeah, so that was before Troy moved out to Chicago. Yeah, he's in Chicago now.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a million years.
I saw him in Norway, out of all places. The last time when I was for Beyond the Gates, and he was just there. I was like, all right, you know. Just hanging out.
Title is a small world, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. You know? I went out to Chicago for a different show to see Siri Thong, obviously. And so he was there and we were hanging out for a little bit.
Where you live now, Boris? I didn't even ask.
Wallington, New Jersey.
Wallington? You're still in Wallington.
I'm the only Russian that's surrounded by Poles. It's all Polish people here, man. And you know, like, I was born in USSR, so I do have a Soviet flag. And if I was to hang it out there, it would be like death warrant immediately, right? You know, those Poles, they don't take kindly to that. You know, he'll be like hanging out a Nazi flag in Jerusalem would not be a good idea, not at all.
Yeah. So come crush our dreams about Bathory.
Listen, it crushed my dreams. I know a lot, unfortunately.
Why do you know these things too? I would love to know.
Well, first of all,
these aren't reading on forums, are they?
No, not at all. None of that. This is pre-forums.
I didn't think Boris was on the internet until like 2 weeks ago.
I barely am. You know, my presence is it's almost a figment of imagination.
Yeah, your footprint is very small on the internet.
Yeah, I don't do Facebook, none of that. I help out a friend, a band that was like I was a really big fan of. Then they ended up getting back together. I'll help them out. I'll go see them. A band called Siritongo from California. And Kiritongal actually is the right way of saying it, but the band's saying it wrong, so fuck it, you know? It's like Celtic Frost is the right way of saying it, but they're saying it's Celtic, so I'm not gonna be a hard ass about it. The Corfin story,
it's Celtic, and people would get mad at me.
Yeah, but Celts didn't have the C, right? You know, yeah. I'm not like being a hard ass and a pain in the ass. It's like,
but we're Americans. So
yeah.
we call
now
it
when
Celtic,
people say Celtic Frost, we go Celtic.
I don't correct people. I'm not about that. You know what I mean? I'm not here to be like excuse me, but let me be a pain in the ass. No, I don't Boston Celtics. That's fine, but you know, yeah. The thing is, the Celts, right? They just didn't have a letter C. They didn't. The Romans brought it to English. Doesn't matter. None of the shit's important anyway. Corfin thing. Huge growing up, right? Listen to Corfin, Scandinavian Metal Assault. I think was the first time I heard it, and that's as close as Bathory got to demos, right? When they did those 2 tracks for the Scandinavian. That's how they started, right? And so the shit is this: his dad, Börje Forsberg, he was an exec for I believe it was EMI and a capital of Scandinavia, and then he started his own label, Typhon. They were going to do a compilation. And so Bathory was the best band on that album, right? And the thing is that Corfin, the entire time, never admitted the fact that that was his dad. And whenever they would ask him that, he would straight up deny it. It was like, you know, like a habitual thing. And any interview you read, and we actually did an interview. I used to write for a fanzine, and we did an interview that, but we never published it. But I have it on tape. Actually, somewhere.
I think I'm okay with that lie. He probably didn't want to think that he had special attention or something.
This is the 90s, and he never. No. It's and we straight up asked him. I was like, you gotta ask him. And my friend was a big wimp. He didn't want to do it, and I was like, call him out. I'm like, you know, like ask him. He was like, so, is it really true that Boss is actually your father? And he goes, no, it's not. He goes like, and anyway, how would that work out? Well, he's that age and I'm that age. It's just rumors. It's lies. And so he literally said that outright. No, it's not my dad. And it's not the first time it happened. I just wanted to have it, you know, like on my watch, straight up, just ask him. And that's what he did. There's a lot of stuff he talked about. I think Andrew mentioned that he never heard Slayer. And then there'll be another interview that he's talking about Slayer and he's talking about Venom. It was like a constant thing, and I was really into Bathory. Yeah. So I
don't think he lied too much about hearing Slayer as much as he did about Venom and Manowar, because with something like Golden Walls of Heaven, I don't think he would get away with a lie that big.
I don't know. I still think it's kind of possible back then because they were early. You know,
then later you would be reading other interviews.
Was one of the biggest bands at that time. He was like writing that album, so it was kind of impossible.
He knew what was happening because later on you'd be reading other interviews and he would slip and say something like he would forget. And I read everything. You know, I'm you know, for me this was a big deal. You know, so I'd be reading it and like it would be an interview in Kerrang, right back in the day. And then in Metal Forces, he says something different. So, it was a lot of that shit going on with him, unfortunately. It sucks because the music's great. The band was great, right? You know, no matter what style he would pick, except when he went solo, and that was not really that solo album. But it was always
I'm not
legit.
even familiar with them past.
Oh my God, the
I
solo
heard Blood,
album.
Fire, Death.
Yeah, that
but
fucking album was
wasn't really
bad.
feeling that one.
Andrew, you tell him, what was that first song
I know there were
called?
people
Remember?
that love Blood, Fire, Death. So no
Blood,
offense to
Fire,
anybody
Death
that
is a
loved it.
masterpiece.
Blood, Fire, Death
Yeah,
is
no
the
offense.
quintessential battery.
It's
Then
a
he
masterpiece.
threw it all away for Hammerheart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I
about
like.
the
I
quintessential. I'm more
thought
of
Hammerheart was
the
great. It was
more
different.
of the third album.
Hey guys, you
fan.
want to hear a joke?
Okay.
Hammerheart, more like hammer fart.
Nah. I'm not with you on that. Sorry, man. It was pretty heavy. It was pretty like all that shit about epic Viking metal coming out. That's Hammerheart straight up. Blood, Fire, Death had parts of it, but it was half and half, right? It had the epic part and it had the brutal part. That's what it was. But Hammerheart was straight
When he turns
Nah,
his
but-
camera around, then maybe we'll get him.
I think the best one for me is The Return.
Yeah,
To
that's
me,
the best
it's
one.
like fucking sickest,
That's-
dirtiest, just
Yeah.
Born for Burning is like the sickest rip ever.
Yeah, I consider, you know,
Who here knows who we are? Who here does not know who we are? Yeah, fuck those people.
I had to ask. But I figured it was them.
Seriously, but those who don't know, we're 207.
Oh, there you go. It's them.
Yeah. They're touring across the US now, so. They're probably starting to play out on the floor right there, right? The guy in the track jumping, I think. Metal.
Yes! Yes! All roads lead to Boy Bye.
I can't
Fuck it off, you know.
Sounds like a bunch of static. But looks like they're having a good time.
Oh yeah, there we go. Ripping solo.
Got cut off.
Uh-oh.
What was that? 200 stab wounds?
Yeah.
Like
That's a lot of stab wounds.
Yeah, it's fucking that's a shitty day.
Euronymous is like, I didn't get it so bad. 38 is not so bad. 200, that's bad.
It was
Damn.
pretty crazy though.
Yeah.
It's brutal to feel like I'm at a show when I'm not at a show, basically.
Yeah.
It's all right. A couple more years, it will go back to normal.
Couple more years.
Yeah, it's been a little while for me.
Be
Actually,
patient.
Boris, I gave up on shows about 10 years ago, bro.
Yeah, I noticed. I don't see you anymore.
I know.
You far. Yeah. You're.
It
Hey,
had
listen.
nothing to do with being far, because when I first moved here,
Nah, I know.
would, still go to shows. It had to do with going to that Martyrdom show. That was like it was the Maryland
I know.
Death Fest with Electric Wizard. That one. I remember. I think Sharon was there.
Yeah.
And then after that, they had the Martyrdom Festival.
Was that in St. Vitus?
I
Brooklyn?
believe so. I don't know.
Vinny used to
No,
do
it was in a
Martyrdom.
bigger place.
Okay.
So it was like Dead Congregation, Evoking. It was a pretty cool show.
Mm-hmm.
And Black Witchery. I remember I was at the fucking show and I was like, I wasn't watching any of the fucking bands.
Do you hear some lady talking?
It's maybe that kid's mom.
Yeah, I heard her. I heard
His
something.
mom's pissed at him.
What?
Hey,
See, it was his mom.
while we were waiting, I just picked up a
Sorry.
magazine.
Oh, nice.
That's old
It's
pitch.
Kick-Ass. Remember Kick-Ass from New York?
Yeah.
85. So this is a random Corthon interview in which he talks about how he hates Venom and Slayer. He's like, I heard the first Slayer album and I think it's shit, right? And he goes like, so I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's just going back to what we were talking about before. First one I picked off the shelf, and there he is. It's 85, and he's talking about how. Let's just go. He goes, I'm not a fan of Venom at all, though. I love Black Metal album. He just said, like, other interviews you never heard him. So, I mean, that's it.
Maybe it's a language barrier.
Nah. Dude, if you read it, he was that kind of guy.
But you said he didn't like Venom, but he liked black metal.
But then he would say he never heard Venom when he was, you know what I'm saying, during this time. He was just that kind of guy. Not that it doesn't take away from Bathory as an artist.
No, I get it. I mean,
not at all. But he was
maybe he was a douche.
Nah, he was a real bullshitter. Real bullshitter. Absolutely, yeah. You know, like sometimes people just talk shit.
There's a lot of people in the scene that are total douchebags. You know,
and there's one of them. You know, the guy that we all admire.
I mean, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, it's true.
This is like Hollywood Squares.
I know.
Everyone's pointing at Tim.
I'm the fucking douchebag.
Wait, why are you pointing at me?
It happens sometimes. The people you
like
really.
That's the way it looked. That's the way it looked.
If they don't hate you, they don't love you. You know what I mean? So it's like, fucking hate me. Then I know I did something. You know.
You could be lukewarm.
I mean, I wanted to be. I wanted to be impressed. I wanted to. I really looked up to Corthon, and then all this shit happening, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like,
I mean, sometimes when you meet your idols, basically, you lose, like, you know what I mean? You fucking lose.
Yeah.
I stopped wanting to meet people. Yeah, I stopped wanting to. I mean, when I met Morbid Angel, I can't say anything. I can't say anything bad about like Altars of Madness. I mean, that is definitely going to be on like my deathbed playlist. You know what I mean? Like, but this was years ago. Like when they were touring that, meeting not all the members, but a couple of the members just kind of douchey, and it's but it's a.
I heard some horror. Nah, not at all. I heard some horror stories about people meeting people that were like really condescending and rock starish, and it's just
exactly.
I mean, I was very fortunate.
Back then, it was like we were all like in this underground thing. Before, like now, people like they see it all combined. It wasn't all combined. When it's all underground, and it was the bands that they got on a tour bus and they got, a tour, and my God, like some of them got the attitudes that they were better than everybody else. It just, I don't know. But then you meet them years later, and now everyone's humbling back because, they didn't get as famous.
Because the money is gone.
Exactly. Like everything kind of like
they're
got
not
to
on
a point,
they're not on
and they,
coke anymore, and the money's gone.
yeah, and they, you know, they missed, you know, being loved, even though like back then, like people like would worship them and they would be like, oh, fuck you, you know, whatever, they would get away from me or whatever. Now they're all like, oh yeah, those days are so cool, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
You know, so everyone's like backpedaling and it's just weird.
Sharon, I know you were friends with Evil Chuck, and I hear a lot of people saying bullshit about him too. So,
Yeah,
like,
that
bother
bothers.
you?
There's a lot of
Yeah.
things that bother me. I thought Chuck was really cool. I think with him, it's the same as like what like John from Incantation has dealt with. It's the same as what I have dealt with. You know, when you have a vision like of going on, you know, with writing songs and everything, and when the rest of the band doesn't, you know, see it that way, then, you know, then you're the one that's the assholes. You know what I mean? So he always was like looked at like he was arrogant or asshole. He wasn't. He was to me, he was laid back and just he was always really nice, polite, and he wasn't an asshole at all. But
I didn't know him. I went to his shows. You know what I mean? Fan, just like sick.
I mean, it was like
thanks.
he would get overwhelmed when the fans were always in his face, and a lot of the demos that I have were given to me by the Death guys because they would go on tour and people would be like, throwing like demos at them, and they were like, I don't know, you know, I mean, they weren't really listening to death metal, you know, they were listening to like Aerosmith and stuff, you know, when they were on the tour, you know,
Sortilege,
and
right?
you know, yeah, it's like, so, but they weren't being like assholes, you know. But the thing that bothers me is I know a lot of band members that have worked with Chuck, you know, they didn't get along because they weren't seeing eye to eye or whatever. They thought like Chuck was throwing like hissy fits to get his way or whatever. And I don't know. I just think that Chuck, you know, was talented and he had, you know, a vision, and people didn't either respect it or see it because they were stuck in their own little ego going on. Because people are like saying that Chuck had the ego, but then you look at these other people that, you know what I mean? Everyone's got a little bit of an ego happening, but I think Chuck was a sincere person. I mean, every time I met him, he was hilarious. He was fun. He was, you know, he would get annoyed, you know, of people like one thing that he would say is, this is like, you know, before, you know, people could get health insurance, he was worried about singing and people hitting into the microphone. And you know, and he was very nervous about getting his teeth knocked out during shows, and then he, you know, what's he gonna do? That, you know, be toothless and, you know, no money
a
for
lot
a
of their
dentist.
live shows. I remember he would
What's
say
that?
in between. It was in a lot of their live soundboards. He would say, and
Oh, he would say it.
He would say like, "Yeah, watch out. You know, the mic's gonna knock my teeth out or whatever." You know.
Yeah,
No,
that used to.
It was something like, "I value my teeth" or something. He would say.
Yeah, that would really get him worried.
You know, everybody is their own fucking person too. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
So like,
exactly. Everybody has their something.
Even somebody was talking about death earlier or whatever they said. It doesn't matter. Basically, they said that like he got off stage and they were like, "Oh, sick show," you know, and he was like, "Yeah, well, you know." So like maybe he just felt he didn't play to capacity that night or something. You never know. Or maybe he felt his band didn't play to capacity that night. You know what I mean? So
and
like,
that would be Chuck, to be honest, just to blurt it out that he wasn't
being fucking,
you know,
honest and not being, you know, fake, basically, and being like, "Oh yeah, thanks," you know, when he inside felt like, yeah, you know, we're better than this, you know, like we could play better than this, like we're, you know, but you know, there is a lot of stories, obviously, that the guy had, you know, his own thing going on, an attitude or something, you know, like, I'm not downplaying that. I'm just saying, like, there's just a lot of stories. And then there's also the people that heard the stories carrying the fucking stories on. Like, oh, yeah, Chuck. And it's like, were you at a fucking death show? No. You know? So, like, how can you really say if Chuck had a fucking attitude if you were never even around the guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there were things, yeah. I don't know. I know that they kind of it's hard, you know, when you get, you know, 4 or how many people was in your band all on the same page for every moment, like every step of the way, and you know,
I'm sure you got a lot of band guys right around you right here. You know, Tim was in a smaller band, but you know, I mean, not a smaller band in that way, but you know what I mean, 3-piece usually. Yeah. But you know, like 4 people in a band, 5 people in a band, it can get fucking a little. You know, you can end up just one guy is going one direction, and then
and plus, Chuck was basically the mastermind of this thing. Intense creative people can also be very, susceptible to stress. And Quorthon, I think, is that case. You know, I'm not like talking shit about. He lied through his teeth, but he was a very creative guy. You know, now think about it. Think about it. You and your dad start this thing, right? That's what happens. Your dad basically gets your career. Yeah, you're gonna probably hide the fact that because. What's the other side of it? Oh, your daddy bought you a job, right? He got you a job.
That's why I think he may have said that that's not my dad. You know, like you know.
Yeah, but people that have so much creative vision can be perceived as difficult to deal with, and different circumstances are different. Ronnie James Dio, right? And his reputation for being very, very warm with fans is known to everybody. I met him a bunch of times. Nothing but a gentleman. But I heard from people that worked with him, that he was just like this guy would throw tantrums. He was really hard to deal with because different circumstances, because he had the vision, like you were saying before, Sharon. Yeah, because
I got it too. I mean, you can ask like Jimmy Dofka. Whenever in recording studio, he and I. You know, we disagreed on the drum sound for the album, you know, and I'm just as hard-headed as anybody else, but as you know, it was the vision of the songs that I wrote. Right. And I run into that with my band members because I'm hearing a song in my head, and what I'm trying to do is duplicate it on, you know, guitar. And then when someone comes in, like, oh, no, like, why don't we change that to that? I'm like, well, no, that's not like how I'm hearing it. Like, let's play this out this way. And then you're looked at like, you know. It's
sometimes hard for a band to be a band. You know
hey,
what I mean?
why do you think I'm not in ABAZAGORATH anymore? I mean, it's exactly the same story. You know?
It's very awkward. Like with the band I got now, like I basically told them, like, look, like, this is my thing. Everyone knows it's my thing. You know, let me get these things like this is my one release for life. I mean, I don't do anything else like besides work and everything else, you know, but I mean, as far as fun stuff, this is what I do. Let me do it, you know, and then, you know, enhance, you know, what I'm coming up with. And then everyone, you know, what's the problem? And I think, you know, there's a lot of people. I know John from Incantation got slack, you know, over him saying like, no, this is the direction of, you know, Incantation, and other people didn't like that. So then he was getting, you know, saying that he was hard to work with or whatever. And everyone knows John, you know, he's not like that. You know, it's just hard getting everybody on the same page. Some bands are lucky and they don't ever run into that problem or whatever. But I kind of think with Chuck definitely was moving directions. I mean, he wasn't staying like with the leprosy scream bloody.
And also,
the fans, he was wanting to.
The fans weren't staying with him either. Like the fans were like, you know, like he was going to play Leprosy, and everybody was like, "Scream Bloody, go hard," you know. And then by the time
But
he was
leprosy's
playing
better than
like
Scream Bloody
spiritual
Gore.
healing, everybody was like,
That's
"Scream
what you
Bloody
think. I don't
Gore."
agree with you.
Yeah, I'm just saying though.
Scream
Like,
Bloody
as
Gore
time
for
went
me.
on-
Yeah.
As time went on, like I went
Sounds
to a
of
demo
perseverance.
show and everybody was
Leprosy
yelling
Man.
out fucking songs from the demo, not even Scream Bloody Gore. You know?
I actually like
remember
the demos
fucking-
better than Scream Bloody Gore.
Last
Would
time
you
I
be pissed
saw it,
off if you went to a show and like you dropped your old set and like you went there and you went to play your new songs and everybody was like, "Play all the old songs, fuck you, we don't want to hear anything but
Play
the
the
old
demo.
songs."
well, the
Yeah,
last time I saw him, it was Coney Island High, and I think he played with fucking Hammerfall out of all bands, and it was a completely different style. And when he played the old song, you could kind of see in his face, he was like, I don't want to do this. But he had to kind of, you know what I mean? He was in a completely different place with that Sound of Perseverance thing.
Love that.
It's totally different, you know what I mean? But hey,
Yeah, like I think some of it, I think some like artists, you know, I think it's hard for any of us to look at ourselves as an artist because we're just like, you know, we still see each other as like 15-year-old kids, you know, trying to come up with something heavy or whatever. But then eventually, you know, you start getting into like what you're doing and wanting, I mean, just taking it more seriously. And I think with Chuck, he just, you know, wanted to take it further and further and further and see how we could go. But, you know, finding the band members that go along the way with them. And a lot of the band members that he got, you know, they already had their established, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's not like they were nobodies. So they already had their visions going. So I think that's where the clash went. But Chuck, like as a person, he wasn't an asshole, you know. I mean, I could see, I saw like a few of his like tantrums, you know, over like minor things, but it was more just kind of just you know, frustrated stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, we have those.
you know, like
all
I
the
said,
time.
like you know, like about the microphone hitting his mouth the one time, you know, and like not like he threw a tantrum, but like, you know, like he went on and on and on about it, you know, and
it must have fucked him up. That's why. So he's like, I don't want that to ever fucking happen.
What happened with him and
Tim? Tim got hit with a
I don't want that to happen to me.
Tim probably been hit with a bass drum.
Yeah.
He's been hit with a couple things.
Yeah.
A rock in the head.
Amplifiers.
More than a rock.
Fucking bass drums. The flying fucking
Microphone, or was that Josh?
No, that was John. That was John, right? That got hit with the microphone?
Yeah.
That fucking thing was dangerous.
I definitely don't want to talk over Sharon or anyone that has any experience with Chuck personally, but what I can say as a huge fan of Chuck's and just from playing in bands is some people don't understand what it is to be in a band. And I think one of the most underrated things is just having somebody that wants to go along for the ride. You don't have to be the sole like member. Like if there's somebody with a vision in the band, just go along with them. Do what they want.
Exactly.
That's
I
what
agree.
you should be doing. You shouldn't be trying to fight with them and try to have this ego. That's kind of like bullshit. And that's why you can see so many different lineup changes, because it was always his band. So people need to just go along with that. And some people just get upset and feel like, oh, well, I'm super important and critical. Well, where's your band in comparison? You know, what the fuck did you do? Like your stuff, yeah, some people like it, but where are you in the legacy of time? You know,
to me,
as long as the bands are on an
and
equal, also the band members are, if they're on an equal playing field. So like if you have Chuck who wants to do his thing and he's got like Terry Butler with him, hypothetically, you know what I mean? Like Terry Butler might want to start Massacre again. So it's like, Chuck, are you going to join my band? You know what I mean? So it can get a little twisted if, say, Chuck is like, no, you know? Like, well, fuck you. I ain't going to be in your band.
Chuck also, I remember him talking about he didn't like people like riding his coattails, kind of a thing.
Fuck yeah.
You know, and so I can see if things.
Well, if he did all the work,
you know,
that would make sense.
I mean, he worked with some really talented people, you know, but yeah, I've heard from, you know, the grapevine as well, like that he was difficult or whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, he may have been difficult as far as the way he wanted the songs to go, but as far as like him as a human being, he was a lovely human being.
He had a vision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, he really was a nice guy.
He sounds a lot like somebody I used to know. There's a band called Iced Earth, and the guitar player John Schaefer was the guy I know from a long time, maybe like the second
Are you
album.
talking about
him getting canceled?
Yeah, we
Are you talking about the Capitol raid?
Part of the reason why we kind of ended our friendship was a little bit based on what ended up happening years later. We stopped getting along because he was getting into this, and I don't want to get into the politics, but he was waving a flag way too much, and I'm the nihilist. No, Donnie, these are nihilists, right? It's like, I'm from Soviet Union, man. You don't wave any flags at me. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Yeah. So one night I got drunk in Hennessy and told him what I thought. And he was like, oh, fuck you. And I'm like, fuck you too. But he was that kind of guy. He ran that band, and people come, people go. And just like with Chuck, eventually at a certain point, the band is now, it's not just random guys. These are professional musicians coming in, you know? Like, and that's what happened with Death in a way. And John was running it as like his own ship. It's my way or the highway, Mr. Pink. What's it gonna be, you know? And that's how it went. And people, oh, he's so difficult to deal with. And I'm like, I know him, and I could see how it could be. You know what I mean? Definitely, as Chuck would say, definitely, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys notice he used to say that? I don't know if you noticed, but every interview I say, Chuck always says definitely, a lot, definitely. I'm just saying.
Chuck, you mean Chuck from Death?
Yeah, definitely. So
to me, he sounded like a Valley girl. He sounded
a little
like
bit, right?
Like a surfer, like a surfer dude or something. That's what's funny is, you know, he would like, God, you know, like when he he just sounded like a
Who's like the douchiest person you guys ever met from a band?
That's a good question, Boris.
It's easy for me because I'm at Manowar. It's the douchiest people I've ever met, easily. Yeah, God.
I would give it to.
I've met people.
I got one. Yeah, Wolves in the Throne Room.
It sounds, dude. Even from the name of the band, sounds like a douches.
Yeah.
They thought the rock stars.
I've only met people in spurts. You know, the people that are like that I would think they're douchebags. I only met them like in tiny spurts, and I could tell like there's not a good vibe going. So I would just kind of like get out of the way. So I don't know. I can't really say they were like douchebags, but
I think
like,
I have
like
one.
Forever douchebags, but there was like a douchebag moment.
You said Morbid Angel, and it had to be David Vincent, probably, right?
Back in
come on, not 30 days.
Whenever I hear the name David Vincent, I can't help but to think of that one story where he talked naked to King Fally.
Yeah, that's a good story.
But that's
the
King
time
Fally.
era
That's
when
like
they were weird.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, King Fally's the nicest dude.
Yeah, when people say, you know, it's nice to meet somebody. I think King and I met somewhere at Coney Island High. He came up to me, he's like, oh, this is an Angel Witch shirt. This is great. You listen to Angel Witch. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I play in a band called Disease. I'm like, I heard of you. And then that was that, man. He was like, nicest guy to meet.
I have one, and this was over online, and I forgot who it was, but he played in the grindcore band, I think. And the funniest thing is that
online doesn't count, dude. Sorry.
I mean, it's a funny story to tell.
Real life only, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think Boris. Said real life or whatever.
Dude, that Manowar thing was the worst thing I've ever seen. I had a buddy of mine, also from Soviet Union.
Studio One?
Nah, it was when they came back. They did the wetlands and all of that. And we all came to see them. And I actually made a fucking like a sign, which he wouldn't let me hold because it would cover his cherry chests. You know, I was like, "Fuck you!" And he took it.
Made a sign, dude.
Yeah. I made signs for everybody. I made Forbidden when Forbidden and Testament played at the Limelight. I made like Forbidden Evil. They loved it. They were like, "Oh, this is awesome." But
you know what? I know there was a big Manowar fan here, and he might be a little mad. And here's a photo of him singing a Manowar cover.
Yeah. Hey, listen, but here's what happened. My buddy was from Europe, from back in the old country. Who is this?
That's me singing Gloves of Metal.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, and that's Seth on drums.
Hey, listen, not for none. The first 4 albums ain't nothing to fuck with, you know?
Yeah, I
Like,
love the first 4 Manowar albums.
maybe even like maybe a little bit of the Kings of Metal and Triumph of Steel had some good shit too. But when we saw him at the wetlands, we all came, you know, like, and there's a bunch of Russians, so people, the love is strong, right? All the Soviet Union. And this guy had a hand-painted Manowar jacket that he wore habitually, not like what people wear patches today. He wore it like on a street, and I have mine too. And the show was over. He came over, and I went with him. They were going to the bus, and he was like, "Could you please sign this for me?" And Joey DeMaio was like, "No, you're just gonna sell it."
So just got killed or what?
Besides, if you had titties, maybe. And literally went on the bus. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking dick.
What year was this?
This is like 96, 97. Some kind of one of those forgotten years.
Yeah, I wonder how they would be now, because now, like,
I heard
those bands.
No, I heard they're even worse. I heard they never changed.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because there was that story over in Europe, and they didn't play that show.
Yeah, they're just terrible.
At Hellfest or something. There was some sort of drama with them.
Yeah, I heard that.
And I was thinking, I was like this. I was like, immediately, my whole, like, any kind of affection for them just evaporated when I saw my friend's face literally drop like this. I was like, this kid come from Soviet Union. He painted this jacket. You're going to be saying, I'm like, dude, you're playing fucking wetlands. What do you get off? You know? You Manowar and you're playing wetlands. You're going to act like that to this kid? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Seriously. Yeah, I don't know. There you go.
Yeah,
that's my horror story.
How about
Boris.
you, Jim Stanek? You didn't answer anything.
Manowar or what?
What's it?
I sort of
experience with a band member.
Boris wants to know any bands that you know that have actually been douchebags.
It's the biggest douche in the universe thing.
Some people are naming bands in the chat, but I'm not putting them on here. But
really, I don't consider Chuck, by the way, Sharon.
What's that?
You know, that was just, you know, when I said something about Chuck before, I didn't mean it. You know, like, you know, he was probably, like you said, he was probably after the show, he was probably upset about, you know, maybe something else or something.
We weren't talking about you anyway, Jim. We were just talking about. There's been a lot of previous podcasts. Yeah, there's been a bunch of previous podcasts where people are like, yeah, Evil Chuck sucks, you know?
I think the only band was...
I think he was misunderstood.
Let me think.
I'm putting Jim on the spot hard.
It's like, God, there's so many.
How about you, Tim?
Not really. I really...
How about you, Tim?
Never really...
I think the most recent one was Destruction.
I believe it.
And they were playing this place in Boston that was tiny. And they were just giving... My buddy was the booking agent there or whatever, and they were just like giving this unholy hell. And I was like, really, dude? Come on. You know, they were just... I mean, it was unrealistic.
Sometimes I think bands get tired because they've been on the road for like 30 days or whatever. So they're like, you catch them at the wrong time at the end of the tour. They're like, get the fuck out of my way.
There's no reason to put on airs, you know? Like they're better than, get the fuck out of here with that.
Someone said it well too. This is true. Some people are social and some people are not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
My
some
band,
people are cool, some people are assholes. Very true. Very true.
Wait, I was going to ask. Boris
my band
something.
had a weird experience with Skeleton Witch, and that could be looked at. Because I know Robin, you know, sees it more for their side. But we played a show. It was at the same venue, but then Chuck Parsons thought it'd be cooler, like to split the show up to have 2 stages. So then it was like the skeleton witch that was doing like a touring package, you know. So there was a couple bands on tour, and we were supposed to open, but then we played this other stage. But it was just really crowded. It was at Peabody's, and we thought since we were playing that we had access to the backstage room, you know. And so it was December or something, like it was just cold outside, like nowhere for us to go. So we took our guitars up, and you know, Mary was tuning up, and you know, Skeleton Witch were over there, and we could tell they were a little bit like bothered that we were in there. We were just like sitting in our little circle, you know, just getting our stuff ready, and not, you know, meaning to infringe in their space or whatever. But it turned out that was only their room, and this wasn't just like a room. It was like, if you've been to Peabody's, it was like, you know, like it could have
a box,
you know, had like a small wedding reception in this room.
Oh.
You know what I mean? We just wanted like a corner, you know, and they actually got security and had us kicked out. And we're like,
that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
because I've been in CBGB's.
You know, but they were like, they said
I've
it was,
been in CBGB's back room with guys from Exodus and Matt Pike from High on Fire, and they were just chilling out, man. You know, and then
that's how usually
at some
like,
point
it's
some
not like,
dude was like, "Listen, the band's gonna get ready or whatever," and I was like, "Oh yeah, cool, bro. I smoked my joints with them anyway, so I'm outie."
But they started like doing, like, we started noticing them, like they had like a case of beer like on a table near us, and they like, someone got up and they like moved it towards them. We're like, well, whatever. Then they had a case of water, and they got it, and they, you know, took it away from us. We're like, okay, whatever. We're drawing lines in the sand here. We know that's not what we're up here for.
Yeah.
And then finally
water.
some guy, the security came up and said, "Are you with the touring package?" And we're like, "No, we're playing the show." They're like, "But are you with the touring package?" And we're like, "No." Yeah. And then you got to get out. And we're like, "Where do we go?" You know, like, and so what we ended up doing is went down to the corner pizza shop, and then we waited till it was our turn to go on, because it was that crowded. There was just nowhere for us to go. And but yeah, that was. I mean, they might be great guys, you know, and maybe we were, you know, in the wrong for assuming that, you know, we had a place to go. But it was just weird the way they did it. It wasn't. Yeah, it was a large enough room, and you know, I get that. Yeah, maybe they thought we were gonna. I mean, you know, I mean, we did have our drummer is a guy, you know, and.
Now look, we're all in this together. You know what I mean? That putting on airs like that, they ain't right. And I swear to God, I'm sorry I got us on the negative type of a plane, but I got a good one. And Roy might remember. You guys remember last one. This is the last one. You guys remember Lethal Zone? Russ from Lethal Wear. They used to own the store in the city.
I do. I know who that is.
They used to put on shows with it, and I worked for them. I was like the roadie and occasionally sound, Akron, and we did a show at the Wetlands, and it was Dimmu Borgir and SAMHAIN co-headline, right? So Dimmu guy is really mellow and all that. You know, Wetlands can get really heated, right? So I was in charge of getting the water and all that kind of shit, right? And doing loading, unloading, and they would pay me like this much, and it was perfect, right? Because I would do it for peanuts anyway, right? Because just hanging out and working was awesome. So between the two sets, Dimmu played and Wetlands got really heated. People in the front are getting crushed in there, dehydrated. So I ran backstage and I grabbed a couple of waters just to pass it on the front. SAMHAIN guys go, "That's water." I was like, yeah, I know. I'm like, listen, I'm just gonna pass a couple of bottles in the front row. People are really sweaty and really dehydrated between the sets. They say, if you take out water, and they complained. They literally went and got Russ and said, this guy took out water, and they made me return it back. So I ran to the store and bought like a 12-pack, you know, from. Because fuck it, you know, like whatever.
Like, as if they're gonna drink a case of water.
Dude, they literally wouldn't let me take their water, you know, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, dude, you know, I understand people get upset, people are antisocial maybe or whatever, but we're all in this together, you know. You got to treat people right, you know. like, this is bullshit. So I literally ran to the store, got a 12-pack out of my own money, brought it back, and passed it around. Because what's right is right, right? So that's the SAMHAIN. And that's the end of my negative plane. I swear.
I was going to say a story, but Roy said it didn't count.
Well, you said it was online, so that's why, like,
Roy's
in a
pretty
weird
brutal.
way, like, things get kind of skewed online. So, like, you
Yeah,
can hate
it's
somebody.
like texting.
It's like texting,
Yeah, I
exactly.
guess.
So,
It's
in a
fine.
weird way,
I mean,
like,
it's still a pretty funny story, but I guess it would be for another
if you have a real life experience with somebody, you know what I mean, and you know, or you've been around the block, like in human fucking form, then
I tell you one thing.
then you can tell the story. But if it's online, it's weird because, like, I have a different, perspective about online, I guess, maybe than a younger person might. You know what I mean? Like, I think sometimes some shit gets twisted, like Sharon said, like a fucking text message. So you might think that the person is saying or hating on something, but in reality, it's kind of like that's not what they were trying to say. They just texted it wrong or wrote it wrong. You know,
I dealt with that
a lot of
stuff
times, even
before,
online,
but-
people are just trying to rile everyone up. They
Oh,
get
yeah.
kick out of seeing reactions.
those are fucking what they consider trolls, right?
Yeah.
What are you showing there, Jim? Let's see it, brother. Bring it on. Malfader.
We gotta get back to Jim's got to think of a douchebag.
No, we're done
Malfader.
with that.
Nah, you were done with that. No negatives.
Yeah, that's it. Only positive. The nicest guy I've ever met was Arthur Brown. You guys know Arthur Brown? I'm the god of hellfire. Dude, this guy was so nice. He came back to the States. He's like in his 70s now. Whoa. He played a show out in whatever it used to be called Life, and now it's like the Poisson Rouge or whatever. This guy, after the show, he stayed on stage and talked to the people until everybody's shit was signed. He would not leave.
Oh, wow.
Literally. Yeah. And that's Arthur Brown. That's the way to do it. You know what I mean? Like, the show was
I heard
over.
that Devin Townsend's like that. Like he's a really, stand-up guy. I don't, never met him or nothing like that. But just from people telling me that guy's really stand up. I think most people are nice. I mean, you just catch them at a bad time.
I mean, if you walk up to a band like 2 minutes after they fucking get off stage, like, they might not really be wanting to like
Depends
hang
on
out and
that.
talk with you,
If it's deceased, if it's King Folly, he'd love to talk to you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, come on, that's great, man.
Not really. I mean, I know King. He's like, come on, we got to get the fuck off the stage and get the next band on. He's like,
Don't talk to a
official.
band when they're done. Wait until their fucking shit's off the stage.
Well, he was pissed off. We were talking about this the other day, that he was pissed off that, like, after a show is over, that a bunch of fucking bands and their girlfriends are like all fucking taking pictures and shit, and not taking their equipment off the stage, Right. And he's like, in the end, the last band gets fucked because basically, like, time just slips. It's like, okay, this band did it for, third band did an encore. The fourth band did 2 fucking encores and took pictures with the girl. And then it's like the headliner is like, all right, play in 20 minutes and get the fuck out. You know what I mean? So it's like,
that's the thing that kills me is when bands go over their set because they think they're like one more song is gonna
they're gonna make
a difference.
It's like you can play 3 songs and people. I mean, that actually is like if you're not a well-known, but if you're just another band playing a show, you could really play 3 songs and people got the idea if they like you or not. You don't got to keep going and going and going.
Less is more.
Yeah, even with gigs. Even with gigs, these whole like 10 band gigs, 20 band gigs.
I fucking hate it.
It's just like 4 bands. That's
3.
It. Like, just keep it simple. Fucking
3,
4
2.
fucking bands.
I love a 2-band bill.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be dope, But
too old. I'm like half of a century old,
I think it's just cooler to it's more intimate when there's only like a few bands, you know what I mean? And it's not like it's not as like I don't know, like standoffish or like everything seems far away. I noticed it the most.
It's just too over the top. It's over
Yeah, I
the
noticed
top.
it the most
It's
when I
like-
went to the last Maryland because I didn't vend.
Oh.
So I went to actually be a fan there, you know what I mean? Which was different because usually when I vended, I couldn't watch any of the fucking show. I was like chunking money or fucking talking to this person or trading or, you know, maybe I would watch like fucking 10 minutes of a band here and there. But then I went there as a fan and they had the stages in like fucking 3-4 different places, you know what I mean?
Ugh.
Yeah.
So like
we
I
did
had to
5
fucking
stages in like 7 days. That's
I
what
had
we
to
did.
fucking figure out, like, you know, and like it was like, oh shit, fucking ass fix is going on all the way over there. It was like, fucking better go over there. Oh shit, they're already on, you know, like
Yeah.
And then it's like
I
all
know.
of a sudden,
For us
like,
older
just
people, we
shuffle.
don't move as fast as the young ones.
I mean, I wanted a fucking wheelchair by the end of that fucking show, man. I was like, damn, if I come to this again, I'm getting a fucking wheelchair, yo. Because then at least I could sit down at the end of the show, you know.
I'm going to the one this year coming.
Yeah,
to
that looked
this
big.
MDF. I'll be at that one, but I don't know how much more I'm going to go to. I mean, they won't book us. They have issues with us, but I support the fest, so that's kind of weird. But
yeah, you still never played that?
No, they won't. No, they won't even book us for anything.
Why not?
We don't know, and I don't care.
To play.
They had issues with
We asked
Mortician
to
when I was
play,
younger.
That's their like hidden rule. If you ask, you don't get to play.
You know what?
Yeah.
They had issues with Mortician when I was younger, and they used to be like, I was like, get Mortician to fucking play. They're like,
Roy, do you remember?
like it was
you're the
funny,
one-
but yet Mortician fucking headlining that shit now.
You remember when you used to vend? You introduced me to the one guy, and you were like, "You got to book DERKETA and all this. They're from the old days and blah blah blah."
Oh yeah,
and he's like, "Yeah." He wouldn't even look at me. He's like, "I never heard of you." And I was like, "It was a really awkward." And I said, "Well, do you have an email address? I can send you some stuff." And then he gave me his email address. I never heard anything. So we.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
mean,
his girlfriend was
it's
mad
just-
at you.
No, I don't know what it is. And then another promoter asked us to play that show at a bar before the fest. It had nothing to do with the fest. Didn't interfere with the fest. There's no way it could interfere with the fest. But it was a matinee show, and I guess one of the guys got mad about that. That's a possibility. We really don't know. And at this point, we don't even care. It's like at that type of drama, take it and live your life. Whatever. You don't want to book us, that's fine. I'd much rather attend than play anyway, because I have so much anxiety playing a show with gear and load. You know what I mean? I'd rather just attend anyway. But I'm getting to the point. I mean, there's a lot of good bands on. Most of the bands they book, I've already seen them. I've seen them in their heyday. So, all this nostalgia that they're doing, I can skip a lot of it. But there's bands there like Dismember. I'd like to see.
Dismember. That's why I'm going. That's the reason why. But this year they figured let's just do like a Hall of Fame lineup, and they just put everybody right.
It's an insane
It's everybody
lineup.
and their crippled brother on the lineup today, huh?
Exactly. So it's like I'll go to this one, but
Maybe they're trying to go out with a bang because they're scared of what's next for the fests in general. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
why do you want to see
Dismember
Dismember so much? They never play over here, or is that why? Or
last time I saw him, it was the Wetlands. It was like I don't know what year it was, 99 or something, 90. Freaking I don't know, some godforgotten year.
Yeah,
so it's been a minute.
I'm trying to remember when I did see Dismember. Like, isn't it weird when shows start to get like intertwined?
I know.
That's why you get. That's why you get.
No, that was Entombed. It's like,
that's why you get. That's why you get Setlist FM, and you get Setlist FM, right?
I've seen.
You can get. Yeah, you can actually organize your whole life. Like this is your life, and you can get a set list for all of the shows that you've been to, and the shows that are not on it, you can put on that thing. So
and I was outside for like half of the fucking shows, so that's why I started going.
I know.
I can now remember half the shows I've been to.
It's
Me
like
neither.
Roy Fox comes to the show and he's like, "Hey, what's up, everybody?" And then it's like,
Yeah.
you know, maybe I watch like half of the first band, and then it's like
Well,
rolling
that's
up
the
a
cool
fucking
thing
blunt
about it.
outside. You know?
It's a metal reunion. We get to, you know, catch up with everybody. Then we got these annoying bands playing.
I know. That's why I stopped going, because I was chilling out the whole fucking fest with Black Witchery, and I was like, why don't we just go bowling together or some crazy shit, you know?
That sounds cooler.
Yeah.
In a weird way. It was just like, that would be kind of more fun than fucking hanging out at this fucking show outside this show, you know?
Yeah.
Or
was
being in
different
the
back
show
then.
too. Yeah, being in the show too. I'm a little older, but like, you know, there was a good band playing. I think they were Dead Congregation.
Yeah.
And I was starting to fucking get into it, bro. I was trying to, fucking mosh motherfuckers, you know, get into the show, bro. And everyone was like this. Just watching the show. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is New York, motherfucker. It's time to go crazy. You know what I mean? Like, enjoy the show. Leave fucking sweating. Like, you know what I mean? Headbang.
Remember when
Headbang,
Mayhem
dude.
played the
Imagine that.
CBGBs, man? Mayhem played CBGBs, and Roy and I were outside pretty much most of the night in some little school bus. And what's his name? Necro Butcher was there with us.
Yeah. I sold
Well,
Necro Butcher $200 worth of weed, actually. And
I think we smoked it that night.
and what you call it? His manager, they paid me for the weed, you know? So yeah, I just hung out.
I saw him in New York a little while ago.
Butcher.
He remembers that fucking evening, man. Well, I saw him like at fucking Duff's or something, and we were talking
there's
about
a friend of mine. There's a friend of mine from Philly, and his name is Jack, and he followed me. He's like, "Can I come on with you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, come on, bro, whatever, you know." So he
Jack
came
Gannon?
on. I believe so, yeah. And
yeah,
then
the guy from used to be in Tomb. He's in Tomb, right?
Yeah, he formed a band with fucking Necro Butcher. So like he told me like years later, he's like, "Thanks, dude." And I was like,
He was in Goraphobia, Jack Gannon. Remember when they
weed, homie?
Yeah, remember when Chris Gamble wasn't in Goraphobia?
Yeah,
and Alex was, and they had Jack, and he had fucking. That's when we played with him a couple. You had a burned mask and knives and shit. And like he was like waving his arms and cutting people. That was pretty hardcore. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, it was pretty hard show. That was at CBGB's, right?
Connections I did. I think they did. I think we might have played with them at CB's too. I got like this wall of flyers over there, but you
got a fan,
see it.
Jim.
Yeah, thanks.
It's back there somewhere. There you go, like over there.
Cardiac Arrest is playing MDF.
I'll see you there, Tom. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. They flat it. That's our that's our catchphrase.
Yeah,
general surgery is gonna be cool. I want to see that.
Yeah, general surgery. Urban from Crematory playing with them nowadays.
Yeah, I saw them in St. Vitus. I think they played like the last time.
Yeah, they're cool guys. Fucking real cool guys.
Yeah, this whole fucking pandemic screwed up a lot of good shows. Ripper Kalu was supposed to play. They were supposed to play St. Vitus, and now it's never going to happen.
Oh, you didn't catch him before?
Nah, I didn't go to MDF. I never been to MDF before.
Really?
Too bad. Damn. Nah, I know.
Gotcha. I mean, I was there on a working visa, you know.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I didn't really consume. You know what I mean? Like I barely could to consume the show because every time I vended it was outside the music show. Huh?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it was like working basically. So I did go as a fan, and I felt myself like running. I was like, holy shit, you have to fucking run to see the next band here? That's fucking crazy, dude. And it's like overbooked or something, you know? No offense towards MDF. Those guys pulled it together for years and years and years, but they had a couple biases. I knew that too. Because I asked them also to book a band that was on my record label, which was Waking the Cadaver. And I was like, yo, you should book Waking the Cadaver, you know? They're pretty popping in the streets. And they're like, yo, that band is fucking like whatever, you know? And I was like, dude, like, don't believe everything you read on the internet, man. Go fucking to the Waking the Cadaver, you know? They got a lot of fans, dude, you know?
Yeah.
And
I got them
they were
like 15, 16 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, you saw that
Andrew's
old
back.
show in Cali back then?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, I
keep,
went to.
like, disappearing.
They flew out to come beat up a friend of mine. Actually, they played a festival to beat him up because he was a underage kid and he used to send them pictures of his dick. He got their number, which is pretty funny in hindsight. You know,
That's kind of weird.
They came out to just beat him up.
They did good out there. I remember at that time. They
was a
played
fest in 07,
3 shows. Yeah, they played like 3 or 4 shows, and they were getting paid like at the time. I thought it was completely ridiculous because like I knew all these bands, and I'm friends with bands, and it's like they get paid like $300, $500, and then they're like, yeah, we're getting $2,000 each show. I'm like, whoa, holy fuck, dude! Someone's paying you $2,000 to play? He's like, yeah, 4 shows. I'm like, what? At the time, I was like, damn. And then I was like, you know, when they had come back, I was like, did the promoter lose his ass? And he was like, nah, the place was fucking jammed, dude. There's just a lot of younger kids out here that want to see us. So I was like, I guess maybe 2,000 is warranted. But it was weird for me because the band was only around for like a year or 2, and they got a $2,000 to fucking play. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, when I saw them, there was not that many people there. There was, I think the promoter lost a lot of money. It was actually called California Death Fest, and it was put on by Brian from Artery Eruption. I don't know if you've heard of that band.
Yeah, I know the band.
But like Devourment played, and it was right when Wayne like passed. So like the singer of Guttural Secrete, and I think like Putrid Pile and a couple other bands, they all did vocals for Devourment at that show. But I just kind of remember Waking the Cadaver coming to beat up my friend. They didn't.
Their guitarist Mike May is one of the coolest dudes I ever spoke to.
They had one show that ended with like a kind of like a smoke bomb or something happened during the show, and it fucked the whole show up. And I was like, "Did you guys get paid?" He's like, "Yeah, we still got paid too. We didn't even play."
Also, hearing the talk about Maryland Death Fest, I am going to go there.
$2,000 not to play.
Who else
no,
going?
I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play with my band, but
yeah, who's going to
going?
Maryland Death Fest? Anyone here besides Sharon?
I might be because I had tickets for Dismember and I want to get a refund and they wouldn't write me back, so I'm stuck with the fucking 2 tickets. You know, I might as well go, and maybe I'll. Hey, listen.
Hey, maybe you could send the tickets to me.
Yeah, you can have another ticket, sure.
One part of me wanted to go to Maryland, but then the other part of me didn't want to go to Maryland.
I need to see
We should go, Roy, because we're all getting old, and you know what I'm going. You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, the reason I didn't want to go is because I support. I was all right. I'm going to say this out loud because I don't know if I've ever said this out loud. I was the first fucking person at the Maryland Death Fest. I was literally outside with Daryl Kahan from Funabrarum. We were the first 2 people there. We were there, and the next 2 people that showed up were the promoters, Ryan and Evan. So we were basically standing outside as vendors. I knew nothing about these guys. I decided to vend some fest that just looked cool. I think it was like $100 to vend or some shit. And then I came down. I'm the first fucking guy there. We vend the fest, all that. Great show, great weekend. I vend 10 more fucking fests. Every fest, I see all these like people coming in, vending, and not paying. Like smaller vendors, and I don't even know. Like maybe not the bigger vendors, but a lot of smaller vendors like vending for free. And every year I vended, it was $100 more. So by the time I left, it was like $1,100 to vend. You know what I mean? So I show up. Yeah, I show up at the one I'm not vending at. And I'm just like, what's up, bros? You know, I'm like, can you let me in? They're like, no.
Wow.
I'm like, what? I was like, are you serious? And then
that's what kills me about them,
and
because
I'm like,
it's
yo,
like
my
they're
boys, Autopsy are playing. I can't go. They're like, no. And I was like, fuck this. I snuck in.
Yeah.
And then the next day, I snuck in behind this garbage guy. He was like pushing a garbage can, and me and my friend just snuck in behind him.
I forgot.
And then they saw me inside too. The dude saw me inside, and he's just like shaking his head, like, And then the next
Didn't
day,
Moral Decay play there?
I want to douche.
the next day I
man.
didn't have
Like,
a wristband too, so I was like, "Yo, let me get a wristband to get in," you know. And they're almost like, "I don't know," you know. And I'm like, "Yo, come on, man! I made your headliner shirts. You're not even gonna let me in? I fucking vended here for 11 fucking years, dude. You know." And it's just like they were like reluctantly like, "Here you go, bro." You know?
asshole.
What the fuck, man? Like,
Speaking of festivals, does anyone
Man, you
remember-
know what? Fuck it. You know, next time
we got
you
another.
got-
Wait, we got another guest here. If he's
Oh, who is this?
oh, there we go. We got a fucking guest.
Yo!
We got Gene Simmons from Kiss.
We-
No, are you Ace Frehley? What's up,
It's
Derek?
Gene Simmons.
It looks like
That's-
Hey,
Gene.
Derek.
This is
What's
Derek
going
from
on,
Head
guys?
Rot.
I can't really hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you, brother. Can you hear us?
There's something up with my speaker.
You looking good, homie. You looking good, bro. Can you hear me? Yo, are you the singer for Profanatica, dude? Can you hear me, Derek?
We drenched the liar within black cum.
Yo, this is awesome.
Man,
bro.
it is. This is way past my bedtime.
I'm already getting ready for bed. I'm in the fucking pajamas and stuff.
Hey,
I got my
don't
pajamas
understand.
on.
Sharon, I don't really
I got
understand
my
what you were
pajamas
getting
on.
at before. You were saying we should go to the show because
Yes, I just
older, or
think
you're
that
old, or what's the deal?
we're all getting older and people are dropping like flies, and you know, it would be cool like to see people if this could be possibly our last time, you know.
Nah, it's not gonna be our last time. We got a lot of life left in us, but let's just go anyway.
I don't know. Every day is a struggle for me, so I don't know. I don't know if I can make it to another one.
You're fine. You got this.
Oh, you
I have
haven't
a
seen
question for
Sharon
everyone
partying
here.
at MDF, so she might have a
What's
hard
that?
time. Sharon
I have a
partying
question
at
for
everyone here.
MDF.
No, I don't. Roy, I don't
my
drink
bad.
anymore.
No, I said back in the day, you know.
Yeah, back in the day, I would. Yeah,
Me too.
I would.
Remember? Tim knows.
Yeah. I'm completely straight edge now. I just
Straight
drink
edge,
water.
I'm with you on that.
Water and coffee. That's all I want.
Me too.
I have apple juice upstairs. That's about it. That's the strongest thing I have.
How
on
about
me.
you, Jim Stanek? You drink?
Occasionally,
Fuck with spirits?
a couple of beers and some rum and cokes every once in a while. I try not to drink too much.
I might be coming on. I think I might be coming on almost 10 years without drinking.
Well,
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's fucking long time. It's weird.
Mine's since December 2019. I don't miss it.
It's pretty fucking weird.
Yeah. Whenever you when it flips, to where you don't need it or don't want it, it's weird. You feel alien. Like sometimes I feel like I'm an alien now. Like I can go out with my friends to a bar and they're all drinking and that, and I'm like just having water, and I'm like, who am I?
Yeah.
Because I would be right there with them, but I don't want
You
it.
got to remember, also for me, the not going to shows also coincided with not drinking. You know what I mean? Because I was like, I don't know, Not that I don't have enough willpower to go to a show, because I did go see DERKETA. It was one of the 4 shows I went to in 10 years when you played in
Which
New York.
one was that?
It was with
Which one was
Evoken in
at St.
Funerals.
Vitus?
Yeah. So that was one of the 4 shows I've been to in like 10 years,
I remember seeing a
you
flyer
being there.
for Vulcan.
It was there
and
with
they're
my wife,
playing
actually.
for.
I was drinking then, though.
I think you had this flyer, but I think I remember you posting a flyer, Roy, of a Vulcan playing with Funebrayum, Crucifier, and Nunslaughter.
Yeah, I got it right here. That's a show I booked at Hartley's, actually.
Oh, how was that
have
show?
it. I have that flyer still. I was just looking at that thing the other day, man.
Yeah, I don't want to fucking look for it. I don't give a fuck.
I can find it.
It was
but-
it was a good show. It was Funebrarum, Nunslaughter, Evoken, and who else? I can't remember.
Crucifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Pretty fucking banging show.
Hardly.
I also had a question. I was going to ask, but I didn't want to interrupt. But I didn't want to interrupt, you know, Sharon and Roy. But has anyone like made a T-shirt like for themselves for a band because they couldn't like find anywhere?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I have.
I'm wearing one right now. I'm wearing a Death Rune shirt that I had to make at the mall.
Death Ruin, yeah. I saw those guys. Damn, I've been to a lot of fucking shows.
I love Death Rune.
Before we got into screen printing shirts, I used to hand paint them. Me and Terry both. We used to hand paint our logo.
Yeah, I used to paint my jacket. You know, like I had a denim jacket. We used to fucking use like black markers to make our own patches, right?
I know.
Who was good at painting jackets was Daryl Kahan from Funebrarum. He made all of these. He would always paint like with white, right? He was real good at that.
Venner, Bill Venner was my jacket painter. He painted. Yeah, he would paint on my jacket basically.
Bill, actually, yeah, and he needs to get credit for that. Didn't he invent the incantation logo?
Yeah, he did.
Wasn't that his? Yeah.
He did a bunch of. He did the Necroharmonic logo too.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did those two. I'm trying to think what else Bill is known for. Couple. I mean, the Dismo logo is pretty ridiculous too.
Love that
As far as
logo.
brutality, you know what I mean? It's a really good logo.
I mean, that
It's
is
amazing
his name
logo.
after all.
The first shirt that I actually made, and I'm from back in USSR, so you couldn't get any T-shirts there. We made. I got my dad involved in shit, and it was a white T-shirt, of course. It was a Metallica, the Garage Days EP. This was around '87, somewhere around there, and we couldn't buy any shirts because you couldn't get them in the Soviet Union. So my old man actually had some guy fucking make one shirt. It wasn't like 10 of them or 5 of them. It was one. And it was just a picture. I still have it, but I got to look for it. It was a picture of the Garage Days EP. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I got that album.
Yeah. So the 598 EP, and that's the first shirt. So it was some kind of fucking weird underground facility because this is like back in the day in a country that don't exist no more.
Did you live in a bunker, bro? Is that what you getting at?
Yeah, I did. I lived in a bunker. I lived in Hitler's bunker, and then I fucking that's right.
I mean, Russia. When did you leave Russia, Boris?
I left Soviet Union when it was still there.
Soviet Union. Sorry.
Yeah, when there was still a country to be afraid of. I left 1990.
You know what?
Okay.
Yeah,
were they
When
in that fiscal crisis at that point where you couldn't buy toilet paper, or was that a little before that?
I mean, the thing with toilet paper and all of that, that's, you know, it was just an ongoing thing. We just didn't know any better, so we weren't worried about it. You know, you couldn't buy. Yeah, Sharon.
When I was in grade school, I used to go to a Catholic school. I remember. Do you guys? I don't know if this was like 80, 19, like early 80s or something, but I remember that we were scared or something that the Russians were going to be like having planes come. We used to have drills. Back then, we have to go under our desks.
This is the best defense against a nuclear weapon. Duck and cover, absolutely.
But that's what, you know. But I was in a Catholic school and everything, and we used to have drills like go under our desks because, you know, there was this threat going on. And I remember that day that the Soviets were supposed to attack us or something. And I remember going to school and I couldn't believe my parents are sending me, you know, out to, you know, school, you know. And I just remember just being so scared, and any airplane like I'd hear would be like,
you guys were scared. You think you were scared? We actually had to take a class in school to get ready for war. You know, no, seriously, I had to pass a class when you know how the AK-47 works. You had to shoot it. You had to work it. You had to learn how to work a hand grenade. Yeah,
like your regular school classes.
73, yeah. So when I got into school, it was in the 80s. And this is when you guys got Rambo Part 2 and Rocky 4, you know, the whole nine. The Russians are coming to take Red Dawn, which is, like we have the money to do this shit, right? We really can afford to invade the United States. No,
but did you guys over here, like Roy, like Jim, did you guys?
Yeah, I heard of that. And they said I had to go into like some kind of bomb shelter or something, you know, and watch out or something if the Russians invaded.
Duck and cover, right?
I remember that. I remember that.
I don't remember
that goes all the way back to there was some kind of a turtle cartoon character all the way to Eisenhower times. You know,
I do remember that.
That's some World War II shit. I don't know about that.
No, this was like I think it was like 1980. I don't know what was going on with the Russians. It
was pretty close. We were almost
like a fucking desk is gonna make a difference between a nuclear.
I know, Roy. I was like, you know, a kid, and I was very well aware.
Like the desk.
Get under the desk.
A very small
radiation sickness doesn't get under the desk.
The most powerful weapon against a nuclear bomb.
That's the best they could offer, you know.
Anyways, guys, I gotta go. I have work in the morning, but it was all great talking.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta sleep.
And hopefully I'll meet you there,
19-year-old prodigy.
like you said. So yeah.
It was nice seeing everybody.
Yeah, take care, Sharon.
Take it easy.
Yeah, Sharon, thank you for coming on, Sharon.
Hey, we'll see you in Maryland, right?
Yes, I will be there. I'll have the same attitude that Roy has about it, you know. But I go to see my friends that go, you know,
right?
And I think you should go too, Roy.
I mean, I'm thinking about it, but I don't know.
Think about it.
Roy, we'll go together.
Every time I went, they don't like me because I beat multiple people.
They don't like me either. They don't like me either.
Yeah, that's kind of why I think they didn't want to let me in either. I don't know. You know?
Yeah, you can hang with me. And plus, even if you don't want to go inside, there's the in between everything, there's like the outdoor stuff just to hang.
Well, we'll hook up a bowling fucking tour or something. You know?
I would be into that. I have a bowling ball that's monogrammed.
All right. So.
It's amethyst.
Awesome. Thanks, Sharon. I appreciate
it.
Anyway,
good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween.
Yep. It's not Halloween yet here, but almost.
Halloween! Yeah, Russians don't celebrate Halloween.
I don't want to say because I'm not throwing shade anymore. But if you were there, you know what happened. I'll just put it this way. I beat up a vendor and I beat up a couple bands. A couple bands and a couple bands. So
Awesome.
I'll leave it at that, though. I don't want to go to a show and fight people. I want to go to a show and watch a fucking show. Dude. You know what I mean? Like, but there's sometimes people get all fucked up and they get in your face, and then you have to beat them.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Especially the last situation where I was vending. I was actually behind my table and everything. And the dude was just so in my face, and he was not even far off from my crew. You know, he's like kind of a friend in a weird way, and he's just drunk and mad. Like Marcy stole his beer or whatever, and he kept blaming
Marcy. Yeah,
Marcy.
Merciful fate.
Like, yo, I'll buy you another beer. Yeah, I'll buy you another beer, bro. Calm down, you know?
Calm down.
And then I was like trapped between two tables with like a 2-inch thing to leave the vend. And I was like, fuck, man, I gotta fucking beat him up now.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
I gotta slide through the table.
Wait, you're talking about Marcy?
Yeah, Marcy.
Merciful fate.
Stole the beer. Marcy
Oh,
from
God.
Boston stole the beer, and then this guy
I
got
saw
mad.
her in Chicago a couple of years ago.
And basically, I had a fucking, I took him and I put my arm around him. I said, "Come on, man, I'll buy you a beer, bro. We'll go to the bar." And he goes, "I'm gonna fucking punch you right in the face." And I'm like, dude, that's the wrong fucking thing to say to me.
Yeah,
dude.
right. I've never seen you beat anybody's ass before, man.
Oh yeah, I don't know. You haven't hung around with me a lot then.
Nah, I've been around with you, but you've always been. I never seen anybody be an enemy to you, man.
Yeah.
Like it's always like the world is your friend. You're always mellow.
Most of the shows. I mean, most of our scene and our shows. I mean, I got along with everybody. And
Yeah, man. Roy was always the guy just smoking the blunt, minding his back then.
Alcohol changes people. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah, no
understood that
shit,
he
right?
didn't care. I didn't want to fight.
Beer muscles.
Don't see people start shit when they're smoking weed, do they? They don't. They don't. So
Not
is
really.
weed better than liquor? Absolutely.
Yeah, I smoke it. I smoke hashish and have weed. I don't drink, but
Dude,
so I ain't straight edge.
I unfortunately haven't smoked since pandemic started, and this has been very depressing. So I started drinking instead. Not a best exchange.
Yeah, sometimes when I seen you in the chat, Boris, I was wondering if you were drinking or not too. There was times when I was like, Boris is saying some crazy shit in there, bro. I was wondering,
Like what?
You even came on tonight to set fucking the record straight about Quorthon,
Hey, you invited me.
Yeah. I had a photo of Quorthon. I can't find it on my computer, and it's ridiculous. With
that cut off shirt, like it's all the way up here.
It wasn't that actually. It was like chaps with like a G-string, or I don't know.
Yeah,
like walking down a staircase.
He
It's
took
a really
a walk.
little disturbing for
It took a walk on the wild side sometimes,
Yeah,
sometimes you got to
I don't
show
know.
your whale tail.
Yeah, I don't know if he was just doing the whole like Tom G Warrior thing at the moment. I'm not sure,
He was doing himself.
Yeah, it was a little strange. It was
This very same magazine that I got, that Kick Axe, he's calling Hellhammer Wimphammer. He's just calling it Wimphammer, but he goes, I still respect him. So this guy is drinking when he's in his interviews, So cut me some slack, Jack.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how much he likes Motley Crue.
What is that? Yeah, what is that issue? What is that?
This
Boris?
is a 1985
Jeez.
Kick-Ass. And it's got Slayer, Bathory. I think whenever one of those times I chimed in, this is from New York, actually.
Yeah, that was a famous thing here.
It's Baldwin, New York. This is.
Yeah, it was like a pretty famous Bob James or something. Maybe Jim knows. I don't know.
Close.
I remember the magazine.
Bob Moldoni. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he was
Don
like kind of
Kay used to write for that. And by the way, John Arrigo, the guy who some of them, he wrote for that too. Anyway.
Yeah. Saw Slaughter from Canada on there.
Yeah. There you go. One more time for that.
I know that wasn't the other Slaughter.
Destruction.
Vicious. What is that? Vicious Barbarian.
This is rumors, I think. No, this is Baraka. I never heard of that shit.
Yeah, I never heard of that either. Vicious Baraka. Interesting. You learn something new every day, bro.
Sometimes it's completely useless too. Like this one.
I mean, I don't find that completely useless, but
this one was. I'm sure that Vicious Baraka is not completely useless.
The rest of those bands pretty much went on to a lot of fame, bro. In a weird, like if you look at that cover, it's like
Slayer, Bathory, Tang, Tigers of Pentang, Trouble, Overkill, Destruction, Slaughter. Yeah, that's pretty legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who was the other band?
The rest of them, the other one is Vicious Baraka and Chain. Vicious Baraka,
I know Chain now. Aren't they like a power metal band or some shit?
I have no idea, man. I know Paul Chain, the guy who was in Death SS, and that's a whole other shit,
Yeah, that guy's sick.
Man, a buddy of mine left me. What? Look, a buddy of mine moved to Florida, and he left me files of old Kerangs. You know, I got them like this.
Cool.
From issue number 3 all the way until issue number 60. And all the original Metal Forces, like from 1 to whatever. So I'm sitting pretty, you know.
Did you ever, Roy? Did you ever have the Blackthorn magazines from Denmark?
Venner had them, so I borrowed them from Venner actually.
Those are good. Those are really good. They went into a lot of demo reviews and a lot of good interviews with like Possessed and Slayer and stuff like that. They were
some
good
of those
zines.
ones were some of the first ones that I was like writing to the band things, you know what I mean? Like, but they were a little kind of old by the time I was seeing them, and there was like mostly like thrash in them, maybe like Metal Duck and like Groovy Aardvark.
Yeah.
But then there'd be like good stuff. There'd be like Vigilant or like Blessed Offerings demo or something.
Burnt Offerings.
Burnt Offerings. That's
Burnt Offering.
Pre-autopsy.
Yeah, that's pre-autopsy. Yeah. I remember them being in there, and then you know, bands like that. Yeah, dark. Between Blackthorn and then what was it? Morbid Mag? Ron Eady.
Yeah,
that was a really fucking good one too. Those are they had like Spastic Blur and a bunch of other bugged out things. That was a kind of an influential. It's weird because you go back and you think about like, well, what influenced me to be the thing that I do or whatever. So like, you know, you got Transylvania Tapes and Jim, we both running, and myself running kind of like a business or a record label or whatever, you know, big or small, doesn't matter. And it's like, what got me to this fucking point where I started to turn this hobby into some kind of fucking like business thing? Like, holy shit, dude. Like I'm living actually kind of a dream, which is kind of cool. Yeah. It's like, I'm living a dream of doing what I want to do. And it's like, well, what do you do all day? It's like, well, I fucking make shit. I friggin', you know. Yeah, that was the first CD I put out.
That was
you know what? You know what,
and
Roy?
I had put out vinyl before that, which is weird.
I gotta give it up to Roy here because Roy had always hooked me up. Like I don't remember buying it. Roy just gave it to me, and all of this. And even when I was like not around, you meet up with Gabe, for instance, and you'd be like, "Yo, make sure Boris gets this." And all my necroharmonic shit I got from Roy, and you know I really appreciate it because the shit you did from the scene, I'm not blowing smoke. It's serious shit. Dr. Shrinker, you put out a denial thing, right? The whole ontology, all that shit. Nobody did that. So, you know,
I was
thank you from all of us.
Really into it. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
really
because you love that shit. It's not like you did it like, oh, you know, I'm gonna put out Britney Spears or Dimmu Borgir, fucking Cradle of fucking Filth. You're doing like this shit. It's Dr. Shrinker, which is Nicole's favorite release ever, right? Autopsy. It's all of that shit that was a Fado you did. I believe DERKETA you did. What haven't you? Like, it's all legit, and it's anthologies, and it's cool, you know. And so I'm listening to this. Finally, I'm getting it, and it sounds real, you know. So
I did what I liked, and I did my friend's band. So
and you always hook your friends up, which is rare.
Appreciate that, bro.
I appreciate that. Always were, you know, and that when we talked about people like when you talked about that whole thing with Maryland Death Fest, what real people do is they hook up their friends. And that's what's up. That's
why, maybe that's why I was confused by that. Like,
you're not confused. You're not the one.
You know what I
confused.
actually I said at the guy at the Maryland Death Fest, and this is no joke. Basically, I said, you know, I was like, Autopsy's headlining, right? He goes, yeah. I was like, well, I gave you Chris Reifert's number, remember?
I don't think you were the one who's confused, man. You know what I'm saying?
And Abscess, that was for Abscess at the time. But still, I gave him Chris Reiferd's number, so you know what I mean. I felt kind of like, what the fuck, man, you know. But it's water under the bridge. It's just, you know, it might come out of my mouth like I'm mad, but I don't give a fuck.
No, you're not mad. I know you.
In a weird way, like he probably didn't want to let me in because he was scared that I was gonna fuck someone up, you know.
People forget where they come from. That's what it is. That's the end.
It might have been a little bit, you know.
That's what it is.
And as far as like the releases I put out, when I started doing like Ceremonium, the first 7.
That was a good release, Roy.
Yeah, I gave those out, dude. Yeah. Like I sold some, but I gave so many out because I was a new record label. So I felt like I had to go to the other record labels and be like, here's my thing, you know, like, would you like to work or trade with me? You know, like send my shit first. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Which I think worked out in a way. You know, it's just instead of just coming at people. I mean, back then you had to do it through a letter, obviously, not through the internet. So, like, you know, I let the music do the talking and then just sent the 7-inch and said, do you want to trade? You know, do you want to trade stuff? And then usually I got a pretty good response, you know?
Nah, man.
I mean, like the mega tape trader fucking ass. And I want to say an asshole, but I was like a mega fan. So, like, say, like all the Finland bands, like your Demigod, Abhorrence, all those bands. When I used to write to them, I would send money for their demo. I would send a blank tape. I would send $2 because that's all it costs to send international back then. Imagine that. And then I would just ask them, like, can you tape me some bands from your area? Or can you tape me a rehearsal of you or a live show or something? And that opened up the doorway for literally like so many new recordings and cool stuff, which was fucking awesome, dude. You know, there's so many bands I got to hear through that. And there was people that are in bands now that you say their name and it's like, you know, Beherit, you know, but the guy from Beherit was like taping me like Pertinence Evulsion and other stuff. Here's a maniac we're going to bring on. We got Damo from BC Warlust here.
Fuck yeah.
You got your mic
too, right?
Your mic is muted, Damo. Hey, Damo, your mic is muted.
Yeah, I got it now. Hey, you go, Maniac.
Oh, there he is. All right. What's up, Maniac?
Yeah.
Hey.
There you go,
How's it going,
fuckers.
brother?
All right, fuckers.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for joining us, bro, from Australia.
Got some bogans in here.
Just
me, not you. Not you.
I see Stanic there.
Yep.
What's going on?
Is in the house.
Hey, what's going on, you fucking assholes?
What's going on with you, brother?
Enjoying the good weather.
Oh yeah. We're
Enjoying
having
the
the
good weather.
flip. We're having the flip because it's cold here and it's fucking warm by you bastard.
Oh hell yeah! Oh yeah, that's the original one too. That's the original one.
I know.
That's the original one, brother.
Yes, sir.
Fuck, that's good, man. That's good. Oh yeah, that's good. That's the original, dude.
How do you know the difference?
Good shit, dude.
The covers are different
because it's that Modern Invasion.
Yeah, that's the original one, man.
All the originals were Modern Invasion, weren't they?
Yeah, they did a second press.
You can tell by this. This is how you can tell.
Yeah, the one that's a fucking pain in the ass. It's a fucking pain in the ass. He is. Anyway.
Which one, Boris or Modern Invasion?
Both.
No. Both.
Both.
Man, both. No. Modern Invasion.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
So what's up, Damon?
What's up, guys?
How you living, brother? It's good to see you. You locking up a little bit, but that's what happens in Australia.
Yeah, good, man. Good. Today's good weather. Fucking 2 days ago, man, we had a massive fucking storm. Ruined, still trees, debris everywhere.
Damn.
Fucking
flying snakes and shit?
Eastern storm came down. No, I eat that shit. Come on.
Yeah.
But they fly it to me, man, to my fucking grill.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah.
No, but we had big storm. We had big storms the other day. It lasted like 12 hours, and I went to work the next day, and I couldn't even go down the street. It was a shit everywhere, absolute shit everywhere.
Hey,
Big
Carl.
trees down on the road, fucking everything.
Carl, I saw that photo you showed of Damo singing when you were backing him up at Sacrifice. Was that Sacrifice the Nazarene Child Fest? The other day, Carl from
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I
PIOUS
saw that.
LEVUS was showing a photo with you singing. Those guys
I
were
saw that.
backing you up at that
Fucking
show,
hell.
right? I remember that show,
Correct.
and I remember that friggin'
Yeah,
crazy.
you were there. You were there.
hotel.
You were there. You were there. Yeah.
Yeah. That fucking crazy hotel, especially with the friggin'.
Oh yeah, with
it was like
fucking
totally
transvestite
like,
hanging around.
it was they were running it, but then there was
Yeah,
like
that
the whole
tranny
like we had the barbecue outside, which was awesome. We had fucking like Alex from THORNSPAWN and Tino. They were busting out the fucking mad fucking barbecue for us, which was awesome, dude. Like right in the parking lot.
That tormenting tranny fucking bitch was like hanging around. Fucking,
Well,
fucking tormenting us, man. Fucking hell.
Basically,
man.
that desk clerk though helped me out because like my baggage got lost from the when I flew to San Antonio or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
All my CDs were in one fucking suitcase, so like I had to go to the front desk and ask like, hey, they said they would bring it to this fucking crack motel basically, and I was thinking I'm never gonna see these CDs again, man. I know I just lost everything, you know, like everything I came here to do, which was just vend some merch to make enough money to go back, was like fuck, dude, that got lost. But then, that person, that person gave me the bag and was just looking at me like, those are some pretty interesting CDs in there. And I was like, yeah.
I remember you come back with a bag, actually. I do remember that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, there's some pretty interesting CDs in there, you know? I guess they were just looking through all the titles, you know?
They look through your shit.
Yeah, just
probably hanging out
at
back.
Oh yeah, anything goes at that hotel. I bet it was.
Yeah, that's fucking Necron's fucking favorite joint.
Yeah. No,
it's Carl's favorite place. He hangs out there.
Hey, did you hear Carl's new band, Pius Levis? Fucking amazing.
Yep. I haven't heard. I heard a little bit, but yeah, it's like I do want to hear the rest. I know there's been going for a while, but I'd like to. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck yeah.
And Carl, I'm sorry, I kept saying Carl from HOD when we were on the podcast another time, and I'm like, he's not. I don't know if he's still doing HOD, but he's Pius Levis. You know, gotta
good name.
Change my fucking speed in my head, you know, to a different band name. You know. You guys all go through all these fucking bands and shit. It's like one day you're in this band, and Damo, you had the Corpse Molestation and the BC of Warlust, Kudabara, Abominator, right? Abominator.
Yep.
And then I'm probably missing some other bands.
You don't know Ern, right?
CEMETARIAN, yeah, CEMETARIAN. How can you forget that?
CEMETARIAN, yeah.
How can you fucking forget that, man?
Yeah, I forgot that one. Sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew's listening. I reckon he's listening. He texted me
what's
earlier.
Up, Andrew?
He texted me earlier. He goes, "Are you going to get on?" I said, "I texted him like 15 minutes ago." So he's probably in there,
bro. Tell Andrew to come on.
He's probably in the yard. He's probably in his dungeon.
Yeah, he said he was working in the yard. So come out of the yard and come on with us, Andrew. I haven't seen you in a while. Tell us about the new.
It's going to go on forever.
So other than that, Jim Stanek, I want to get back to you, brother. That 7-inch you were showing earlier, that Necron that was fucking hard.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those other releases you put out were really important too, bro. Like the Profanatica and PIOUS split. Fucking amazing, dude. I was just listening to that. Yeah. I really like that shit.
The first Havoc Hedge I did in 1993. The second and then that's a classic. I mean, if I didn't put that out, I don't know who would have put that out, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that was even a departure from the other Hava Hedge stuff too. It was like more like I don't know. I don't want to call it industrial, but it was more like simple fucking black.
Well, nobody was doing that style at that time in '93. I mean, I was in contact with Euronymous in like 91, 92, something like that. And he wanted some copies, I think, or something, you know, but I didn't want to trade them. But he would write to me on like letters and say, I'll sell you my my albums I got, because he was coming out with some new releases. And I'm like, yeah, he wanted my bank account information at the time. And I'm like, I'm not giving you this, you know. And but I was in contact with him before his death. And then I don't know what happened to him after that, you know.
Died.
Died. Boris said,
he fucking died, man. Don't you
Damo used to write letters with Dead.
Yeah.
Really?
Back in a long time. Yeah, long time.
You still got them? You still got them, the letters, or not?
I've probably got one or two, but the rest of the stuff is like gone. You'll see some of those bootlegs that came out with a lot of the artwork that's come out over the last number of years, which is I sold off to the dude who did it many years ago, and you'll see that artwork that I got exclusive for it. I've got a couple of bits, I think, maybe not, but I know this chick who's completely was dead and Euronymous, and I remember, if we're going to go on this subject, is that I remember I was over their place. It was actually the original Corpse Molestation vocalist before me when I was playing guitar back in the old days, and we're over there in his house with his chick, and she got a phone call with Dead on the phone. Sorry, with Euronymous on the phone saying he found dead.
Wow.
And we're like, fucking hell, what the hell has happened here? And we're like freaking out. She burst into tears. But I tell you, my friend, I'm still with him, still friends now, is like, he told me, he goes, he split up with her, divorced and stuff, but he left her, and there's like literally boxes and boxes and boxes of letters from Dead still to this day that she's got. So and it's like, fucking hell, you should have. I said, you should have fucking stolen them when you divorced her, man. He goes, nah, fuck it.
It doesn't work like that. You lose it.
But he's like, nah, I don't have nothing to do with her. She's fucking, it was caused problems, but yeah, she's not even into this stuff anymore. But she's still got the shoe boxes full.
Yeah.
No, I remember seeing them back then.
Well,
yeah, what was the story too? You told me somebody had like a piece of Dead's skull or something.
Yeah, correct.
Buried it.
Well, there was I saw him a couple of years ago. Actually, I haven't seen him for fucking years, and there was only a certain few, because Dead. Sorry, Mayhem were very, very big when they brought out even their demos, and the Death Crush first came out, and there was a record store that one of the friends got. Like, he got about 20 of them put in the record store, and a lot of people got them because they're all friends. Everyone used to write to you, Mayhem, everybody in Melbourne, everybody. That's why that was, and the dudes from Sadistic Execution, etc., and that's why they got so big and a lot of friends. And when Dead died, a lot of these people just dropped off the scene because he dead and said, "Fuck it, we're not listening to nothing anymore. We're out, gone."
Wow.
And they all ditched all their fucking demos and fucking everything when Dead died. And but Euronymous sent one of my friends, and I went to his house where he had no trees, just a blank backyard of nothing, and there was just a little fucking grave with Dead's skull in it.
Wow.
A skull, just a little fucking plot, nothing else, no trees, no garden, just a fucking grass bed, and he made a little fucking little tomb for him.
For a piece of his skull, right?
Yeah, and he buried it, and then it's still there today. It was apparently his mother, it was crazy mother. It was she passed on, and he took over the house. And apparently, when I asked him about 5 years ago, he said, "Yeah, it's still there."
Damn, dude.
Yeah, fuck. Okay.
Damo's over there with his shovel. He's like,
fucking having a beer next to his grave, eating my lunch next to his grave.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, they had a lot of
because
There was
they
only
had a lot
so
of
many
friends here,
people.
a lot of support here.
Yeah, there was only so many
Yeah.
people that got a piece
Yeah.
of Dead's fucking skull, dude. It's so crazy, bro.
I think if I'm right, there was only about, I don't know, from what I heard, it was only about 10 or 12 people or something.
Right. There was that guy in Colombia.
But he had
Bull
it.
Metal. I know,
That's right.
that
Yeah, he
dude.
did. Yeah.
He was the first
He
one that
did.
had
He was one of the first.
the
Yeah.
photos with the fucking death scene, you know?
Yep. Correct. And,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like fucking bizarre. But everyone just dropped off and just went nothing. They sold all their gear. They sold all their fucking CDs. No matter what band it was, they just completely cut themselves off the whole music. No matter what band it was.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
That's
interesting.
a big impact. Weird.
Oh yeah, it was fucking. Yeah, it was like even people died like listening to that shit here back in the day. You know, like back in the old days of like they were so crazy about like mayhem or mental and sadistic execution or mental, and a lot of people fucked up with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you hear a lot of stories about sadistic execution, you know?
Yeah. I was like,
guys are fucking maniacs, right?
Yeah, good dudes, very good dudes. When you see them normal.
Right.
Normal.
Do you mean straight?
They're good.
I saw Rock's painting was on Mike from Ruin or whatever on one of the records or whatever, which I thought was cool.
He's doing a lot lately, I've seen. He's done a lot.
Yeah.
He's must have fucking taken a few months off fishing or something.
One thing about Rock that's cool that nowhere can you actually find his name. That still is kind of a mystery, right? You know, like usually you go on Metal Archives or any of that shit, and there's always a real name popping up. But with Rock, nobody knows who he is. It's an enigma.
I know his name, but I won't say it.
I know you do. Don't say it.
Same with the other dudes of the band.
I don't know
but I won't
his
say.
name. That's crazy. I thought his name was Rock.
Nah, of course. Good artist. Him and Reverend Chris Hades both are actually pretty good artists.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I love that Magus, the Magus album. I thought that shit was just fucking insane. You know?
Oh yeah,
so brutal.
Great artist. Yeah, absolutely. But, I think that
was that the
he's done-
Ruin Anatomia split. I think I have
done
a
a lot
record
lately.
here. Yeah, he seems like he's pretty busy with that shit. It's cool.
He's
Done
working
a lot lately. He's fucking.
Are
loads.
Sadistic Execution? They
Yeah.
still doing shit as a
Nah,
band?
Don't know. Not.
Not in a while.
I think
he's doing a rock.
they never say they split.
Not even.
They don't know what they do. I'm
Oh
spoken
yeah,
for
Rock
fucking
the
ages.
bands, right?
Yeah, he's just doing his band.
Oh, you did that.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it's mostly art for him. He does a lot of graphic art for other bands.
Yep.
Like he's a
Yep.
freelance graphic artist, and that's mostly what he does.
Yeah, of the last few years, he's really took it up more and more.
Yeah,
which is good because he's a fucking incredible artist.
Kind of like away from Voivod, right? A little bit, like in a way that's sort of a spiky, kind of an angular thing. Yeah.
Yeah, agree. Totally agree.
Yeah. Was he a painting guy, or is all that art you think came from like more that he got into the computer painting type shit?
No, it's all freehand stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, even on Magus, which is way before computer, that's already Rock's artwork. And remember, he did a bunch of shit for Metalion, Slayer.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
right. That magazine
Yeah.
that he did the book and the shit for. Yeah. And
all the
I think
fucking
borders
and all that.
Yeah. Correct. Yep.
He was a big part of what made that magazine so fucking brutal, right? In a weird way. Like, it's like, the zine had good content, but it was like fucking drawn.
The art
zine.
was certainly a contributing factor. Yeah,
I mean, I like drawn zines, so they're just more brutal, you know.
It should have been a fucking tattooist.
Right.
Yeah.
I just saw
Never
my man
seen-
Eric Rott was picking up the tattoo fucking gun. I'm like, all right, time to go, bro. You know, like you're an artist. You know what I mean? You're older now. It's like, okay, you should fucking tattoo, man. It's a good fucking way to go.
A lot more money.
They make good money.
Really good money. They're like bands that can tour successfully. They can tour around the world and actually make money instead of just eating shit.
Exactly.
I bet.
Exactly.
Yeah, fucking tattoo artists. It's like, I guess you just need the gun and the inks, and then just all fucking cheddar from there. You know.
I flew out to Melbourne to get tattooed. Actually,
what was that? Sorry.
I flew out to Melbourne a couple of years ago to get tattooed.
Oh yeah, who by?
This guy named Dead Mike. I don't know. Yeah, it's cool.
Whereabouts was he?
Kind of in downtown. I want to say not quite Fitzroy, but somewhere around there. I only spent a couple weeks out there.
Richmond or something?
I'm not sure. It was a couple minutes away from Fitzroy when I drove over there.
Yeah, I live about probably 10 or nearly 15 minutes from Fitzroy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Easy. Yeah, easy. Like 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, Melbourne's
around
beautiful.
there. Actually, you know, maybe it would have been Brunswick. Maybe. That's right next to Fitzroy. There's a lot of tattoos places there. Yeah.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend went out there to go get tattooed, so it was cool.
Sick. Was that the mission? Or was
you should have gone to Leviathan.
Yeah, went out there and then
Man,
went to see Carcinoid as well.
Oh, sick.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think it was like their album release show, but the album didn't come out yet. Before
I've never seen that advert. I saw that advert of that band. Yeah. I saw that.
They're pretty good, bro.
Yeah.
I got the tape. I like them.
Yeah, I hung out with them.
I saw that
and then
advert,
White Horse. That was cool.
Oh yeah, what else? Yeah.
I hung out with Pete and then ran into some other shenanigans later on that night. A couple other bars, but good times.
A lot of bars there, huh?
Yeah. I put out a couple bands from Australia, or from Melbourne. So I actually have 2 right now that are coming out. One of them I got a tattoo by when I was out there. I'm not sure where that location was either, but this girl named Andrea. She plays in a couple of doom bands like I Hate God Worship. One's called Religious Observance, Class Traitor, and Burn the Hostages.
I've heard that Burn the Hostages, but I haven't heard the other ones. So.
And then Vile Apparition. I put out their first demo. They're good.
Cool, okay.
Awesome, brutal death metal, but like, you know, real brutal death metal, not like tech slam.
Okay. Yeah.
Who put out the Carcinoid? I have that.
Dylan put out Carcinoid from Headsplit.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
I wanted to put out that Carcinoid one, but he beat me, so that's how it goes. But I got to see that first.
That happens.
Yeah.
I remember the day that I got the Coffins demo CD, and I'm like, I love this fucking band. They're so sick. And then a couple hours later, it's like Razorback Records was like, we're releasing Coffins. I'm like, fuck.
I was putting out a band, and we were in agreement, and then I hit them up the next day, and they're like, we got this phone call from someone named Lee Dorian, and I guess we're gonna work with him instead. Just like, oh, cool. And they're like, they didn't know who he was. And I was like, what the fuck, you guys, man? Like, that's awesome. Like, I'm excited for you guys.
Get with it. Get with it.
Huh?
Yeah.
They should get with it.
Oh yeah, they did. They went on tour with him, and yeah, they did good. But
cool.
It's kind of cool. Yeah.
You're not at liberty to say the band name? Are you at liberty to say the band's name?
Oh yeah, it was called Beastmaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
They went on to be Haunt. It's like Iron Maiden, sort of like new wave of British heavy metal.
Right.
Cool. Yeah. But they were doing like some doom stuff. They're cool. I like them.
Dope. Yeah. I heard of them. Their Haunt is on Relapse, right?
No, they just do self-release stuff, but they re-linked up with Shadow Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
Since we're talking about Lee Dorian, here we go. This is the original, Dark Passages.
Oh, nice.
Dude,
right.
that thing was a life changer for me too, man.
Yeah,
I
right.
thought it was. I got it. I actually had a cassette first, but I lost all my tapes because I was married before.
Oh,
You know, it's like 2,000 tapes that disappeared from my life.
Those two cathedral tracks on there, holy fuck, dude.
That Count Raven, Count Raven song is really heavy too, man.
Yeah, that was such
the
a
Revelation track.
Song,
I mean, this was really a great trigger. When I first came to the United States, you know, which was this was like 1991. Not too many people listened to Doom. It wasn't really all that cracking.
Yeah,
today
it wasn't cracking like that.
And fucking, you know, like hipster galore. But when I first came in, no one wanted to talk to me about Pentagram or Richmond the General, none of that shit. So
not too many.
It's funny you brought up Lee Dorian and all that. It was a completely different environment, right? Today, Doom is like, oh, Candlemas, yeah, you're old. Before it's like, oh.
Yeah.
I think Lee Dorian
Doom's
and I
not in
think
vogue.
Rise Above is fucking amazing, dude. You know?
Yeah,
It was a really righteous label, you know. And when we talked about Necroharmonic doing it for the love of the game instead of the love of the money, I thought, you know, when you started doing your thing, I thought about it. You know, I thought about stuff like Rise Above.
Yeah, Lee Dorian always did his thing.
This
too.
guy was doing it not because it was going to make money, not because it was hip, because he wanted to do it. It wasn't hip at all. Like, no one wanted to fucking hear about Count Raven or Penance, right?
Yeah,
or what else? That's what's up. You know, Solitude Eternus. And from there, these bands started to get following, and people are now like, oh, now today you're seeing people buying fucking patches on eBay. Like, oh, Count Raven. It's like, get the fuck out of here. It's like,
Saint
where were
Vitus
you?
definitely underrated. Like Saint Vitus were like kind of
Saint
like
Vi-
no one
Saint-
gave a fuck. You could like go into the record store and see that shit for like $1.99.
Roy, I came into the States. No one wanted to talk to me because I loved Saint Vitus. I came to California. I went to SST store, you know, SST Records, the Black Flag guys. I bought everything. And everyone's like, how are you listening to it? This is like the worst Black Sabbath ripoff ever. I'm like, bro, you don't know. And look at this today. There's a club in Brooklyn, the fanciest club, the hippest place in Brooklyn, in the new Brooklyn, that's called St. Vitus Bar.
Right.
That's it.
Where were you? You know, and I'm not being like elitist about it, but I'm like, that's what's up. You know, these people did when Lee Dorian did it. That's what's up. Yeah, where is Venner? That's a good.
Where is Venner?
Venner's at
He's
the horror
actually-
convention, and I told him when shit gets really fucking weird, jump on the stream, bro.
Yeah,
and send this to us.
It's only midnight now, so maybe like within the next hour or so, it would be dope.
You'll be asleep.
You might catch like Tom Savini fucking like working out or like picking up.
Venner lives like in my neighborhood, but I never see him. I don't know where he lives. He lives in Wallington. He lives like within a couple of blocks from me, but I haven't seen him in ages, man.
He's probably jerking off out the back of the horror convention or something.
You know it.
Yeah, he's probably hanging out by himself.
He has a life.
Who, Venner? No, Venner's at the horror convention. He
Talking to you guys about Doom stuff. There's this band I put out. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Move it. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
They're called the Stygian Crown.
I've heard the name. Yeah.
It's a really killer band from Los Angeles.
That's right.
Like the people from Grave Hill.
Yeah,
but it's like Solitude Eternus, Old Candlemas, sort of worship, but with like really powerful female vocals, like almost like a Dio level, just like amazing fucking band. Definitely worth checking out. Called Stygian Crown.
I would like to check that out.
So when we were talking about Death Fest, I don't really like Fest either, but I'm planning on going to California Death Fest to catch them out there. So they call themselves Candle Thrower.
Which one's up?
So it's supposed to be like Candle Thrower, like the doominess of a Candlemass, but with the heaviness of Bolt Thrower, So
that's pretty funny.
It's kind of a goofy.
I like that.
They're definitely worth checking out. They're a killer band. If you're into traditional doom, and it also helps that they're not children. And I think that that sets things apart. Like,
would you like to hear a really funny Candlemass story?
Of course.
Candlemass plays in Cleveland 2003 with Trouble and Jack Band. Of course, I have to go.
Yeah.
So I do go, and I end up meeting up with Messiah and Leif and everybody in the band. And Messiah and we end up going to Walmart to buy some fucking baseball hats because he needs to buy them. The thing is that so this is when Sam Mercolin's fronting Candlemass, and of course Candlemass is playing. He comes out in a robe, right? That fucking robe, and he's doom dancing with a rope around his waist, and he falls on his ass like 3 times. And every time he falls. They got these chandeliers on stage, right, with candles, because it's Candlemass, right? And Messiah is going so crazy that he falls on his ass and rolls into the chandeliers like 4 times out of 3. And you should have seen Leif Edling's face. He's like, "You goddamn buffoon!" He's like, "What are you doing? You're ruining the show." And when I was watching, and he's a really nice guy, Messiah. But the funny shit about it was like, remember watching that Never Say Die video from Black Sabbath?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Ozzy's going crazy and Tony Iommi's giving him dirty looks? It was just that. It was just like that. Leif Edling just going, "You buffoon! You're ruining our show!" And Messiah fucking falling on his ass and falling into the candles is fantastic. Yeah. But they played really well, man. It was a really, really killer show. I'm actually, I was fortunate to see Candlemass only twice. Once with Messiah and once with Johan Lankast and out in Norway. And I hope to see him again next year in Norway at Beyond the Gates, because they're supposed to do like some. We're actually in Texas. They're playing too, so we'll see what happens. You know,
if you send me your address, man, I'll hook you up with one of these tapes, so you can check them out. I know you say you don't have tapes, but
I have tapes. Yeah, it was like I have a lot of tapes. I just lost a lot of them 20 years ago when I was married. You know. But
if you can somehow send me your address, I'll send you a package.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
What are they? Candle thrower?
They're called Stygian Crown.
Stygian. Yeah, I'm a Stygian myself, more or less.
Oh, okay.
You know, because Stygians come from the Black Sea area, which is like Ukraine today. That's where I'm from. I'm from Odessa, Ukraine.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
I will. Rhett from like Morgion and stuff is the drummer in the band.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'll send that to you.
Thank you.
Killer. Yeah.
See how it is?
Yeah. No, I mean, when you were talking about that earlier, and that's literally what I do. I mean, that's, we put out underground music because we like it, not because we're trying to make money.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what this guy did. That's what this guy did.
Dorian money, but
fucking boot it.
I'm really into this Argentinian band. They're called like Mephistopheles or whatever. I couldn't find the cassette right now.
Mephistopheles?
Yeah.
About 100 names of them around.
Super fucking doomish. Here's some shit I got fuck with lately. I couldn't find that shit. I got some other shit. I think it's all downstairs because I listened to it so much. So I got like this band's pretty dope. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this.
What is that?
La Historias.
Oh, that's cool.
Are they Argentinian?
I think they're Argentinian too, bro.
I mean,
they got this cassette out too.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah.
Wow.
Definitely this decent. And then there was this girl, she used to buy like Crematory and Intermen hoodies off me, and she's in this doom band, which is, I think they're fucking pretty good.
Oh yeah, that band's cool. Oh, the drummer?
Yeah.
Blackwater
today.
Yeah, they're
Blackwater
really cool.
Like.
Yeah.
Yep.
Eric
German?
from Skolex is playing in their live band now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Chthonic Deity.
I saw that. That's cool.
Yeah. That band's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're good.
The drummer used to play death metal too.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
So she's been like a customer or whatever, and I remember that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're good. That album I like. What's up, Frank? That's Frank who sang for Dripping.
Dripping.
Yeah, Dripping. Yeah, what happened to Gabe, bro? I don't know what that was for, but yeah. What happened to Gabe? I haven't seen Gabe in a million years.
Gabe lives across the street from me, but I haven't talked to him in a while.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna do like a dripping podcast kind of thing where we get like a bunch of fucking all the dripping guys together. But I can't even get Sebastian to come on. Yeah, I could barely even get Sebastian to come on. War Crimes is my favorite Doom record. What's up, Francisco? How come you're not jumping on? You know, I sent you an invite, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Mike from Ruin is actually coming back on. He's driving somewhere or something. He's like,
awesome.
He's like, you guys still on? I'm like, fuck.
He's probably fucking In-N-Out burgers or something.
I'm like, come on, bro.
Hanging around the fucking McDonald's or what the fuck he's in.
I like In-N-Out. I like
you know, Mike's a chef, so he's eating pretty good. Wherever he's at.
Yeah, fucking In-N-Out chef.
Mike got mad stories. I mean,
he's been around.
And being in that type of living. Hey, I like your cat, bro. You got a black cat too?
Yeah, but his name's Spooky.
Cool. Spooky, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll give you a close up.
All right, let's get Spooky.
I'm a close up.
Oh, Spooky.
He's cute.
Spooky.
Oh, he looks like my cat, Alistair. They're very similar looking.
Yeah, they're. He's a Bombay.
I had 4 black cats and then
Wow.
1 calico, and or maybe it was 3. I think no, it was 3. 3 black cats and 1 calico, and they all died within like a period of like 2 or 3 years, maybe 2 years. Mostly all during fucking COVID, which is kind of weird. Yeah, like I was like, what the fuck? That's kind of fucking weird, you know? Like all my cats pass on. So we have another kitten, a black one, and then we got like 2 like barn cats that are fucking nuts. All boys now, you know? It's pretty cool. I was a black cat collector, you know?
You're right.
My wife was, I should say. My family,
they
love the fucking cats, dude. It's like if there was no cats here, they wouldn't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah. Keeps them away from you, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like that guy won't shut the fuck up in there, man. I gotta go play with the cat. This, you know, in a weird way, this whole like podcasting thing, it kind of works out good for me because it does let me release and talk to, you know, just get the fucking talking out of my system. Because my wife, fuck, man, I kind of feel bad for her sometimes because she knows like way too much about like death metal basically, and she's not involved in the scene at all, dude. You know. So it's like she gets to hear things that nobody heard for fucking eternity, you know what I mean?
Hey, listen, knowing this half the battle, it's good.
Yeah,
so good.
It's just bugged out because it's just like she ain't into it at all. You know, she likes Doom actually. She likes Electric Wizard and Sleep and shit. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, she fucks with that. You know.
Well, we were talking about Doom earlier, and Doom unfortunately is not cool. It's like the only thing people care about is death metal right now because I played Doom and death metal, and it's like the hardest time for Doom. Not a big deal, but
you guys have conflicting opinions.
I don't know what it is now, but I used to go to Brooklyn a lot. They love Doom over there. It's neckbeard central. You know,
I mean, a couple of years ago, I think Doom was really fucking big in New York scene.
Yeah, people coming to Pentagram that I never seen in my life before. I'm like, where were you? But but whatever, it's good, you know.
I mean, they weren't really good Doom, I would say. There's people that play stoner rock and like bar rock bands that call themselves Doom that just suck.
Well, that was kind of my thing. I was like, when I first came into the States, I was into a lot. This was, Candlemas and St. Vitus and Pentagram and all that shit.
Yeah.
And nobody wanted to hear any of that. People laughed at me, literally laughed me out of the house. And now all of a sudden it's so hip. I'm not going to be a grumpy old man and go, blah, 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 I told you so. But
yeah,
here you are.
This man knows because he sells a lot of cassettes. So his Doom ones are sitting there. The death metal ones are blowing off the fucking
death
shelf.
metal you can't hold on to.
Yeah.
I personally myself, I don't listen to Doom. Only a few here and bands here and there, but I just personally don't listen to it. So
yeah,
that's why I'm unaware.
When it became old hip,
just a few here and there, but I don't personally listen to it. So.
All you need is disembowelment. So.
I invited the guy from Disembowelment on today.
Yeah,
but
for me too.
I don't know. I don't think he saw my message.
That's one of few.
Yeah, exactly.
One of very, very few.
Yeah.
Like Winter, yes, I love Winter. Yeah, I love Winter. And things like that. But,
Into Darkness was fucking heavy as hell. It was like it was Celtic Frost on dead batteries in your Walkman, right? That's what it was like. Like, you remember when you had Walkmans and you put it on, and if you wanted to play like Celtic Frost, it would be like,
Yeah.
I got to see a small winter show. It was pretty small. It was like a more intimate setting. It was the like a lead up to them headlining at Roadburn. So they played a show in New York City, and it was fucking amazing, dude.
Nice.
They were so heavy, man. Yeah, it was killer, dude. I love doom metal, man. I mean, you're right that it's like the scene wavers from it, away from it, back to it. It's like all over the place, There was a band I booked back in the day, which I don't know if you remember this show, Boris, but remember I used to book Warhorse?
Yeah, I was
fucking great.
Didn't you book it at
You told me about that band. You told me about that band once.
Super fucking heavy, dude. Holy
fucking
shit.
super loud. I worked the sound that night, and it was really a challenge to actually keep it within that room because they brought all those orange fucking goddamn orange.
Yeah.
Remember that shit?
Yeah, and there was that other band too, Dragon Green, that played that show.
Yeah, dude. I see. That's one of the nights I'm like, I wish I remembered the date, but I don't. I don't have a flyer for that anymore. That was actually pretty. And I think Warhorse, they barely even sang. Right? It was just mostly instrumental shit.
No, that was Dragon Green.
Dragon Green, right? That's what it was.
Yeah, they're still instrumental too.
That was pretty brutal, man. It was heavy as shit.
What's up, Mike?
Mike,
coming back, brother.
There was some.
You wanted to be on with the wafta.
There's my fucking wafta.
You.
What's up, Damo?
Fucking you bastard. Fucking every time I go to LA, you're never around, mate. You hide. You hide in fear.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Every time I fucking go there, you're never fucking around. You're like crying in the corner or something.
You did try to fucking eat my head last time I saw you. We were.
Yeah, I know. That's the way you got to be. That was years ago, though.
That was a long fucking time ago, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, brother. Yeah, you too.
Everything good?
Yeah. I'll be back there soon as I can.
Yeah, we got to fucking catch a Kings game or something. We'll fucking
yeah.
We'll jump Alvaro and steal his fucking tickets.
Yeah. No, I went with a lot of games with him to there as well, and Mike Caragua and stuff like that. Fucking Mikey and shit like that. So, but yeah, we went to a lot of games last time. Fucking OD'd on them.
We can even see Damo's LA Kings jersey framed in the background there. I see.
Yep.
Fucking
LA Kings guy.
Yeah, I got the Diocletian boys fucking into the Kings playoffs when they were here back in 2014.
Fuck them, just before me, I was the last game of the season there.
Yeah.
Just before the playoffs, I was there. Yeah.
They were they were here. We were Gravehill and Diocletian were doing some dates, and they were here when the Kings took out the Blackhawks in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
That was cool. Yeah. And then Joel,
just before it.
One of their guitar players, Joel, he became a big old fan. He's still into them too, so that's cool.
Yeah, right. Okay. Good. Very good. Very good, my friend.
Anyways, I didn't mean to fucking hijack your guys' chat.
No, we're
What's
good.
going
We're
on?
good.
Please continue.
That's right. We're just talking shit. We haven't seen each other for a
We were
long time.
talking about doom metal. We were
Let's talk
comparing
about
notes.
Stygian Crown.
Ah, Stygian Crown. Those are my boys.
Yeah.
That's where I heard it from you, man. That's where I heard it from you, I think.
Carl
Yeah, that's
said,
the
"Who let the
boys,
creep
man.
on?"
I got the. Apparently, I bought the last fucking gatefold that Rhett was selling online. I got the gatefold LP, so I was stoked.
I was just showing off the tapes, saying I'm going to send them over.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
The new ceremonial stuff's pretty sick too. That's coming soon.
Oh, you got that going?
It's in production.
Good, good. Yeah, you're always. I can't keep up with your shit, man. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
we
always
can't keep
busting
up
my
with
balls
yours
about
either,
Ruin. I
bro.
can't fucking keep up with fucking Transylvanian recordings, man.
Yeah, you did put
We're
out
busy
a
in
lot,
Cali,
dude.
man.
Dude,
Yeah,
I have
look at how
20
Cali
things
boys-
in production right now.
Fucking James is like me. If he don't stay busy, he's gonna get in trouble, man. He's
Like
gonna
a
end
shark.
up in jail.
Gotta keep moving.
Yep.
Wow, 20
Trouble.
pieces in production.
20
That's crazy.
things. I'm fucking sweating bullets. Just
20,
like
20.
Trouble.
I got 20 I got 20 layouts
go.
in production, but not 20 actual. Bring that back, Boris. That's a classic right there.
It's a great
Just
album.
look.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, dude.
Yep.
Killer shit, bro.
I may or may not have put myself in alcoholic coma to that album quite a few fucking times in my life.
Yeah, man. And I ran out of fucking Hennessy, but I think we need to do a shot at least for Eric Wagner, who is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's really weird, man. I was gonna see him. We were gonna hook up at that Brooklyn show. It was gonna be the Obsessed and the Skull, but he never made it to Brooklyn. He never got there. And the guys from the Obsessed and Wino, they never said a word about what happened, which is kind of messed up, man.
Whoa.
It's kind of shady,
That's
man.
weird.
I went there, I went to the show. I was going to see Eric and all those guys, but they never came. And
Wow.
and
Man,
Wino,
that's weird.
nah, they were like not even going to mention it. And the day after the Brooklyn show, the guy from the Obsessed, he came out positive.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Because they
I was
dropped off of that fest.
that was
in
a
Vegas.
really shady affair, man. Real shady.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Sounds like it. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
that
they
was a
dropped it
weird
off of-
situation, man.
Yeah,
Wino
it was
was
terrible.
online.
I got
It's a
Going
fucking
off
wild
conspiracy
situation
theories
for
and all this
bands.
weird shit. It was fucking weird. He was on their Twitter page or Instagram.
Yeah, he was
whatever
going
the fuck
off.
was going
He was
on. It
anti-masker, anti-vaxxer.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
why now?
Just-
Yeah,
Yeah.
I caught that.
And so
I know
when they got
both
kicked
of
off
these
that,
guys. I know-
they quit
I know
that
Eric
festival,
from-
and then they all came up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know them from a long time ago. Just being around.
He was being a little conspiratorial, you know?
Nah, it was real shady, man. When I came back from that show and I found out what happened, then I went to visit my mom. My mom's 78 years old. We both had COVID. We're both vaccinated, but that's not right. You could at least told your people, But thank God, I was like, and I talked to him. I was like, something's not right, man. Something's real shady about this.
Yeah.
I was like, what's up with Eric? He said, they went home. And then you know what happened. Came out dead.
Ah, shit.
Yeah.
God
He
damn.
wouldn't even tell. He wouldn't even speak about it. Really weird.
Now
Yeah.
Eric had like one of the best voices, just not even just metal. I mean, rock, however you want to call it, rock and roll. I mean, just fucking
He was
unique.
definitely a unique singer. That's for sure.
He just fucking had the pipes, man. I mean, I like
But-
that the skull and that early stuff that was just straight fucking metal. But
When
that
they
rock
went-
stuff they were doing with Rick Rubin was fucking killer too. I like those albums too.
I got that too. I got all of that shit.
Yeah, I like that middle era trouble stuff.
Yeah, that
And
one,
the
right?
skull stuff was cool too, man.
That one,
Or it's another encyclopedia type guy. I like this.
Yeah, that's a great record, man. That's a good album.
Hell
That
yeah,
was a
Boris.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a breakthrough for them, I guess, when they went to Deaf American.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, Rick Rubin likes to change people's sound around or whatever. And if bands are cool with it, he could make them go big time, it seems like. So
Rick Rubin strips you down. He strips it to the bare essentials. Remember
he's that old school producer, you know.
Right? Then the Colts win.
What are you drinking today, mate?
Huh?
What are you drinking today, mate? Still
Oh,
too early for that, or?
No, I'm just starting now.
What time
just starting now? Okay.
There you go.
Carlton Draft, man. Here you go.
Look at that.
Breakfast of champions.
Not breakfast, you dickhead. It's like in the afternoon, and it's 3:23. It's like it's a good time to start at after 12 o'clock.
3:23 in the morning or 3:23 in the afternoon?
Afternoon. You losers.
All right, yeah, because I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Are you doing music again, Damo?
Nah, not right now. Nah, just seeing what's going on. Have a look to see what's kicking,
We're
whatever.
still going, Evan. We're killing it.
But just seeing what's going on at the moment.
That
It's coming up.
that Bestial Warlust thing got postponed because of the virus and shit, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah, because we tried it twice, 1 year apart, and I just like, fuck it, forget it. We cancelled it 9 months earlier. It was supposed to realistically be only a month ago for the new date, but we predicted at the start of the year it was going to be fucked, and it was. We've ended up coming worse.
Yeah.
Than it was. Than what it is here. It became worse when it still is. So
And the
it's like,
Bestial Warlust reunion show is indefinitely canceled at this point, right?
yeah, can't do shit, nothing.
Yeah.
Too hard, too fucking hard, and too much time.
The way Australia handled it was pretty surprising in comparison to America. I was talking to some friends out there, and you guys would shut down if one person got sick, and we're like filling up fucking refrigerator trucks with thousands of dead bodies, and we're just acting like it ain't nothing. Like, this ain't shit. This is a fucking Tuesday.
Yesterday we at 6 p.m. we opened up fully after a fucking few months. Second time around after a few months fully. And
Does
now
that mean I could send my mail there finally? Because I've been
fucking shipping got shut down for a bit.
It's still shut. So
I've sent some stuff in through Australia.
But you can I have as well, but you got to send it like global international, which is double the price.
Yeah, it's fucked right now.
Double the price.
Just normal mail went up through Australia.
I go through fucking
just a single tape's
stamps.com. I
$20.
was able to get some shit through stamps.com at it's still fucking an arm and a leg. It's like $30 to send a cassette or whatever, but it was like that for a couple of years now.
Yeah, it's not too bad if you're sending from say California to Australia to Melbourne or Sydney or anything like that, it's still reasonable. But if you from over the other side, it costs a lot more.
Oh yeah.
I'm flying to Atlanta next week.
They charge the same price for everything here, man. It sucks.
Yeah, it's $20 now. It used to be like $14.29 for a single tape, and now it's like $20 just to Australia.
$2.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
right.
And send back my fucking stamps. Send back my stamps.
Right.
Glue my stamps. John, they might be opening up Australia, Damo says, but I don't know if we're ready to know yet.
It's still getting stuff, but it's like, put it this way, Germany's fucking shut to send out. I've got like 4 or 5 packages still sitting there for like 3 or 4 months, hasn't left.
I'm supposed to fly out. I'm supposed to fly out to Germany in the end of the month to see a show. Yeah, I know.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah,
good luck.
I'll tell you all about it because.
But I'll tell you, from the US the mail is shit, but from Europe, I'm still getting parcels fucking in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Fucking what? That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah. And,
I got some ridiculous ideas, man. I don't know what the fuck made me do this, but I bought tickets to that Atlanta show. Roy knows what I'm talking about. Mass Destruction, which is the hardest thing to do at this point. To go to fucking Georgia.
I saw that.
Yeah. That's nuts, man. What am I thinking? But I'm going anyway. Right?
That's a fucking good show, dude.
I'm missing one day. I'm missing the whatever.
Who the fuck goes to Georgia?
Retard like me. Obviously.
Who the fuck goes to Georgia?
Part 4.
Repulsion, I want to see again. I want to see Sarathungo because they're friends of mine, and I want to back them up. And that's about it. That's it.
Yeah.
Really. I've been to Georgia before. There's nothing to do. You know, there ain't shit to do out there.
Yeah, it's a wild place.
Nuclear Assault would be fun to see. Danny and John would be nice to see again. You know, Vulcan, John, and Dave, old friends.
I asked Danny Loker to come on tonight, but he was busy. So
yeah, you know, it's Halloween Eve. You know,
dude. You know, fucking Danny
He's
Loker.
a rock
bro.
star, man. He doesn't
Nah,
want to
he's
hang out
not.
with the dirtbags.
He's not.
He's not, no.
Danny's
He's just a
pretty
little
laid back.
with us. He might have.
Hey, I'll be back in a second. Hey, I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna have a cigarette, and I've got a story to tell about my old friend who's just joined us.
All right, cool.
What? You know.
All right.
You'll know.
All right, go.
It's a funny one. You'll laugh your fucking head off, but you won't
Go have a
remember. But I'll
slice.
tell you. Hey. I'm gonna have a cigarette and we'll be back.
All right, do it to it.
I can still hear you though.
Now we can fucking talk shit on him.
We listen to us taking a piss, you know.
I got the Bluetooth and I'm outside out the back. I can hear everything you fucking say.
That's all right, man. I smoke. I
Piss
smoke
on your thigh.
Let me tell you, like, I've been smoking since 1980 fucking 5. Up until the beginning of March of the pandemic, which is what, 2020.
Yeah.
This entire time I smoked a pack a day, and ever since then I haven't smoked anything. It's really weird.
Yeah, the COVID fucking scared me into quit smoking forever for good.
You know what it is?
Oh,
It didn't scare me. It just happened like that, you know, because I haven't been going out, and I just stopped smoking.
Is it? Yeah, like what's the deal? Like a lot of people quit smoking because of COVID. Is that what,
I
they don't want to go out and get cigarettes every day.
Quitting's for quitters. I stopped.
Oh, you stopped.
Well, you know what it is? I'll tell you the truth. I got a 78-year-old mother who smoked every day. And I made her a deal. I said, look, you know, if you stop smoking, because she, you know, that's not good for a 78-year-old woman to be smoking. I said, if you stop smoking, I'll stop smoking everything. She goes, and my mom was like hardcore Russian Siberian woman. She goes, you're going to stop smoking weed too? And I said, I'll stop smoking weed too in the house. All right, you know. So, in other words, I'm gonna look. If I go out,
like, I'll take one compromise there. I'll stop smoking in the house.
And it worked. We stuck with it, and she doesn't smoke, and I don't spend $100 a fucking week on it.
Oh shit! Jim got another cat.
A white one.
What are you doing, Jim? Standing up, bro?
Yeah, because my wife wants to look at TV. She wants to look at TV, and it's like,
get the fuck out, you fucking guys! Get out of our house! You look like me doing Francisco's podcast. I used to stand up during it. No one knew that, but I was like, eventually, I was like, damn, I gotta fucking sit down, dude. I can't hang out and stand up the whole fucking podcast.
This guy's a Maine Coon. He's like 12, 13 pounds.
Damn.
Yeah,
let me see him, man. Cool.
He's
Lift that motherfucker up.
He's a big boy.
Shit.
That's a big boy, yeah.
He eats like a champ.
He's clearly enjoying this.
He's bigger than you, bro. So
his name is Freckles.
This has been an interesting mix, bro. Let's see who else we can. I'm still trying to see if Venner will come from the horror convention and join us. So it'd be dope.
Where's Francisco? Where's Francisco?
He's in mourning
Yeah,
because the fucking Astros lost, so they're on the verge of elimination. So he's crying.
He's crying right now. Well, we'll bring him in. I'll bring Francisco in like this.
He's weeping in his diaper.
He doesn't. He probably doesn't even know about this, but this is me. This is some cool guys.
That's you. That's for sure.
That's me. In the
Fucking
middle
Kirby.
is Chirby. Yeah,
Chirby.
from Obscene Fest. And there's Francisco. Looking mad.
How old
evil.
is that picture?
Maryland Death Fest. Fuck, dude. I don't know. A long time ago.
It looks like it's a old picture.
Yeah, I remember taking a picture with Martin Van Druen like a couple minutes after that. So it was a fucking pretty long time ago.
That might have been 2011.
It was a long fucking time ago, man. I don't even know. All the Maryland Death Fest start to like mesh into each other for me, especially when they start having it at the same venue every time.
Right.
So it's just like, it's just like, am I vending inside or am I vending outside, Which I wanted to vend outside, but then if it rained, it was like fucking terror, basically,
Mm-hmm.
Then you're like, oh shit, it's fucking raining on my CDs, It's kind of scary. But it is what it is. I don't vend it anymore. I'm not, I don't even go to fucking shows anymore. I figure I would just live virtually.
Sucks.
You'll be back.
Yeah. I was paying a lot,
Yeah.
So
That's insane. They would charge you that much.
At the end, it was $1,100 to vend.
Yeah, most of my friends like you and a few of the others, same thing. They're not doing it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little too expensive for me. Because once you mix in, if you bring a crew of people to maybe help you a little bit, then you got to rent hotel rooms for a few nights.
Yeah,
it's more. It's more to actually pay to vend than you actually make. Almost.
I mean, it was kind of like a break-even situation a lot of times. So like, there was so much stress leading up to it, as far as like, well, I'm going to make this special merch just for this show, basically, or this fest. So you have a lot of production right beforehand, which drains your brain. So by the time you get there, you're just like, yeah, okay, what? You want to buy this thing, So it's like, it's that stress was relieved once I stopped vending, which was, kind of cool. I mean, would I do it again? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But would I do it right now? No.
Yeah.
I don't really want to. I don't want any man hugs. I don't want any.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm done with that fucking man hug scene. Yeah, not even that though. Just like, it's just too many man hugs in the metal scene.
I mean, what happened to this?
Yeah, exactly. What's up? Yeah, what happened to that? You're right. Fuck.
Like, and it's all like, oh man.
I
How about these, Roy?
Oh shit! Those are
the originals.
There you go.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Are we in the Samhain D.O.G storage room right there? Or is he 7-inch boxes? Original shit, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking hey, dude.
Nice.
You good?
Hold on.
No, that's upside down now.
Yeah, I
you
know.
had it right before.
All right.
Crazy fucking records, bro.
Yeah, those are two of the thank lists that I found some bands on, just like what Andrew was talking about earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was all about the thank you lists,
Yep.
That kid's pretty fucking knowledgeable for a little 19-year-old kid, right?
He's one of the handful out there that fucking they seem to know more than we do, who actually lived it.
I know. It's like, when you study metal archives, I don't
Google,
understand.
man.
Oh yeah. Well, plus he's got more brain cells than I do for sure, man.
Yeah, same.
You too, Roy. So
yeah, I don't have too many of those left. So
there's always that generation of people, like at a certain point that's younger than the founders. They're like down with the shit.
Yeah,
this kid is definitely.
I think it's cool.
Yep.
Study up.
Super cool to me in a way. That's why I invite him on, because
I mean I'm pretty sure that's how most of us are. Yeah. That's how we were, right? Back in the day.
That's us when we were little.
Yeah.
When the older dudes were like, yo, you can come hang out with us, have a shot of this, have a smoke. This kid knows about metal, right? I remember being me and talking about Deep Purple and Uriah Heep, and my old people were like, yeah, come on in, hang out. This kid's all right.
Yeah, somebody was talking to me about like the flyers that I pass out during the mail, and I'm like, yeah, well, I don't know who's getting these packages, basically. So it could be a 45 or 48-year-old man, or it could be a 16-year-old or 15-year-old kid. So like, I'm kind of hoping it's the 15-year-old kid in a way. And then, you know what I mean? And fucking, they're hanging this up in their room like I did when I was younger, I think that's fucking awesome, dude. You know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, some of those shows you guys had going on back east, man. I mean, we still fucking trip out on them. Like, fuck, with some of those lineups.
Yeah, well, fucking killer.
Now legendary bands, you know?
Yeah,
it's impressive. So whether they're 48, 50, or they're 18, 15 years old, it's going up on the fucking wall, man.
Yeah. There was some crazy stuff, especially with like G Willikers. Like, fuck, dude. You know, like I'm sure it's like this for LA too, though. For LA, people go to LA and New York.
You know, it's kind of funny. I was talking to somebody about that, and they were saying, what, you know, how come the East Coast, you know, Eastern Seaboard and Sweden and Florida was so much more tight knit than, like, let's say Los Angeles or whatever. I don't have an answer to that. It's hard to say. We have a lot of killer bands, but they just kind of, everybody kind of did their own thing, and there wasn't the same brotherhood, I guess. It's
do you think the posers of the former generation before that kind of broke things up a little bit? You know, the hair bands, or
not really, because we all fucking laughed at that shit. You know, we fucking used to jerk off to the videos because the models that were in it or whatever, but the music was fucking horrible.
Well, you did.
But yeah, I mean, it wasn't, you know, now it's like, fuck, I could go to a fucking bar or whatever, go to the Rainbow and listen to some of that stuff and like, it's cool, the girls dance around. But back in the day, it's like you wanted to stab those motherfuckers, man. You saw them out in public, you wanted to fucking kill them. But
exactly.
They didn't really have anything to do with going like seeing Sadistic Intent or Demolition in a backyard up in San Fernando or something, you know, on a Saturday. That was what we had. I was too young to catch Terrorizer, unfortunately. I was trying to get out there, and you know, I was too fucking young. You know, a couple of our friends had cars and shit, but they were too fucking scared to go to South LA backyards back then and shit, you know.
I went to a few of them over the years. Over there. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
and then, you know, Autopsy started coming down, and that was fucking awesome, obviously. And then, you know, we had some killer bands. Again, it was nothing like that, you know, fucking that explosion over there back east. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I got that, man. I got that.
I remember that
as well. That's a fucking killer, man.
The funny thing, the original Heralds of Oblivion was supposed to be a lot better. I mean, those bands are cool, especially Demolition.
Oh, yeah.
Demolition.
They were supposed to get Sadistic Intent, Excruciating Terror, Entity, and
right. But it
didn't come together.
I lived in LA in the 90s too, man. I lived out in West Hollywood, and Dino Casares, who's now in Fear Factory and who is famous, he was working in the record store.
He was at the Rock Shop, man. I know Dino. Yeah, it was the Rock Shop was cool. That was a cool place.
Mike was working at Wild Rags, right?
I just did a little interview about that. Yeah, I was at Wild Rags for about a year. I was working there with Richard and Valerie. And
I remember you were. Yeah. I remember you were. I remember you were there. Yeah, fuck yeah. I remember that.
So bugged out that you worked at Wild Rags, bro. Like,
I remember I went
to the best job I've ever had, man.
I remember, hey, Mike, I went to one time, I went with Rick and Bay to Wild Rags fucking in the mid-90s, early 90s, whatever it was. And and I remember I wanted to go in there and have a look, and they sat in the car, and then they obviously had a bad communication or bad blood between them both, you know, Richard D and the Sadistic Intent. And then one time they let me, so I said I went in there and had a look, and then they said to me, he said, Damo, make sure you tell Richard C, fuck you from Sadistic Intent. So I went in there and I was looking through the records, and the dude said to me, what are you looking for? And I said, I'm just looking through. He goes, you're not buying anything, get the fuck out. And I went, fuck you, man. Fuck you, you asshole. And fucking tell me what to fucking do. And he's like, oh, by the way, I'm not going to buy anything. And Sadistic Intent say, fuck you. And he goes, what? You fucking tell those motherfuckers to fucking go fucking get out here, fucking like, fuck you. Put my finger up and fuck off. And he's like, get out, don't come back here again.
Yeah.
That was fucking hilarious, man. I was like, funny as fuck.
Sounds about right. Yeah, that was a little feud that they had back then. I was in the middle of that too, because I was friends with those citizen boys, and I was working there. So Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
Oh, man.
I mean, he was feuding with fucking Relapse, and I was jamming in Phobia at the time, and Relapse was fucking talking shit. Oh, you got a Relapse family member working there. You better calm down.
What year did you work there, Mike? What year did you work there? At
91 to 92, like right around.
Dude, that's exactly when I went there.
Yeah, I probably saw you.
Probably met you, but I had like hair back then. You know? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I went up there, and I think I bought Morbid Tales on cassette. You know, from Wild Rags.
Oh, bootleg.
Nah, it was real. It was real. It was a real deal. It wasn't a bootleg, and I bought a Hell Witch tape there too.
Oh, really?
You put out that first record.
Yeah.
It was that Stygian whatever the fuck.
I don't even know how to pronounce it. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I got it somewhere here. This is one of a few tapes that's survived into actually. Yeah, I don't remember where it is, but
yeah, he put out a lot of classic fucking records. You looking back, man. There you go.
I know. Impetigo.
I
remember
that. I remember that.
Impetigo, Nuclear Death, Blood, Blasphemy.
It was upside down, brother.
Still upside down, Boris.
Yeah, it's still upside down.
Yeah, that's a killer fucking. Hell yeah, dude. I love that one.
He was all right. He had some fanzines. It was cool.
Yeah, it was an experience working there. I got some funny fucking stories. Richard used to snap on people and even like former employees and shit. And one time this one gal that he fired, her boyfriend came in wanting to kick his ass, and Richard chased him out of there with a baseball bat.
That's it. Lily's daughter. I haven't seen her for years, or spoke to her for years. Huh.
Yeah. That's Lily, Rhett's wife. That's
yeah. Rhett, that's right. I haven't seen her for years, man.
We haven't seen him in a while either. I asked Rhett if he would do an interview with Death Metal Podcast, though, because he's a G, you know.
Yeah, he should. Yeah.
Yeah,
he doesn't like doing these fucking podcasts for some reason, but he'll jump on yours probably, hopefully. But
yeah, there's certain people that they don't you know, they don't want to see themselves on camera or something. But if they get their feet wet with it, then I notice like they'll come back, you know.
I got
it's just like you know, it just takes a little time.
I got Rhett to do the Fathoming Heavy podcast. That's a really good music podcast. It's not video, but that was a good one.
Can't be better than this one.
Yes, yeah, I'm sure it is.
This is the best one.
Some of these, like some of the interviews and some of the things I do on this will end up in an audio podcast too. So I have the way the program collects data, it also collects separate audio tracks of everybody. So that way, in case somebody was low or something, I could just boost it up. But that's for, you know, in the next year, let's say, you know what I mean, cool. The next few months. So yeah, I'm gonna bring it to audio too, because I'm an audio podcast guy too.
Intersect, yeah, I got that.
I know.
I still
what do you got there, Jimbo? What do you got there, Jimbo?
Oh, Putrefact.
Fuck
rehearsal demo on 7-inch.
Oh, geez,
that's right, Putrefact. I'm sorry.
I'm sure you got a few stash of them.
Yeah, some. It's on green vinyl.
Jim has a stash.
Remember when I made these ones?
What's that?
Remember when I made these, Roy?
Yeah.
You gave me
that cover, right?
The pressing place.
Yeah, and Paul Ledney made that cover, right?
No, he made the first 7-inch cover.
Oh, he didn't make that one?
Did this cover for me from
nasty.
From
fucking nasty, motherfucker, nasty.
What? And this is the Have-A-Hedge purple cloak.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Fucking killer. Jim, all your releases look like the most obscure and fucking rare 7-inches and shit. Like, you just show like everything you show automatically looks like it's worth like an extra $10. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
Which is a good place to be.
Yeah, the blood spill was probably One of the
Ah.
best things, and Damon knows about that.
Okay, oh yeah.
That blood
Okay,
spill.
Okay, I'm gonna make a fucking frame of that motherfucker. Oh, that's fucking nasty as shit.
Yeah, I think they're better than Necrovore, to tell you the truth. I like.
Oh yeah, no, agree, Jimbo, I agree, man.
Whoa, slow down.
Slow down.
I got some really weird, man. You ever seen an 8-inch? I'm not saying like actually, not 7 inches, but there's an 8-inch.
I got a Benediction flexi disc on 8-inch.
I looked down my pants and I saw an 8-inch. That's about it.
Crowley?
Oh, is that
it's from Japan called Crawley.
Crawley.
Crawley, whatever you want to call it. And this is actually an 8-inch. I never had anything like that, and it's called the Scream of Death. Dude,
you don't see too many 8-inch vinyl.
I know these guys figured, let's take it 1 inch more, right?
10 inches, but never an 8-inch.
This conversation getting a little weird.
Yeah. Hey, last time I saw the 8-inch, I looked down my pants and went, "Oh fuck, it's 8-inch."
Yeah, right. You know, I knew this was gonna come up. But
I see 11-inch all the time, bro.
That's not what your missus told me.
Yeah, these go to 11, right? Yeah. I thought this was badass. Apparently, this is pretty rare. You know, so you know, it's kind of like if you guys like loudness, or Anthem, all this Japanese. So half of it.
That's why it's an 8-inch. They always do that weird shit over there.
Yeah, it's like usually it's like
that or a fucking flexi disc, right?
Huh? Yeah,
it's either an 8-inch, a 3-inch, or a fucking flexi disc.
Flexi.
Hey, did you see? Check this out.
That guy's from Texas. He's fucking.
See the something I saw recently. I saw recently. I don't know where it's from, but there's a Demilich, what you guys call them, reissues coming out of that first album with merchandise and everything like that, and it says all these different formats, and it's coming out a fucking mini disc. Remember the mini discs?
Yeah,
you used to get the mini disc. You used to put in the players like little square insert cartridge that goes in there. It's coming out as a mini disc.
Worst format.
What the fuck is that?
A mini disc player.
That's it. I saw it like about 3 weeks ago. I went, I got one. I got a mini disc player, but it was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, yeah. It's like sells for like $8, or something like that.
What it is a really stupid format. Remember this shit? That Sodom album, that Oscar album? When they did the mini disc of that, that's what it looked like, right?
No. A mini disc
you're
is like
talking about
the mini disc. It comes in
like a small CD.
Yeah. It's like in a plastic. No. This is in a plastic cartridge.
That's a plastic cartridge right there.
No, in a square plastic cartridge.
Oh, that's even stupider.
No, it's like they didn't probably say it didn't. It took off really big in the 90s. I bought a portable player, and you can have it with headphones. They replaced like tape and CD. It comes in a plastic cartridge. You get them in like green and blue and fucking red, whatever. There's a disc inside it. You can't take the disc out of it. It's an actual
That's
plastic
what this
cartridge.
is too, man. Like, see this? Yeah. Look, see, this is all plastic. See that?
No, it's different.
That's just a mini CD.
That's a mini CD. Yeah, it's not that. No.
Well,
I'll find one. I'll show you.
Stupid too.
Those were weird because they had to go in that little slot in the CD player.
I know.
And you were like fucking nervous that the CD player would eat it, right?
Yeah, it's retarded.
But this is like a plastic cartridge with a disc embedded in it. You can't take the disc out of it. It's embedded in a plastic box, thin like that. And you had to have a mini disc player, which Sony were very big and invented it and all that sort of shit. But you can't. It's deleted. It's gone. But Dimlich has come out on that. I went, what the fuck is that?
I heard Demilich had something like this coming out.
Is it 8-track? I was going to say 8-track. Right. A Gothic lease? How come it's real? We need to do that. Reel to reel, man. You know?
Fucking floppy disk.
Yeah,
Fucking
right.
how many fucking
It'd be
things
How
hot.
about
like
Bill
that?
Cosby on that shit though? That's the fucking pudding pop commercial right there too, man. That's pudding pop Bill.
You fucking idiots.
Only a gothic
Oh, yeah.
can get away with that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Gothic are woke. They were woke before woke.
How many releases they got? I reckon they got about 5,000 releases though, man.
They're the only band with more than Ruin.
Yeah, where's the Ruined?
We're trying to fucking catch up with them. Them and
You're gonna do it.
I think you're on. I think you're definitely on your way, brother.
We'll be there in a couple years.
Fucking
maybe a year.
Fuck it all.
It depends
Yeah,
if they
maybe a
keep
year.
going. It depends if they keep going with it too, you know. So you have to keep up. Actually, I don't know. Nunslaughter.
Oh yeah. True.
Yeah.
Very
I don't
true.
know. Gothic Police
Do a
is
lot
pretty
of shit.
fucking far ahead. Of
I don't know if
everybody.
you've seen that. I don't know if you've seen that. I got the Nunslaughter one lately.
Fucking hell, look at
Boris.
everything.
You got to get
Yeah.
Andrew back on here, man.
They're
He'd
getting
know.
pretty crazy with that. They got a lot of releases.
Yeah.
Wake up Andrew, man. Tell mom to slap him around. Get his ass up.
So what
Yeah,
were
right?
you guys gonna?
Fucking
You guys had
trivia.
a story to tell, didn't you, Damo? You and
Okay, yeah, I've got a quick story. It's funny. Jimbo. Jim.
Yeah.
Have a listen. This is a quick story. I don't know if you remember, Mike. A few years ago, I think it was maybe 2006 or 7. I might have been, okay, a knitting factory in Hollywood before RIP. That place was a fucking great place.
Mhm.
Destruction. And a few other bands. I can't remember the others. Anyway, I actually, no, it wasn't. Or maybe it was. Anyway, it was at the knitting factory. And I was at the bar, and the dude was a bit slow in pouring the drinks. So I said, fucking hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. Stop fucking around and talking to other people. And anyhow, I called security. So the security dude came over and said, "Look, you gotta go, get the fuck out." I said, "What am I doing, man? I just asked him to hurry up, you know? 'Cause he's fucking around talking to other people. I just wanted to drink, you know." And then he's like, "No, you gotta go." I said, "No, you're drunk." I said, "Fuck, dude, it's my fucking first drink, mate. Not like you, man. You have one and you be fucking drunk." And he's like, "No, you gotta go, man. You fucking get out." So anyway, I go out. You know where the entry is in that little mall area. So anyway, I'm sitting out in there in the concrete there, and I was sitting there like, fucking hell, what am I going to do? Because everyone else was inside. What am I going to fucking do? I was like, anyway, sitting there, and I thought, okay. And then you didn't see me, but you were walking up there, and then you went up there and then tried to get in and said, no, you're banned. We told you to get the fuck out. I said, "Oh, I heard it, but you didn't hear me." And he goes, "No, we told you to get out." And you go, "What? I'm just coming in." They thought I was you. They thought you were me. And then I was like, "Oh fuck!" I saw this happening, and he's like, "You're going, hey, fuck it, I'm just coming in." Nah, we kicked you out because I had a bald head like you, and I was unshaven, and you were. They thought I was you. And they said, "No, you're not coming out. You're going to get out of here and go home." So I was like, "Oh, fucking great." So I just walked back in and fucking I was good. I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm back in." And fucking you're outside fucking trying to get in.
Did you guys know each other at that time? You knew each other.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
I think Chris Hayward brought him down to the show. We were fucking getting lit.
Yeah, of course. That was fucking funny. I went in there, I told Hate War. He was like in tears of laughter. I was like, fucking Mike's out the front thinking that I'm him.
I finally got in, and then it was funny because then security was pissed off and they were going to kick out Damo again, but we were friends with them. Like the whole Greyville crew, we're all friends. First of all, he's Australian. Those guys don't get drunk, okay? He's fine. He could out drink the whole fucking venue if he wanted to. So, fucking Crocodile Dundee fucking stays, and we're fucking hanging out, man. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We'll kick him out ourselves if he gets out of control. And they're all right, man. That's on you. We were friends with those guys, and it was funny because Damo wanted to kill Smitty. That was our favorite bartender. Well, Damo, no, that guy's cool. No, fuck him. But he was too slow. And I was like, Smitty, this guy's fucking Australian, dude. He's gonna fucking drink. You got to hurry those drinks up, man. He's getting
that's what he was like. He was fucking slow as fuck. That guy. Huh?
He's Weren't you busy schmoozing and fucking?
I could have caught it. Yeah, I could have fucking caught a plane home and fucking still fucking be quicker to get served.
Yeah, it's like I'm fucking 3 inches shorter than Damo and probably
Yeah, I know.
50 pounds heavier. I was like, I'm not that fucking guy. What are you talking about? All white guys look alike, you motherfuckers.
Fuck, that's racist, man. That's racist.
Racist.
Brutal. Fucking
That was funny, man. That was fucking funny. I still, you know what? I still picture it. I still remember it clearly when that happened, man. I fucking clearly remember it. Fuck, it was funny.
Yeah, that was the same. That night was fucking insane. We had a Mongol and a Hell's Angel. They're about to kill each other inside. And me and Dan wanted to talk
I remember that.
out of it. And the end of the night, those guys were fucking arm in arm like fucking best buddies, dude. It was funny. Wow. And the one Mongol dude, his name was Demon. He used to go to the shows. He was I think that guy's dead now, man. I never fucking see him around anymore. But he's like, hey, don't tell my homies I'm hanging out with the fucking HA, all right? I'm like, no, it's all good, man. Don't fucking kill me. I was like, fuck. I just told him, we don't need a fucking gang war here tonight, fellas. We have enough problems with fucking venues and the scene, you know? Fucking relax and have a drink. You guys probably have a lot in common.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was right around
the
the
best friends by the end of the night. Sounds
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Dude,
It was
Knitting
fucking,
Factory,
Hate Wall was saying
that was our spot, man, in LA. That was a fucking, that's where they used to have the Murder Fest.
That's the fucking best, man. That was the best place.
Great.
Best
right
place.
in the middle of fucking the good part of Hollywood, too. Fucking easy to get to. And it was our favorite venue around here.
The good thing about that, they had that 800 plus room. Then they had another room which held about 400.
Yep.
Then the other one held about 100.
Right. They had the small room, the medium room, and the large room. And during Murder Fest, they had all three of them going.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Fucking best location.
Parking was cool too because it was an underground parking garage. You know, because fucking parking is always a fucking nightmare. So it was fucking real convenient. There wasn't a lot of bullshit going on with fucking robberies and shit like that in your car. You didn't have to worry about that.
What kind of bands did we see there, Mike?
Oh fuck, dude! Everything, all the Murder Fests were going on there.
Everyone played there.
Destruction, Obituary, all the big tours. All the big tours had passed through.
Yeah, everyone
everybody. Yeah, that was like the spot because the big room, like Damon said, it'd hold like 800 to 1,000 people. You can cram them in there. So yeah, Entomb play there.
They had the balcony above it too. You can look down and video the shit.
Yep. Yeah. Repulsion, Entombed, you name it, they all pass through. Pretty much the the big fucking metal bands.
I've heard the name many times. Any standout shows for you that were like?
Just the Murder Fest, man. Dan put together some really good lineups.
Dan. I remember him.
Yeah, and then off the top of my head, you know what? That Entomb show was pretty special. That when Entomb played the Murder Fest, and now that LG is gone, I mean, it was later in their career. I mean, that was probably 2009, but they were just fucking incredible because they just played all classics, and they sounded fucking amazing.
The thing is that show that what do you call it? The Knitting Factory. We played with Sadistic Intent there. With when I did that Holocaust Wolves.
That was Sadistic. Didn't Nunslaughter play that too?
Nah, who was it? I can't remember. But anyway, but that sound of that place was fucking incredible.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? The best show I ever saw there was fucking Niflheim. They played there.
Oh, really?
That was fucking insane. Yeah, they were just killer. Fucking Master, Hyrax. It was a good lineup. It was one of Juan's fests, Gathering of the Bestial Legions, I think it was called.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So he had Niflheim headline one year, and they were fucking incredible, man. Nunslaughter played that one too.
I wouldn't mind seeing Niflheim.
Wasn't the one up the one up the street? What was it? The Galaxy or the fucking Key Club? Key Club, yeah. Yeah, Key Club. That was a good place too.
Yeah, that's a good place too. That used to be Gazari's. That was Ben
Gazari's.
Gazari's.
That's it. It was
which was like the glam capital besides the whiskey, But Gazari's,
I saw Mortician there once, man, back in the day.
Mortician used to play there all the time, but they used to play up and down the strip.
Yeah.
For a long time, that's the only place Will would book. He played Corona Showcase and then anywhere on the strip. So
Will was not surprised to see me because I'm from East Coast, but I lived in LA for a while, and I would go back every once in a while because my father used to live there. and he was really sick. He had cancer and shit like that. So I'd fly back and take care of him. And one night I decided, oh, the fuck, man, I'm just going to head out to Key Club and Morticians playing. And I showed up, and of course, Morticians arriving mad late, but they showed up and like, holy shit. They're like, yeah. I'm like, hey, I'm glad to see you. It was mad fun. You know?
Oh, yeah. Will and Roger rule, man.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah.
It was Will, Roger, and Sam at the time. So there were.
I think Sam's still with him. Yeah, Sam's great too.
Yeah.
I was on the phone with Raj right before I went live, and I was having a little technical difficulty with the mic. He goes, "You're late." He sent me a text.
Roger?
Yeah. He said he was going to watch this too in his store tonight. So shout out
What's
to Raj.
up, Raj?
Do some work, Roger. Do some work, man. Do some work.
He's working hard, bro. He
got
just
this.
did Las Vegas Death Fest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Fucking brutal.
Yeah.
Fucking Key Club.
Yeah, Key Club. The Key Club was cool too. Fucking good sound, decent people. Played there a couple times.
Yeah.
First stage I ever was on.
No shit, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Was it so? It was Key Club? It wasn't Gazari's.
No, it was a Key Club with body count.
Oh,
Damn.
that's right.
Yeah. With Juan Garcia is still in it, isn't he?
He is.
He's still Juan Garcia still in there.
He
The
is.
guy who
Yeah,
played
Juan's
it-
still
the guy-
there. Oscar
guy who
Zero
played-
is still doing the roadie shit.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
Juan
That
Garcia, the
guy
guy
as well.
from Evil Dead and Agent
Yeah.
Steel?
Yeah. Juan. Yeah,
Yeah, he's a
Good-
ripping
good man.
guitar player.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
fucking good dude, man. Fucking top dude, man. That
Yeah,
dude.
Juan's great. He's great.
Yeah. Fucking nice. Yeah. Yeah.
They were going to try to keep this thing going, but Bernie had some kind of a seizure or something like that, right? That whole Agent Steel thing kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that. Yeah, something happened. They were kicking it back up. Everybody, especially in Europe, man, they fucking love them over there.
Yep.
Yeah, but now fucking John Cyrus's crazy ass got the name.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I know. Yeah. I
Yo,
fucking
he's
read that,
talking.
yeah.
Yo, yeah, you
Fucking
heard
new
about
shit that he's doing too. It was fucking comedy, man.
I heard from Oliver at fucking Keep It True that the shit that he pulled last year when they were fucking 3 hours late and they came out and played, nobody rehearsed, and it was just like fucking shit show. And John is out of his fucking skull, man.
Yeah, he's a weirdo, man.
Yeah.
He's another one of those fucking online weirdos.
Yeah, he believes in aliens, all right.
Oh yeah, fucking weird fucker.
That's wild, man. It's like that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Juan.
Hey, he's a good guitar tech as well. He's fucking knows how
Yeah.
to do shit. Yeah. I don't play guitar, but I know he's fucking work. You know.
Yeah.
So what's it like to open for Body Count?
I don't. It's kind of funny, but we were talking about it earlier, and it's equally embarrassing. But some of my good friends were dating Ernie's daughter, and they played in a new metal band, so they happen to play with Body Count a lot. And I did some guest vocals for them, and that was an interesting experience because a few months earlier I ran into Ice-T and I like cussed him out, and then a couple months later I'm playing a show with him and he's trying to buy me alcohol and I'm underage, and I'm just like, I know you don't know me and I'm not rememberable, but I remember just telling you off a couple of months ago, and now I'm playing a show with you. This is pretty funny, but total respect to you, man. Like, fucking legend. And it was cool because they're from Fresno, so I lived out there, and it was kind of cool, you know. There's some other behind the scenes stories that happened that about that show. It's a total shit show, but none of it with the band. It was a good time.
Yeah. Cool, man. Yeah, I was wondering what Ice-T is like as a, you know. He
seems pretty nice.
Down with metal.
I was a dumbass kid, and
Tell him how's Law and Order going.
fucking stupid.
Law and Order.
And,
Law and Order.
Told him my mind, and I'm a fucking idiot. Like, that's when I think back about it, I'm just
not
like,
really.
what the
I mean,
fuck
I used to
was
do that to
going
all
on
the death
about?
metal bands.
Yeah.
You
I don't
could
know,
ask
you
some
guys
of my
really
friends
into
about
Black
my
Sabbath?
encounters with like Barney.
Oh,
Barney.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I just told them, Like, you know, what's
a
up,
Barney
man?
from
Like,
Napalm Death?
yeah. I was
Just
like, what's
telling
up with
how
those?
shitty his vocals are.
I was like, what's up with those Popeye vocals? He's like,
Yeah.
He's
I've got
fucking
myself
bad.
in trouble a few times with that shit.
I mean, I'm kind of glad you told him off because he seems like a mellow guy, but I don't know if you guys are into Black Sabbath a lot, but there was a Black Sabbath album called Forbidden that Ernie C produced that it was like the most horrible fucking thing in the world. It was awful. And I'm like, Black Sabbath was like my favorite band, Deep Purple and Black Sabbath. That's what I'm raised on. Rainbow and all that shit. It was like the worst shit ever. It was a good tour, but the
Ice-T
most
produced a Black Sabbath
Nah,
album, huh?
Ernie C did. Ernie C.
Ernie. Oh, gotcha.
But Ice-T shows up on one of the tracks and he raps on the Illusion of Power. And it was this was clearly when Tony Iommi just didn't give a fuck anymore. He just wanted to get out of this contract. He was like, I don't give a fuck. Do whatever you want, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, homie.
It was Stuart Copeland's brother, Miles Copeland, who ran that label, IRS, and he was like, you know, it'd be a really great idea if we put like body count and they would like, you know, drive the new audience. He was like, I don't give a fuck, man. I just want out. You know, just do whatever you want. And they made this album called Forbidden. It was fucking horrible, man.
Yeah,
so I'm
Black
glad you
Sabbath
told him off with the.
rap
Dude, he raps on the Black Sabbath song. It was fucking horrible, man. It's bad. It's really bad. That's the tour that I actually. That's the tour I first met Black Sabbath. The first time I actually met Tony Iommi and Tony Martin was that tour. It was like Motorhead and Black Sabbath. And we got backstage passes because I wrote for that fanzine. So I don't remember how old I was. Maybe 20, maybe 22. Yeah, I was like, here I am, and I'm got a backstage pass on this Black Sabbath and Motorhead, so I get to meet all those people. And I really wanted to ask him, like, what the fuck were you thinking? But I just literally, I'm so like overwhelmed that I didn't. You know, I was just like,
yeah, that's not always something you want to ask.
I was like, I saw you guys in Moscow, and I saw you in Costa Mesa, and that's all I could think of, you know. But so I'm glad somebody fucking said something to somebody.
No, man, I'll take it, but also I'm a fucking idiot. I was an 18.
Nah. Good. Thank you.
I mean, I'm a 36-year-old dumbass, but I mean, I was really fucking dumb then.
Nah,
good my ass off.
Nah, man, we all were 16, 17, 18. I used to really get crazy talking to bands.
For what it's worth, a 22-year-old me thanks you. You know? So yeah. It was bad, man. bad record.
And I just, you know, my mind just like sometimes it gravitates towards Ice-T as being like a metal fan. So it's just like, you know, it's like Ice-T like show
mellow,
up at like a Mortician show hypothetically, or
absolutely. Yeah, he likes Mortician.
Yeah.
I think I'm playing. I thought didn't they play like Slayer songs on their
Rain in Blood?
Yeah, Rain in Blood. That was it. Yeah.
This might be a little controversial question, but would like Ron Jeremy show up to death metal shows?
Probably.
He's been around. I mean, he's I've seen him at the Rainbow Room and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
And, he hangs out at some of those rock clubs. He'll be at the Viper Room every once in a while. Well, now he's in fucking jail. So
I was gonna say he's out there raping death metal girls.
Yeah, right. No, he probably tried at the Rainbow Room. Tried to rape some rocker chicks.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny when you talk shit to people that you end up like going, oh, this is a pretty sweet guy. You guys know what I'm talking about? If I say Jolene Turner, the guy who's sang in Rainbow and Mossy. My entire conscious life since I was a kid, all I did is talk shit about Jolene Turner, how much he sucks. But when he joined Rainbow, I was a kid and I was like, dude, this is like fucking Foreigner. This shit sucks ass. This guy sucks. Then he comes into England Malmsteen, and I'm talking shit about him. Then he comes into Deep Purple, he talks shit about him. And one day, I go to a Malmsteen show, and I get ridiculously stoned and drunk, and I get thrown out. I got thrown out 2 songs into it, just on a Old Bridge. What was it? Birch Hill nightclub. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I get thrown literally on my ass onto a concrete by everybody who is a security in Old Bridge because I'm an obnoxious, pissed off, drunken asshole. And they kicked me out for making fun of an opening band who sucked. They were like it's new metal. It's like 96, and they're horrible. They're like the worst Jane's Addiction fucking new metal clone ever. And of course, my mouth is wide open and I have to talking shit. And of course, nobody deals with it, and they toss me out in the parking lot, and I'm like, come on, let me get back in. And they're like, no, man, you're out of here for good. And then some guy, like a group of guys, older guys with their chicks, right? And like older 40 plus Jersey chicks, you know what I mean? Blonde with the dresses, they're way too tight. And these guys with like dyed hair, and one guy was like, hey, come on. And they're going in the backstage. And this guy's like waving me in. He goes, I saw what happened. Come on, let's go. I'll get you in. And I'm like, yo, all right. And I'm running in. As I'm running in, I look at the guy and I shake his hand like, no, thanks. And it's fucking Julian Turner. This is the guy that I've been talking shit about my entire life, you know? And I'm like, oh, what? I'm like, thank you. And I'm like, Julian Turner. He was like, yeah, it's all right, man. He's like, you got thrown out from home. He's like, come on. He was like, you guys just keep your head low and you get from the backstage to the crowd. I'm like, thank you, Jolene Turner. And so I get back into the show, you know, and my friends, they were like, dude, you're back. I'm like, oh, thanks to you, assholes. I'm like, you should have told me that I was getting surrounded by every security guard at the fucking virtual. So this is the story when I was talking shit about somebody the entire time, my whole life since I was 12 years old. And that's the guy who got me back into the club. You know?
Awesome. There you go. It wasn't so bad after all.
Exactly. No, I was just like, I was shocked. I was like, what do I say? You know, I'm like, I'm sorry. And I was like, thank you. And he was like, oh, that's cool, man. Come on. And I'm like,
he's like,
damn.
Boris is like, I'll meet you after the show for a little handy.
I don't have a good answer. I don't have a good comeback for that. I'm not as witty right now.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
Nah.
What's up, Jim? You all right standing up over there, bro?
Yeah, I'm just tired.
You got any more artifacts? You got a Profanatica reel-to-reels you want to show us or anything?
Reel to reel, huh?
Somebody earlier in the chat
the Bible
was
that
asking,
Paul was jerking off on.
I was there actually to see that because that was right before the Rhode Island. Before we went to Rhode Island together, so I had
my buddy in the room. Jim was in the room
I did the fanzine with. He had that VHS. He might have got it from somebody back east, or maybe he used to trade with Pat from Hellwitch too. So we used to watch that fucking video every fucking Friday and Saturday. It was so hilarious.
Yeah, was in the room during that moment. That's so crazy.
He's still doing that in the 2000s. Was he?
How many men were in the room at that moment?
Off?
How many men? I think
so
it was
weird.
Probably
he was
about
showing a bunch of dudes in Oakland like videos of him coming. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are you guys watching this shit for?
Like, I was also asking, like, why do all these, like, black metal guys take off their shirts and get, like bloody? You know what I
I'm
mean?
trying to get you guys on Megan's Law. This is fucked up.
It's just weird. It's like, we got to get our shirts off and get bloody. You know what I mean?
I did it.
That's a thing? Who did it?
I don't know. I did it because I was just in so yeah, I remember I did it. I used to cut myself up and come out all covered in blood, but it was real blood. It wasn't like
Miguel Nazarene did it too. I think they did it too. They started a whole bloody thing too, kind of in the beginning.
Yeah, they were bloody.
You know,
there's another bloody band, bloody with no shirts on.
Yeah, I was 20-some years old.
Early Dismember, right?
Yeah,
I did it in Bestial Warlust as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Demo.
Oh, actually, Gobswell Station.
Yeah. I think it's downstairs actually.
What was the name of that band from Australia that used to do the Dead Fish? Like that was the most offensive smell to me.
Dead Fish. I don't know.
I tell you, Dark.
Don't know, man. Don't know.
They were on tour with the Dead Congregation, I think, back in the day, and Grave Miasma. But their gimmick was like dead fish. So like they would just put rotten fish when they would play. And it was like the opposite of Watain. It's just such a bad gimmick. I'm like, God damn it.
Don't know, dude. Don't know. I've heard that. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, Watain was fucking horrible with that shit, man.
Right?
Fucking God, that was
the
awesome.
dudes already smell bad enough. Like, you fucking want to smell the rest? Like, God damn it.
Dark Funeral were really, really, really smelly, man. They
were interesting shtick.
Yeah.
Remember when they did that show, The Batcave, Roy? It was Batcave or whatever it was called. And I was working with Lethal Zone at the time, and they made actually a deal. They were like, you have to bring us some fucking pig heads and some blood. So Russ went to a fucking slaughter yard and bought these fucking pig heads and literally bought buckets of blood. They were like paint, like, you know, like they sell paint in the pails. And he bought this blood, and whatever this fucking guy's name is, Lord Iron or something like that, right? He dips his hand in this, and he goes, "This blood is old." Like he had like, I was like, yeah, and I was like, they fucking stank, man. It was unbearable, man. That shit was really.
Oh, we got another special guest.
Oh shit!
My brother. What's up, Francisco?
I just got home, dude.
Where were you out?
I was out. I was
not
out
over yet, fucker.
I was out robbing kids for bags.
Yeah, I was wondering. Like the Ghetto Boys?
Yeah, hold on.
That's what they say in their song.
Yep.
Fucking A, dude. Robbing kids for bags. So, yeah, we got a celebrity that joined us here.
Rival podcaster.
You went from Matthew to get home?
No, there's no rivalry between me and Francisco, though.
Stop it.
We sometimes talk about some of the other podcasters, and we wonder if there's a rivalry there. But there's there's never a rivalry in death metal for me, man. I don't have a rival in a weird way, you know?
Hey, Sharon's right, man. Everyone's getting soft now.
Francisco actually taught me my chops, you know?
There's a lot of nice people.
You taught me my chops for
Nah,
podcasting.
dude. You know how to talk.
Yeah.
All it takes is somebody that can just like, has a gift of gab or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely me, bro. I mean,
that's all it takes.
Yeah, and
So
then
it's
I
nothing.
mean, if you had your feet on the street, you know what I mean, then you have something to talk about too, you know.
Well, yeah.
That's why
I mean,
no offense towards that kid Andrew who tried to tell his story, but he said he started it off with, well, on the internet. And I said, no, dude, I don't even want to know that, basically, because you got it off the internet, bro. I mean, it's not real shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he can't help it, man. These kids can't help it. That's the way he came up. We came up different.
Of course.
You know?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
it's
putting
not
that
like-
aside,
it's not
though,
like,
putting
uh,
that
it's not
aside.
like it's not like having this on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, putting that aside, he fucking had he's got a lot of knowledge of his metal, you know.
Well, the internet is a good place for that.
Yeah.
Ooh, whoa.
Jim,
I mean,
I'm
I've-
grabbing the necromancy. Do you have a list of more stuff?
Oh yeah, Jim Stanek, what's up, dude? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah.
Jim puts
Hopefully
out a
not
lot
the
of cool
interview.
stuff, except like my stuff. I mean, I appreciate Jim putting my shit out, but most of it is like, super rare shit from like 86 or something like that. Like, nobody's heard necromancy from. Nobody thought about putting out a necromancy demo from 86 except Jim Stanek, dude.
I know, Jim. You're really on top.
Jim's a man.
Jim, what'd you put out? Sacrilegious Torment?
Yeah, he put out that shit.
That was you, Francisco, and that too?
Yeah.
That's good, man. I like that.
That came out. That was there anyway. But
yeah, that was a good one.
Jim, your first thing was that Hammerheads, right?
Yeah, the Unholy Darkness and Impurity.
Yeah, dude, that shit. That's amazing, man.
It's
3 songs in like 5 minutes, but it's like evil. as shit. It's awesome. That's some of Paul's best shit since the early Profanatica stuff.
Somebody in the chat, Jim, was asking about the unreleased Profanatica record or whatever.
That was me, like 4 hours ago.
That was you?
Yeah.
Any light you can shed on that, Jim? You know anything?
It's
'Cause they
basically
said it was erased, so let's get that out of the way right now. Apparently, it was not erased.
no, it's
Well, I didn't want him to answer it. I know because Jim gets a little like hesitant to speak on it.
You got me on the spot on that one.
Yeah,
Mark.
I know. I didn't think you were going to answer it.
Come on, Jimbo. Tell us, mate. Tell us.
It's
Let it go.
Delicate situation. It's a delicate situation.
I got you. We can let that one go, brother. Not everyone needs to talk on. I got a lot of delicate situations you probably can't talk to me about on here, so I get it.
Oh,
I got a
Blood Spill
recording of
too.
that though. Yeah, I did get a recording of that though. I don't know.
Roy gets everything, mate. You get everything.
Fucking vacuum, bro. A squirrel.
bloody Freddy.
Blood Spill rules. Isn't that who you got to like? I guess legally release that, right, Jim?
Yeah, I talked to the vocalist. Yeah, and he was really cool about it, and I'm like, I sent him copies and everything, and you know, I haven't talked to him in years though. That's the only bad thing, you know. I like to keep in touch with people, but kind of lost in touch with him.
I just so happen to have this sitting right here, oddly enough.
Oh, yeah, that's the flyer. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
San Antonio Blood Spill. What was the name of the club? Oasis? I saw it at the bottom.
Yeah, Club Oasis.
Supposedly,
I think Carl from Hod was at that show.
Yeah.
Supposedly,
Carl went to all that shit back then.
Carl saw
Hey, Carl, if you want to hop on with
dude.
us too, bro, I'll send you an invite. Let me know.
Yeah, get Carl on here. He saw Necrovore rehearse.
God damn.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, dude.
God damn.
What he
Yeah,
told me.
Carl looks
Carl
like
was
he's
actually
30,
releasing.
but he's
He
really 60 years
posted a
old.
bunch of like cool photos
Yeah,
today
I
of his
know.
old zine.
Yeah,
Had
I
like
saw those.
interviews with like.
Yeah, I
fucking,
see. He's posting that. He had.
Yeah, you see that?
Earmarked and fucking Cryptic.
Oh yeah, I
Fire.
saw that.
Yeah, dude. That's
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that
Morbid
shit too.
Angel.
Yeah, fucking killer. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's fucking killer.
So,
Yeah, I had
he
no
was
idea
banned,
that he did that.
he
He's
was
such a
banned,
humble guy. He doesn't talk about a lot of that stuff. So I was like,
Cerebral-
oh shit.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
supposedly, when Bloodspill and Necrovore played, that they didn't like each other for some reason.
Yeah, right.
Carl can answer that.
They
Yeah.
sound a little similar in a weird way.
Yeah.
I always wondered if there was some shared member.
Well, yeah, that's the thing about that Bloodspill demo. It's got 3 9-minute songs, and there's not like one boring second in that.
Yeah.
that demo.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
100%, man. 100%.
I like the bell in the beginning when the bell is
Oh yeah, Jim and I love fucking evil sounding bells.
Bells.
It all comes from
More cowbell.
Merciful Fate, right?
it.
More
Merciful Fate
cowbell.
and what's that Possessed song? Dong dong dong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of the bands around here didn't get along either back then. It was a weird time. I think everybody was trying to outdo each other or something.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of, well, like I said earlier, a few hours earlier, we are talking in LA, we had the neighborhood rivalries and the gang shit. So a lot of the dudes in the bands came from different neighborhoods, different regions of Southern California. And
Oh yeah.
they didn't like each other in that aspect either. So a band from Boyle Heights or whatever, they didn't like
Yeah,
a band
Boyle
from
Heights.
Norwalk or the West Side,
Yeah.
Venice or whatever.
Well, I heard you speaking about earlier whenever I was like driving about shows at Fenders, was it?
Yeah.
How like wild they were, because I was talking to Ron from Final Conflict, and they used to play there a lot, I guess. And
Yeah, Ron, they were like the house band there, man.
yeah, he said at the beginning it was kind of, it was cool, but for some reason like 86, 87, 88 it started getting like out of control.
Well, there was a gang called the LA Death Squad, the lads that were running security there. They were really big in Long Beach, and they were brutal dudes, man. I think they're all probably dead now. They're like hardcore felon criminals and just people you don't want to fuck around with.
Yeah.
And they were doing security there for a while, so they were just, I mean, they just wouldn't beat people up. They would fucking paralyze them, put them in the fucking emergency room.
Well, I mean, they were called the
LA.
LA Death Squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard
they
about
were
them. I've
nasty
heard about
dudes.
them. I've heard about them. Yeah. I always got told about them.
Yeah, so that they were doing some weird shit. So then like a lot of the rival crews and gangs or whatever would show up to Fenders just to fight those guys because they were fucking crazy too. So
Hey, do you remember that? Hey, Mike, do you remember that dude, Box Cutter?
oh yeah.
Yeah, he was one of those fucking crazy fucking dudes.
Hey,
Yeah,
Mike,
that's my
did you
boy, man? He's in Oklahoma, but yeah, I talk to him every once in a while.
Yeah, Box
He
Cutter.
was out here. He was out here a few years ago, hanging out at a ruin show. I got him in, and we hung out and shit. And,
Yeah,
he's a crazy fucker.
He used to always come up and fucking hang out with me every time. I was like, hey, Damon, so tell me about Australia. Man. Tell me about Australia. He goes, oh, man, yeah, I'll get you free beer, man. Free beer.
Mike, did you ever go to that Hoover place, or are you too young?
No, I was too young, man. I was just telling the boys earlier. Terrorizer played there.
Terrorizer played there, yeah.
Me and my buddy were fucking. We were like sitting at home, little assholes, all pissed off, like 14, 15 years old. We're trying to get out there, and we couldn't talk our friend into driving us, because we had an older friend that used to drive us to concerts, and he felt comfortable with like he'll go to Fenders, but then the first time he went to Fenders, all the fucking brawling happened, and that scared him off. So then we, took him to the country club in Reseda, and he was cool with that. And then someone got stabbed, so then he got scared, and then he's like, "There's no fucking way I'm going to fucking Hoover Park. Fuck that neighborhood," So we were stuck at home. I was too young.
That's
Man.
fucking
Slaughter played there, and
Cryptic Slaughter,
Terrorizer, Veermont fucking did a show. Majesty played there. Yeah. Nausea, pretty much all of Oscar Garcia's bands played there at one point.
Yeah, I think
that was his neighborhood. If I'm not
Scott
mistaken.
Peterson said the one time they played there or whatever, that like all the local gangsters showed up and just like he said it was scary as fuck.
Yeah, the local gangsters, they would mistake the pit for a fight. So if you're fighting in their neighborhood, they would fuck you up.
Yeah.
That happened to me in East LA one time, and we had to like make peace with White Fence, which is like one of the big gangs in East LA. They actually jumped Dino from Dystopia. It was crazy. We
isn't
had
that around that Hoover was around MS 314 MS 314 gang.
Yeah.
MS-13, that's it. Yeah, they were around Hoover, weren't they?
Yeah, the MS-13 was all over. That was kind of
Hoover. That was a lot of Hoover
too, but Hoover was also around the Bloods and the Crips too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But then, a lot of the Hispanic gangs in like black neighborhoods are crazy, and vice versa. If you have a black gang in a Hispanic neighborhood, they're absolutely fucking bonkers crazy because they're outnumbered. So it's just Hoover Park was just fucking nuts, man. Yeah, Scott's not over exaggerating.
He told me. I think
nutty place.
Fucking bad.
I think he and Dan from Excel were at that show, and he was like, it was just insane.
I mean, Scott's from Santa Monica, and Santa Monica's got some bad areas, and then Dan's from Venice, so the suicide.
Yeah.
Venice is crazy too, but even those guys are fucking saying Hoover Park's crazy. So fucking Hoover Park's crazy if those guys are saying that.
Yeah, what was it like? I gotta ask Mike because what was the people carrying pistols factor out there?
Back then, it wasn't as crazy as it is now, man, where you got like 13-year-olds with Mac 10s around here and shit like that. And a lot of the fucking little cholos have, little guns hidden in their pockets and shit now everywhere. But back then, I mean, there was some guns and whatnot. There would be shootings. There was a place called 71st and Converse, and this death metal kid got shot in the face for disrespecting some crazy cholo dude. And that place got shut down. Now, that was a real bad neighborhood in Huntington Park, too. But the gun violence really didn't start hitting.
I was just wondering if at the metal shows there was people
not as much at the metal shows. There was a lot more stabbings and beatings at that time. The shootings did escalate.
Little small things like that.
Yeah, I mean, the shootings did start happening. What it was is like drive-bys. You have to be careful. So there's a place in Watts that we used to play. Gas played there. My old demo function right off of Grape Street. That's like a really bad Crip neighborhood.
Oh yeah,
Grape you'd hear AK-47s going off. Like, I mean, it felt like it was 100 feet away. It was just crazy. You wouldn't hear any fucking sirens or anything either. You wouldn't hear the cops coming. It was just like, oh shit.
They ain't gonna walk into AK-47 spray.
Inglewood's another one. Damo's been there a few times.
If you listen back to this podcast tonight, that actually that happened while we were playing, and I looked back and was like, oh fuck. Think someone's just died right now? was about 40 rounds that just went off right down
Where
the
was
street.
that at?
Just right down the street.
Oh.
I don't have any of those fucking snitch apps, so I don't know. But
Are you you living in Oakland now, James?
Yeah, I've been out here.
Okay. Yeah, Oakland's fucking no joke either.
He's like, I'm out here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was just like, oh, I wonder if anybody heard that in the background, just fucking a couple of clips getting sprayed out, and I was like,
damn,
whatever. Fucking,
pretty normal
it's
for
a
you
Friday,
guys.
Killer Cali, man.
Yeah,
no joke.
it's wild.
It's not all
good
fucking
balance.
beaches and Beverly Hills out here.
Yeah,
Fucking good old Inglewood, the fucking dumpster Inglewood as well. As a
Well,
fucking
you said it.
Black
Grape-
Castle, man. Yeah, Damon's
said
been
it.
to Black
Grape
Castle plenty of
Street.
times.
I've heard that's
Oh,
a
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
crazy place.
That was a fun place, though, but
At the back of that, it reminded me of, you got the back of that place there, and they got all those dirt alleyways. It reminded me of that fucking film called Colors.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Exactly like that, man. Exactly like that. I thought, fuck, I'm in the same.
Parts of Colors in that area.
Fucking
too.
exactly was like, oh, fucking shitbox fucking cats around everywhere, fucking breeding, 400 fucking cats everywhere, and people up the dirt way. And I saw fucking cops chasing some dude on a motorbike with about like 20 cars after this dude on a motorbike. Like,
Blood
fucking
in,
hell.
blood out.
Yeah.
I am a nightmare.
one of my favorite movies.
It was exactly like Colors. You go out that back alleyway, it's like, fucking hell, it's Colors.
Bringing back Ice-T into the conversation.
There you go.
Classic, man. Classic Ice-T.
I'm smoking.
I kind of like that. I reckon
Metal
it's funny.
podcast. Ice-T. This what's up.
What's up, brother? What's up?
You can reunite with James. James can cuss him out again. I see, but man,
We would be friends. We'd be friends now.
I was just wondering if Ice-T went to
I'm not
mortician
getting you apart
shows,
on
you
Law
know
and
what I
Order,
mean?
motherfucker.
Exactly. I want to, like, gain some knowledge from him and pick his brain.
Yeah.
He would have
Yeah,
seen. He would have seen. Hey, he would have seen some death over the time, mate. Fucking everything, mate. That dude.
I think we
I've never
talked
met
about it
Ice,
before.
man, but has met him that I've known said he's really cool. I know
Yeah.
my buddy Oscar Zero has been roadieing for him for like
Zero.
5 years.
Zero. Oh,
Yeah.
fucking Zero.
Zero's
He's
still
a good
fucking
man.
roadieing for the Body
He's
Count
still,
crew.
he's
So
still doing it. Still doing it.
still doing it. It's funny because he
Fuck.
calls Ice Mr. T. When he says he's all, oh, hey, what are you up to? I'm hanging out with Mr. T. I'm all, Mr. T? No, Ice T, not Mr. T from the A-Team. I was like, oh, okay.
All right, we got Carl
What's up,
on here
Carl?
too.
Oh shit, there he is.
There he is. The ugly man himself.
Texas is taking over.
He looks
Texas is
30,
rolling
but
hard
he's
here.
really 65, man.
2 Cali, 2 Texas. Jim, where are you at? Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee now. Yeah.
Yeah. Boris and
Oh,
Jersey.
Jersey.
You sound
Upstate
like
New
you're
York,
from Tennessee.
Australia.
What?
I say you sound like you're from Tennessee.
Who, Jimbo? Jimbo, nah, man. He's got the accent from fucking New York somewhere around there.
I know.
In New Jersey, New Jersey accent. They
Yeah,
call me.
Jersey. Sorry, Jersey. Yeah.
They
Hey,
call me.
Carl,
a
we
Yankee.
want to hear about those Necrovore shows, bro. I mean, you said these guys are saying you were at a Necrovore show. 1, 2,
2.
2. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe. I don't, dude. You know how it is.
Hard to
Trying
remember?
Yeah, man. But I know I was at that Club Oasis one for sure, because leaving that one, I was with a friend of mine. We used to call him Tank. He was just a big fat dude, and he was like, "Dude, Necrovore was so fucking badass, dude." And then he just like stopped in his tracks. And he's like, "My fucking car, dude!" Like, and our friends had like moved his car sideways and let all the air out his tires and threw his antenna on the roof and all that. And I was like, "Yep, that's Tank for you right there." Someone fucked with him, but yeah, it was Necrovore, Devastation, and Bloodspill. And I heard you guys.
Bloodspill live.
Bloodspill was intense. I mean, there really wasn't many bands like doing that back then here. You know, maybe Hell Preacher before them, and
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, well, Jim Stanek put out that Bloodspill, so we're always talking about Bloodspill for some reason.
yeah, I got that. He did the CD right too.
I did the CD and then the
vinyl.
LP. Yeah, the
10
vinyl
right?
in 2014.
Yeah, I do have the CD.
Yeah, I saw
But,
fucking
cassette, bro.
You guys were
Devastation
talking
was
about
fucking brutal, man.
It is
you
on
guys were
cassette.
talking about them having a rivalry, and yeah, they did. Bloody Freddy is a maniac. I don't know if any of you actually know him, but he hated Thornspawn too. And I didn't even know why. But apparently it had something to do with Alex and him going way back to high school or something. But yeah, Bloody Freddy's known as a maniac around here, but you can't deny Bloodspill was fucking great. But I remember him, and I do remember him like saying like Necrovore was overrated and they were way heavier and faster. I was just like,
oh man, it's crazy.
Yeah,
scene,
my
bro.
buddy, well, Carl, you know him, Evil Dave. He said he was real good friends with Bloody Freddy in high school. Evil Dave from Scum Allegiance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, Evil Dave's a fucking maniac too.
He's a total lunatic, man.
That
Texas people are lunatics, bro.
Yeah,
they're all
Pretty
fucking.
much, yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
fucking with them.
I'm telling you, look up Scum
Sun
Allegiance.
is getting to you motherfuckers out there.
Yeah, the fucking with them, man. It's a fucking with them.
Yeah, Scum
Dude, I had
Allegiance.
I had a hoodie on today,
Great
man.
live though.
All right,
Scum Allegiance will kill live, and yeah, man, Evil Dave will
badass.
fucking he'll get naked and pee and do all type of crazy shit drunk. This is
He's sitting there singing a song and like changing mask and like playing with himself. He's like playing with himself while he's doing the show and shit. Yeah, total scum, dude. I'm telling you, he rules.
It's like welcome to San Antonio.
I mean, his name is Scum, so I mean, he's
Yeah.
doing some scummy shit.
Devastation was fucking brutal too. I saw him twice out here, and they played with Death the first time, fucking wiped the floor with Death, and then the second time, a couple years later, with Malevolent Creation, slaughtered Malevolent Creation. I mean, they were Devastation was fucking killer, man.
Yeah, Devastation
live.
like live was devastating, dude.
They were devastating,
They came
man.
out fucking balls out with
They were so much
speed and
faster.
aggression. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it wasn't blast beats, but you know, man,
No.
it was this aggression fast.
No, they almost sounded as fast as Sadists, you know. Like,
Yeah.
Yash! You know, it's like,
And then dudes like they just headbang nonstop, man.
Yep. Yeah, they were
Fucking
great live, man.
Did you see him with Louis, Mike? Louis on drums?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. To me,
You
that
guys-
was the best Devastation.
Yeah, that fucker
Oh,
jammed.
Signs of Life.
Yeah.
Signs of Life.
Yeah, it was a good album, man. Fucking, that
I
was
mean,
a
I
great
like
album.
the second one too, but Signs of Life is fucking brutal, man.
Yeah, he's agreed. Totally. Fucking agree.
You guys may remember this when Death was supposed to tour Europe, but Chuck just didn't go. And then they brought up Lou from Devastation. He was singing.
Yeah.
Remember that thing?
I heard about that.
I remember
Yeah.
I recently read a story
Francisco
about
did a
that,
whole
actually.
podcast about that.
It was in a fucking
Yeah.
magazine and
Check
shit.
out-
Yeah.
check out- Check out my chat with Louis. We go into that in good detail because
Maybe that's where I
nobody's
saw
ever
that
heard
story.
their side of it.
Well, I was in Europe at the time, and this was pretty. People were like, what the fuck is going on? What happened? You know, it's just like,
Oh yeah.
it was like, yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah.
just, you know, he was just like, Chuck just didn't go. He just didn't show up, and the rest of the band was like, well, what the fuck we're gonna do? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
then,
Were
you
you
know,
at-
so
Were you at any of those shows, or just your friends' circle was like, "What the fuck?"
Who, me?
You know, yeah.
I,
Were you
I
at
was,
any of
I
that?
I think I was coming through Germany at the time, and this was, you know, I was buying the German magazines, and this was hitting. It was the shit was hitting the fan. This was
Right.
like a big thing. You know, it's like, what the fuck just happened? And so, you know, at the time, I really could hardly go to any of the shows, but I bought all these magazines, and I was like, oh goddamn! I'm like, this is like a real big thing. Yeah.
Tabloid shit.
Yeah,
But not for nothing. Like
actually,
not for nothing. The positive thing about it, a lot of people in Europe that never heard of Devastation were like, "Oh, hey, now, you know, there's this band," and so they were like getting into that.
Oh,
he found out about that on the plane over there.
Crazy. Dude.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. I remember fucking reading about that. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He found out about that
that's right,
on the
yeah.
plane over there, and he's like, "Fuck it." And I told him, "Dude, you are a true fucking friend for helping out Bill and Terry to do that," because he said it was just terrible response everywhere they went.
Yeah, right.
That's what I remember.
I know somebody who saw him on that tour.
Yeah,
a buddy from Ireland saw him.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
the German press in particularly was not very kind. From what I remember, they were like, "Yeah, well, what is this?" You know. But again, the positive thing is that a lot of people were like, "Well, Devastation, let's check them out." I know I was one of them. You know, that was before I got over to the States. But I was like, "Oh, let me hear that." So, yeah.
There's one video up on YouTube that's really bad quality.
Mm-hmm. I remember there was that record. It said "fuck Chuck" on the front.
Yeah, I fucking I remember. I was with
like
you.
a gold
Roy.
cover.
Yeah, Roy. I was with you, and we were in fucking. I think it was Bleecker Bob's.
Uh-huh.
The
In
one
New York.
in LA or the one in New York?
New York. Sorry, New York. I was with you many years ago, and fucking, I found it there. I went, fuck, I'll buy that. That fuck Chuck, that bootleg. So I brought it back, and I was like, fuck, man, that was a rare one that everyone tried to get. And I found that, and I went, fucking great. I think I still got it somewhere.
I can't
It was
remember.
like, fuck Chuck.
I'm sure that's got to be a rarity.
It was the Creator, wasn't it, that tour? Or no?
What was that?
Was that tour with Creator or no? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Creator.
It was Creator, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Creator. Creator was on.
Who the fuck thought to make a record? It's a "fuck Chuck" right on the fucking cover.
Attitude
That's a
Adjustment
fucking-
has a song called "Fuck Chuck."
I'm just saying now, like they put that shit on the
yeah,
cover,
yeah,
bro.
We
Fuck
were
Chuck.
just talking about Chuck before, and you know that some people would see him from different perspectives, and this is exactly that story that would be like, yo, if you talk to somebody else, it'd be like, yo, he ditched us and this that, and the other thing, and then you look at it from the other point of view, you talk to somebody
Yeah,
else.
there's a lot of point of views.
Yeah.
You have to.
Oh,
You
it's
got to
two
hand it
sides.
to Chuck though, as far as like the stuff that he did leave in the beginning. You know what I mean? He kind of got some of us into fucking death metal. Let's be
Absolutely.
honest. You know.
Yeah, I don't like the
I gotta
later
hand
stuff,
it to
but
him.
I
that.
agree.
That's like if you have, like the locks, they have pins, right? Every lock has these pins. So if you were to take a key, right, and it would be like these pins, it would be what? Autopsy, death, possessed, repulsion. Those would be those pins in that lock that open up this fucking lock of death.
Yeah.
Master.
That Death to All documentary was pretty damn lame, though.
Which one was that, sir?
Death
What
to
was that?
All, or what's it called, or what's that?
I saw that
documentary?
Eric Grief just died yesterday.
Yeah,
or
I saw
whatever.
that. Yeah.
That guy wrote to me. I don't know. It must be going on like 8-9 years now. And he's like, "How you doing? I saw you put out this Dr. Shrinker recording that I produced." And he goes, "I won't sue you," because he was a lawyer. He's like, "I won't sue you if you send me a couple copies." I'm like, "All right, I'll send a couple copies."
That's the one the man you did. Yeah, me and you did. Yeah, Roy.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah. Did you get someone
Yeah.
actually ask you about it? Fucking hell.
No, the Eric Grief, who just died. He
right.
he told me he was going to sue me basically if I didn't.
I guess you didn't know. All he had to do is ask, like,
Yeah,
be like,
I
yo,
mean,
hook me up.
He was a lawyer, so I guess they just speak and sue, you know.
So what was his reason
fuck
for
off
wanting
from
a
me.
copy?
He produced the Epimonium demo.
Yeah.
That
Eponym
short,
or
like
whatever,
He doesn't own the music, right?
I don't know I don't know what their deal with him was.
He's probably
exactly.
just flexing.
Yeah,
I really don't know what their deal with them. You know what
There
I'm
you go.
saying? Like, whatever deal they had with him is not what I knew. You know, so
Some of these, you gotta remember some of these fucking producers think they're gonna get a cut the old way, but if you have one of those producers that think they're in there, like being associated with even
in
back
the band,
back in the day, like we had when Bestial WARLUST, Vengeance, War Till Death came out, we had fucking issues with a particular wannabe producer that was trying to get involved, and the other producer as well. And then, we said fuck off, and he decided he wanted to, pursue with that shit. So it was either we beat him up or we pay him out, and that was back then. It was like that sort of shit. But it doesn't happen so much now. But a lot of those old producers, because I produced it, I want to cut, because they've been involved with other projects of any shitty band where they've ever done, and always had that way. But that's what
I
happened
don't
back then, and that's
understand
probably
that
what happened to you.
completely. Because if they were the producer, or so in a way they were the person that recorded it, correct? Damo?
Yeah, they want royalties.
Well, yeah, they want a cut. They want
Okay,
some,
so
they want
you're
some,
you're
that's
a
exactly
paid,
right.
so you're a fucking paid guy.
Yep.
Who recorded it?
Yep.
But now you want something on top too?
Yeah, they're just being a degenerate.
Yep.
Oh, that's bullshit.
They think
Exactly.
they think they're like Bob Rock or some shit.
Yeah, they think they're Rick
Yeah, that's
Rubin.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There's so many years with the copyright, though, isn't there? Like for
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a certain amount of years, you know. if
Yeah, that's
the-
right.
the
I think it's
copyright
like
runs out.
10 years.
Wow.
10 years, I think.
Yeah, that's
I
the
think it's
thing.
10
Most
years.
of us here do the same thing, Damon. Well, we could either pay you or fuck you up. I mean,
Yeah,
how do you
that's
want
right.
to do this or whatever? I'll just fuck you up. Next time I see
Yeah,
you, I'll
that's
just
right.
fuck you up.
But then, you know, back
Cheaper to
then, it
just
was like,
fuck them up.
That's why you
They like,
used to record on
yeah.
a 4-track all the time, like I do.
Well, the thing is this.
yeah. But it's like, yeah, that's what
Ideally get a
Four
cut,
track.
right? But
they still think they're privileged, you
that's
know?
when you're fucking George Martin or you're Bob Rock.
Yeah.
When you're actually getting a cut of something like
Francisco.
points, right? You know, 10
You
points.
got
But
you
like,
got a new
when you're
release
talking
out, huh?
about- Right.
Well,
when you're
I'll
talking
tell you.
about Dr. Shrinker, right? We're talking about Bestial Warlust. It's like a cut of what? What do you
Yeah,
think?
that's right. That's right. We're not going to sell a fucking million albums, you know?
Hey,
They think we're going to sell a
Here's
million
30
fucking albums.
bucks. Thanks.
But, yeah, that's right. Fuck off. But this particular, the Bestial Warlust, if you hear the Bestial Warlust,
Here's a cut of my 8-inch record.
yeah, there's like, there's a Bestial Warlust on Vengeance Will Till Death. There's a drum beat. You can hear this doof, doof, doof in an intro that we did. And this fucking loser did it. And
This guy paid you for the production you did of Bestial.
yeah. And anyway, we had issues the whole way through, and it wasn't me having the issues with it. It was one other dude had some issues with it in the band. And anyway, he's blah blah blah. He was like going on, and he did this little thing for like fucking 30 seconds or a minute, and he kept on hassling us for the money and all this sort of shit just because it was going to put on the album. He hassled us and hassled us and hassled us. He wanted the money so he could put it up his fucking arm.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey Roy,
So,
I don't know if you've asked. I don't know if Damon can speak on recording that album because that's like one of the most savage fucking albums there is. That Vengeance War Till Death. I don't know if you spoke on that or not,
brother.
but kind of
Yeah,
talk about
Damo.
recording that album. Or
Yeah, brother, fill us in a little bit about that.
oh shit. Fuck.
Because corpse molestation kind of like dissolved.
Yeah.
Well, it was only because we changed our name due to the way we were doing different music. It wasn't a matter of that. We changed different tunings and shit like that. There was direction was going a little bit different. It still had the roots of it, elements of everything, but
Yeah.
we changed sort of like the way we sort of do. We really were fighting whatever we're trying to do in our sound, but in that recording of that album, yeah, it was what you're talking about, like actually in the studio or just in
yeah. Like I guess talk about.
It's a
the
really
actual
in your
recording
face.
process.
Yeah, it's a real in your face fucking record, dude.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It's just
Well-
it turns out the sound is great and savage and chaotic and wild and all that shit. I'm just curious how you achieve that.
Well, we didn't want to overproduce it or underproduce it. We knew exactly what we used: old amplifiers, old original amplifiers. We just did it as a cone. We did it live. The reason why that,
Wow.
not live in the like a fucking concert or anything. We did it live. The reason why you do live is to get that same aspect of a nasty sound rather than recording individual instruments. I did the vocals separately and everything like that, but the music itself was recorded all together to get that nasty, normal sound rather than, you know, do one instrument there and do 400 takes there or 400 takes of that fucking album or a bass track or whatever the fuck it is. But we did it live, and we thought the best way you can get what we wanted, because if we did that album individually tracks, it wouldn't be the same.
Yeah.
And that's why I guess the rawness. We used our old natural fucking JCM 800 amps.
Hell yeah.
Old 800 amps with different tubes in it. That was really it, and then they came out as it was, and we wanted to be like a a demo better above RAW as it is. No tweaks, no fucking overdubs, no nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the only way. That's the only way you could get it. You start fucking around with it, doing different takes or tracks or whatever like that. It doesn't get the same atmosphere.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys
of course.
did it analog too, right?
Sorry.
You
That was
guys
complete
obviously
analog.
did it
Yeah, analog.
Yeah,
that was before digital era,
Yep.
right?
I think the digital
Analog.
stuff is coming out, you know, in the
Analog.
underground, but
Analog 24 track. So,
Hey Damo and other guys, I want to play something here because I think this is an important video, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. Check this out.
You know, do you need a sense of humour to be in Bestial Warlust?
Oh, fucking hell, of course.
Necessity.
Necessity. If you don't have a sense of humor, you can't trust no one, I reckon. Suicide's bullshit. We endorse killing other people, not yourself.
Kill other people, not yourself. Yeah, if only someone had told Kurt Cobain that. Now, I'm standing with these guys here at a metal festival, so to me, you don't look strange. But to people watching TV, they might think, do you guys cop a lot of shit?
No, never.
Has Bestial Warlust started paying yet? Do you guys all still work?
No. Some of us are unemployed, some work, you know. We all work. A couple of us, you know, the others just bum around and be bums. But
I like that. Well, I'm working at the moment. I'd love to be bumming, so I might go on bum for a while and come back on Pedal to the Metal with Bestial Warlust.
Pedal to the metal.
Now, when did you guys first get into metal? When did you discover the greatness that was metal?
Early 80s.
Fucking popped out of mum.
81, 82. 81, 82. You're saying it came to you as soon as you popped out of your mum? Did it come to you in the womb?
I think I can remember since I was about fucking 9, 10.
What's your name?
Andrew.
No, come on. I know there's guys in this band called Hell Cunt and Skullfucker. Which one's which?
Butcher Base Inferno.
Which one are you?
Butcher Base Inferno.
Hell Butcher Base Inferno.
Bloody hell. Who are you?
Damon, Bloodstorm.
You're Damon Bloodstorm. Which one are you?
Battle Slaughter.
Battle Slaughter. Who are you?
Skullfucker.
Skullfucker.
And who are you?
I'm Hell Cunt.
Hell Cunt drums.
Now, you seem to be, as far as Australianness goes, exceptionally unique in the metal scene. Are there kind of lots of guys that go to the extent that you guys do with makeup and dressing up in Europe?
Yeah, apparently. I'm not too sure. I've never been to one over there, but apparently so from other people who visited over there and experienced it. There's a lot over there.
That's what the main market is in Europe, like Dave was saying, Germany, and for makeup and, you know, or rather like to say corpse paint and stuff like that, it's mainly like Scandinavian countries it started, but now it's infiltrating all over Europe and stuff. But what we do is really, and there's no mysticism about it. A lot of those bands are really mystical. We're just right out, just war to the core.
A lot of them try to class themselves black metal bands too, but we don't really see ourselves as black metal. We're more just standard death metal, you know, old style influence.
Black Death.
Cool. Well, on that Black Death note, we'll leave it with Bestial Warlust and come back in just another little while, but they'll actually still be standing here.
Part of us, yeah, we always write strong lyrics to make up with the music as well, you know.
Metal fans, do you think Australia has the kind of strongest contingent of metal fans?
Well, it is growing all year round. It's getting more bands coming out, so it's always, you know, gains popularity every day.
I think generally,
let's get very big.
Generally worldwide, metal fans are really strong people. You know, they know what they want and they just go for it. You know?
It's like a religion. They just stick up for it and just live it.
And do you think we'll get the day where we're going to hear more metal on radio when people will think that Whitney Houston is freaky?
I hope not.
There's a lot of stations that do it now, but small ones, you know, no big ones. But I wouldn't like to see it probably go to the radio, big radio stations anyway.
Well, that's the word from Bestial Warlust here on.
Fucking hell. It's a long
Fucking
time,
A,
that one.
dude.
Fucking
Legend. Classic.
That's a long
classic,
time, man.
dude.
Fucking hell.
Hey, I can't be the only one that thought that was an Australian Justin Broderick. He looks exactly like Justin.
What's pedal to the metal?
No, it was some shitty radio station back on TV or whatever it was back in I don't know, back in the day. But that dude, the funny thing is that dude now who interviewed, he's now he's like a major commentator on movies and art and like fucking like music industry on, like those shows that you have, like Today shows and morning shows and what. He's on that. He does a special event. Every time I see him, I go, "You fucking idiot! You're a fucking idiot! You're a fucking idiot!"
He was having a good time, though.
He's a
I mean,
fucking
he was kind of mocking you guys out, but you guys were like handling it so well.
Yeah, we gave him shit after it. I remember that. But, I could call him a fucking idiot and whatever that after it, and he was like, "Oh, he's security guys with him." I remember that. So,
and
fuck off,
from that video, right?
Yep.
Was that the exact same lineup that ended up as BC Warlust, or
No. That was like later. That was in the second album.
Yeah.
That was the second album.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
That was the second album. That was at Metal for the Brain festival in Canberra, which is nation's capital. Like you got Washington over there, nation's capital, and they have a benefit fest back then. Every year they did 5 of them, and everyone came. It was like going to Maryland Death Fest sort of thing. Everyone came from all over the country, etc., and go to the fest. Went for a couple of days, and that was like 94, 95 or something, and that was like huge. It's like fuck it. It was like a Maryland Death Fest sort of thing, But I was great, really good there, and
you had thick fucking chains on.
Oh
you,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah. Fuck, it was great. It was great.
Well, why
Right.
did you change the name? Damon?
What's that? There was a few of us. It didn't really suit what we were doing, what we're writing about, and going on to what we're doing. I was there. That was sort of. If you look at the last track of that demo, Graveyard of God, that was pretty much where we were going to on that demo, Corpse Molestation, and a lot of the stuff became sort of similar to that, and it didn't really suit what we were doing. So it was like, one day we were down in a bar in the downtown in Melbourne City, and a regular bar, and we were sitting there and having a chat, and we just decided to change our name, and 3 of us come up with 3 different words, and it came up like, oh fuck, that sounds fucking killer. Actually, I think I came up with Bestial or something, and then Skullfucker came up with War. KK come up with War, and then Skullfucker came up with Lust, and we went, oh fuck, that sounds alright. We'll do that. And we already had about like fucking 20 fucking beers under our belt, and yeah, that was it. I think that was the way we were writing. Didn't suit the Corpse because we tuned differently, and it wouldn't have been the same. You could probably see the difference if anyone got that Wine of Satan compilation that came out in 93, where it was significantly a little bit different in sound compared to Corpse Molestation.
For real, yeah. There was a big
previous stuff.
It was a lot faster. It was a lot more fucking.
Tuning was different. Yeah, the tuning was different, and so we fucked around with that, and then we decided we'll keep on going like that. So, but I mean, it was still similar sort of lyrics, similar sort of this and that. It was just better, it suited us better. That's all.
I think a lot of stuff, as far as the name change, suited you guys way better, dude. The sound wise, fit the name. Basically, like the logo, imagery of the covers, everything was like plus. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
it was like
it fit well.
It was, I mean, you still use a lot of riffs from Corpse Molestation days we never used in the Bestial Warlust stuff that we did, but it was never done. We we'll dissect that song and blah blah blah, but we still had a lot of other stuff left over, and that's the way it came out.
What do you think when someone like I think about this because like you're kind of seem like the same band, like the same term fits you guys, like war metal, basically. You guys were almost like the top fucking, you know what I mean? Like the first band that I felt that was really like fucking war metal, you know?
We just came up with it. We thought, like, fuck it. We sound like a war when we listen to it. Fuck it. It's war metal. Fuck it.
I mean, I don't remember you guys coining that. Maybe you did. But I don't know if you coined that.
No, we
shit,
did.
but...
A blasphemy, right?
Oh, sorry. No, we didn't. But we didn't. No, we just came up with that and said, fuck it. It sounds like war. It sounds like noise. When we rehearsed, it sounded like fucking noise. Played live, it sounded like noise. Fucking war. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, I mean, Damo has a pretty good
fancy about it,
with Blasphemy too. So
yeah,
Blasphemy.
Great. Great. Yeah. Great friends. This fucking very fucking day. This very day. But yeah, it's like it is what it is. We didn't try and do anything. It just came out as it came out. Much like other bands say the same thing. It's cliche, but fuck, this happened back in the day. There was we just did that, and we were fucking hated. We got bagged like shit. Like, oh, what the fuck is this shit? We used to get we used to get CDs sent back to us in the mail saying it was so shit.
Now, I remember when that Bestial WARLUST album came out. I read about it in Sounds of Death, and that dude was like 10 fucking skulls. That was before he gave everything 10 fucking skulls after a while, but that was back when that was rare, and I was like, oh shit, he loved that album. So.
That dude used to torment me so big time. That dude, fucking hell, tormented me. But
he loved you.
But yeah, I mean, I remember this dude in South Australia. He won a one of our first album CDs on the radio in South Australia, which is the next state over from us, and he won it on a giveaway on a big radio station. And the next one time he sent me the CD with this letter. Actually, I found the letter. Actually, I'm gonna fucking put it on the Bestial WARLUST Facebook page and have a read of it. It's so fucking funny. I've still got it. And he bagged us saying, "Oh, you guys are shit musicians, and Iron Maiden are way better than you, and Metallica are way better than you, and all sorts of shit. You guys, you need to learn how to play your instruments and all sorts of shit." I'm like, you fucking idiot. And the funny thing is, right? Yeah, you're saying all this, all regarded to that. The funny thing is, at the back of it, he left his return address on the back of it. So I fucking pissed on the letter. I pissed on the letter and fucking spat on the letter. Fucking put it in an envelope, send it back to the motherfucker. And it's like he would have got a fucking piss letter and a spit letter. So don't fucking leave your address next time, fuckwit.
You guys look like maniacs. Like not just the interview, but like fucking live show was like ridiculously brutal looking.
I mean, you got to do it. That's all you got to do. Live's live. You just portray the music to what the fucking live is as well. It's simple. You know, I used to be fucking totally fucked after a show. Fucked.
Hell yeah.
I got another question, Damo. I had a video that I didn't show. I think it was a show with Morbid Angel.
Oh yeah.
You guys are playing, but your drum set looks like it's set up in front, and you're kind of like off to the side of the drum set or whatever.
Yep.
That was the Morbid Angel,
correct.
right?
Yeah, it was at that back line at the back there with the Sandoval had his line at the back, as the bands do a lot here. Yeah. They don't obviously have the time and whatever to, you know, like swap kits over everything. The main band, International, had their kit. Then the support bands played in front, which is shit. Yeah. But that's the way it was.
Probably,
I don't know. I think it's still
not the first time I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah. We've seen that even when Morbid Angel toured and played at like World Stage. You know.
Yeah.
I remember Mike Browning had to set his Nocturnus set up in front of Morbid Angel set, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Which is kind of, that's the way it is.
I thought it was fucked up because I was like, fucking Nocturnus. You know, like this is your opening band. Like, really?
I remember that Morbid Angel one. It was like we just changed our name, and it was like the first show, and they said, I think I still got a flyer that says Corpse Molestation. It's the Corpse Molestation now, Bestial WARLUST, whatever the hell it was. And we're playing, and we're doing a sound check, and a fucking what's his name, Brunel, started giving us a hard time.
Oh really?
Hard time. Oh fuck. I thought, fucking hell, man, here we go. And fucking hell, I wasn't in the mood. I really wasn't in the mood. And he started fucking K'ing this and giving this a lot of shit. And I thought, fuck this guy. And I was like, and then I went up to him, and I was like, and I went up to him and I said, look, listen here, man, you shut the fuck up or you won't be playing tonight. And he's like, look at he's tuning up his guitar. He's tuning his guitar on the side, and the security came up to me, and actually Dave Vincent came up to me, and he goes, "No, man, it's all right, man." And I said, "No, fuck that guy. I'm gonna break his fucking arms, and you'll be one minus guitar fucking tonight, man. You will not be fucking playing." And he's like, the security come up. "Oh no, it's all right, man. It's all right. You'll be all right. We'll let you do your sound check and all that." And I said, "We're gonna take our fucking time and sound check as long as we fuck. It takes me fucking 2 hours, takes me 4 hours, takes me 6 hours. I don't give a fuck. If he says one more word, he's fucking not playing tonight." And he's like, and they're like, no. I said, fuck him, what, get rid of him now, or fucking he's not playing. So they got rid of him. He's gone, he went. So he's like, Vince, come on, I'm sorry, man, I'm sorry. I'm not fucking sorry, man. Tell that guy to fuck off. But, and anyway, and it was like, it was funny. And then, and top that off that night, it was like Trey fucking stole my girlfriend. So I went and flogged his beer and stole his food and stole all his beers and gave it to all the support bands like Archeron and Necrotomy and all those other bands. And we're like, drinking all their beers. Fucking stole my girl, we steal your beer. He ended up marrying him. He ended up marrying her, actually. He married her. He lived over there in wherever he lives. And
that trade likes
that was funny days. That was in 92 or whatever it was. Yeah, I know. He fucked with the wrong dude.
Trey has that thing going on, you know. It's like him and Mike Browning had that issue too.
It's fucking funny. It was funny. He slogged her. He ended up marrying her. Yeah. He ended up marrying this chick, but it was fucking funny. I was like, fucking, we got free beer out of it. That was a good trade.
There you go.
Didn't really like her anyway. I didn't really like her anyway.
There you go.
We played with D's side at Lemoore, and they wouldn't let us use that fucking banner. They got all pissed off when we were going to put the banner up, like the ABAZAGORATH banner. And the Hoffman brothers literally went to the owner of the club and they said, if these guys use the banner, we're not going to play. So we couldn't use the banner. I guess it's a Florida thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Must be.
He's my girlfriend, though. That's a good thing. So,
I don't know, man. He's fucking a strange fucking dude.
You record at Morse on you think you're the shit.
Yeah.
They literally got super pissed off and they were like, "You can't put the banner up." I was like, "What about on top of the monitors up front?" They're like, "Nah, if you use the banner, we're not gonna play. You're not gonna play." Well, like,
Dan, those guys had a total attitude change after they got signed by Air Raid.
Oh yeah, I bet. Totally.
Total.
Meth is a hell of a drug.
I've heard a story. I think, Carl, being a year from San Antonio, I heard I think something about David Vincent getting wind of like Hog Wild selling Morbid Angel shirts or something like that. He was like determined to go over there and like tell them fucking stop selling our shit or some shit like that.
I do vaguely remember something like that. Yeah, because they used to sell all the bootlegs of them. Yeah. Yeah, he was having a.
Well, when Morbid Angel with the gaze and dissection toward the States, at least in the wetlands, there's a rumor that Morbid Angel literally had held the crowd back so people wouldn't get to see dissection. And that's exactly what happened. We were waiting. We couldn't get in because apparently, for some weird reason, they weren't letting people in. And the story was that later on, we found out apparently Morbid Angel was doing that shit on tour. Oddly enough, we still got in, but we caught like the last few songs because that section was killing it on that tour. They were just slaughtering right up. So it's weird, kind of goes back to what we were talking about. The fuck's wrong with these people?
Like professional jealousy, basically,
Yeah, one of the shows here with that same tour, At the Gates ended up playing for like 15 minutes because Morbid Angel was all pissed off Dissected at the gates. We're wiping the floor with them by that point. Morbid Angel was fucking boring by that point, you know?
Yeah, man. Everybody, like a lot of people that I know, we all were waiting on that dissection line. We couldn't get in because literally they had instruction from the house not to let people in. Fucked up. Crazy shit.
It's weird how your mic goes in and out, Boris. Sometimes it's like really loud and good,
All right.
and then other times it's
Well,
a little
this
echoey.
I guess this is a sign, you know? Hey, listen, thanks for having me on. Happy Halloween, everybody. You know, I'm all out of hand. And I don't say, so it's a sign from the gods. Hey, Roy, thanks a lot for having me on, man. It's good to talk to you.
I wasn't kicking you off, but yeah.
No, hey, listen, it's a message from gods. All right, I'll see you all later.
You're the man, bro. Thanks for coming on.
Halloween. Thank you. Good talking to you all.
Thanks for telling us about Corthon.
You asked for it, man.
All right, brother.
Actually, I got to go for a little bit, guys. I'll check back in a bit, all right?
Hey, brother.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yo, I wanted to, I don't know. There was something I wanted to ask Jim after we were talking about that for some reason. What the fuck was I going to ask you, bro? I lost my train of thought, dude. Any Morbid Angel memories for you, brother? You were early on the death front.
Just that he used to write to me and he, you know, nice letters and a nice stationery he used. He was the only. He sent me buttons and everything, and I gave Brian a couple of buttons too that he would put on his leather jacket because he's like, "Oh, you got them from Dave Vincent?" So he did the mail, I guess, you know, which was pretty cool, you know. And
did you used to correspond with Mike Browning too?
No, just with Dave Vincent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that guy. The first guy that was there, Ortega, who was in the band, and then he switched. They kicked him out of the band, and then he formed another band after that. I forgot the name.
Matricide?
Yeah. I have both the demos. Actually, I like to release those demos. I mean, they're pretty good demos, you know. But I don't know if the guy's still alive or what, you know. Been a while.
Actually, I remember getting the I wrote to them asking for a merchandise sheet, and I got the merchandise sheet from Dave as well. Actually, come to think of it,
you know, it was pretty cool, right?
Yeah. It's got to tick off what you want, and they can send it back with the money, and they send it back to you.
Yeah. It
it's
was
like I still got
a nice layout, you know, and he wrote him back.
Yeah, it was.
I wrote to Death a couple of times. They never wrote back either. Massacre never wrote back. And Battery I wrote to in the early days, and he never wrote back either. So a lot of bands didn't like doing their mail, I guess, you know? I mean...
You know what I found out? Sorry, Jim. I used to get a really good correspondence from Steve DiGiorgio from Satis a lot. You know, all the time. Was always sending letters, always for respond. You know, I bought the vinyl from him and all that sort of stuff. You know, when the Illusions came out, but he was always fucking really good letters as well.
Yeah, like John from Necrovore, he sent me some nice letters too, and he used some stationery, Necrovore stationery. I wish I still had the letters. He had some stationery. It was trying to sell shirts for $5.
It was the same with Ross and Bob from Immolation. They used to have nice stationery. Yeah.
Wow, $5 for a shirt? Not bad.
That was kind of a common thing, though. A lot of bands using those stationery type things, right?
Yeah,
a little bit. It was like you would get you write to a band, and they would give you like that bio sheet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is who we are, bio, blah blah blah. You know, we formed in blankety blank. You know.
Yeah, Ross and Bob had some good ones too. Ross and Bob from Immolation
Yeah.
has some good stationery as well. Yeah.
That's the only fucked up thing about like the internet. It's just like you might get, you know, a letter or a tape or a record, but you like the whole like big letter writing thing like kind of went away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if you guys are just like me, when you got when you got certain letters, sometimes they wrote to you about like another band in there or whatever, you know. Or they'd say like, "Hey, did you hear that new Carcass shit?" You know. At that point, maybe you hadn't heard it either, you know, like, or you did, and you're like, you would write back and be like, "Yeah, I like that new Carcass. Have you heard this band?" You know what I mean? And then 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 6 months later, you get the letter back, like, "Hey, what's up?" you know.
Carcass actually wrote to me on like a big like flyer, but I couldn't even understand what he wrote because I think it was Bill Steer that wrote the letter. But it was, you know, it's good to, you know, get letters from overseas and stuff. You know, I mean, Heresy used to write to me, and a lot of UK bands too. So, you know, back and forth. I like that. You know, like, you know.
Yeah, I used to love that shit, man. It was like a fucking addiction for me.
And then you could send stuff boat, and it take like a couple of months to get a package to somewhere.
Fucking boat mail.
You can't, that's not even an option anymore.
No, I think they're sending the mail fucking boat mail now, bro. They were sending it last year. Last Christmas season. Yeah, last Christmas season they were charging you priority, but they were sending it boat.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Anybody that sends mail knows that. I'm sure you know that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Postmaster
General. Fuck that up.
Fucking last year was a joke. I mean, I feel like this year is going to be the same fucking joke too, man. It's just scary. You know, like if you run a business, if you run a business that you're sending mail as your fucking business, it's like you're at the fucking mercy at the fucking post office, basically, you know? Price goes up, your price either got to go up or you got to eat it, you know? If they're slow or fucked up, you're slow, you're fucked up. You know, the fucking fans are like, "Where's my shit?" You know? It's just like, yo, I can't make it leave fucking JFK Airport. I don't know what, you know, I'm sorry, dude, you know, once it's out of my hands. You know what I mean?
I just sent a LP out to Switzerland. It cost me $29.50.
Shit.
Yeah.
One LP.
That's the price now, man.
Yeah, unbelievable.
It's funny because you could buy like a $20 or $15 record, but then it's like $29 fucking postage. You know? What the fuck,
double the price.
Unbelievable.
It fucked up the scene a little bit because, I mean, I don't know. It's cool. The good thing about the internet is that you can write to somebody and they might write you the next day, or they might write you in fucking 5 minutes, which is really cool. You know? That's the cool thing. But then the fucking sending the merch, fuck, dude. It's like, okay, I get $1 for profit, you know, to try to make my money back, and now you guys get $29. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is this, bro? This is not, like, doesn't seem very fair. You know?
The post office is like making the money now, basically. I mean, I used to make a little off the shipping, but not too much, you know? Now they're making everything off the shipping, you know?
Yeah, it's just, if you're gonna pay that fucking price, like, I want the fucking record there like the next fucking day, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, you know, don't tell me that shit's gonna take fucking 2 months or a month. You know, like, what the fuck, man? I don't know, man. It's a weird scene.
Someone's fucking making money.
It's fucking up the metal scene, I think. It's fucking up the underground scene, I think. You know.
That reminds me, send some shit out. Fuck.
It's too bad that they don't have media mail overseas, though. That would be a great thing, you know, if they started something like that up, you know. I mean, because who wants
6 months?
Yeah.
6 months, no track.
we probably would.
No tracking.
Oh man.
It's like you have to sign to one label in North America and one label in Europe to actually get your shit out there.
Yeah.
Yep.
No one wants to pay that postage.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get a lot of
Disco did, right? With the
I
demo.
get a lot of stuff. I get a lot of stuff from Europe, and they use DHL, which is pretty big here as well. But DHL, man, they're fucking so good, man, so fucking good. You get the shit in bloody 2 weeks, and it's only like like fucking Australian dollar to the euro is pretty ordinary. It's almost a little bit less than double, but it's fucking cheaper than getting stuff from the US at this moment.
Yeah, you know what it is,
harder
Damo?
to get DHL in America. You have to do over 500 parcels a month international to be able to secure a DHL business account. And
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Labels out here aren't doing 500 international, but
nope.
Like we can do 500 a month domestic, but 500 international at those prices. They kicked everybody off. They kicked like Dark Descent off. They kicked off Carbonize. They kicked off several people that were using DHL.
You ever get a fucking package from DHL? It's like the fucking looks like it's been beaten fucking to death too.
Oh shit!
Isn't that the place? Isn't that the one Ace Ventura worked for?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just weird because it's like you have FedEx, you have UPS, and like they're pretty fucking reasonable. You get the package intact, but if you get a package from fucking DHL, it comes worse than a fucking package from AliExpress, basically. It's like fucking. It looks like it went to fucking China and back, basically.
Yeah, you don't get one record, you get two.
I got some vinyl. It was done through it's actually UPS. Sorry, not UPS. USPS from you know Chuck, don't you, Roy?
Yeah, Chuck.
And, so anyway, I got some vinyls from him a couple of weeks ago, and anyway, he took a photo of it to show me how he packed it because I was a bit curious and a bit about the way it gets treated over this side of town, and
Right.
So anyway, it came over here and I was tracking it. It gets to here in 1 week, 1.5 weeks, and it sits in our fucking postal system for about 2.5 weeks without getting moved anywhere. And I thought, fuck this shit. So anyway, I got it, and I thought, fuck. The dude knocked at the door, and I went, okay, got it. And the shit's fucking moving in there. And I went, what the fuck is that? And I was like, it's moving in this big box. And I went, what the fuck? Surely he hasn't packed it like that. He showed me photos previously how he packed it, which is like mint perfectly. You couldn't do anything. I opened the box, and while it's moving, they're taking the padding out of it, so it's just vinyl rattling in this big box. Rattling. I think you fucking idiots, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? They took the packaging out and resealed it and sent me. Went through 4 different depots around the whole metropolitan area just to get to my house. And I was like, you fucking idiots, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's not a package from Colombia, you know what I mean? Filled with like bricks, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you looking for in here? It's a fucking record.
I got a box of 20 tapes. I got a box of 20 tapes from Colombia. And maybe that's what happened. Maybe they opened it and didn't package it after they opened it, because 17 of the 20 tapes were fucked up. Like the cases were broken and everything. I'm like, I don't want to send anybody a tape with a broken case. You know what I mean? So now I'm over here taking like a case off one of my tapes that I actually have, and it's like it's like
I had a weird experience with some broken mail. I wrote to this porno grind band from Mexico.
That's where you went wrong.
They were called Pigtails. So like I didn't know. I just knew they were just a grind porno band type thing, and they're called Pigtails. So I'm like, I don't know, whatever, I'll fucking trade with the guys.
You dirty fucker.
Yeah, and I get the fucking package. It's all ripped open. It's in a brown fucking bag with like fucking string around it. All the shit's falling out of it, right? The guy that works at the post office is looking at me so fucking hard, dude. And like the covers are like literally falling out, and there's like just women with like just like young teenage girls with fucking pigtails. He's like,
oh no.
I'm like, oh my god, dude, I'm gonna get fucking arrested next. Like, I had to look outside and be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, holy shit, I didn't really know what I was in for trading with those guys, you know? And then
Yeah,
it just seemed weird that the fucking thing was just torn open and like, I don't know.
Yeah, I got the new Necromantia CD from my friend George the other day from Greece, who's in Necromantia, and it's just come out, and I got it, and it's been security opened, and what the fuck is that? And there's a flyer in there saying it's being checked by biosecurity for all any illegal fucking like fucking deposits of the biosecurity, like fucking whether it be weed or fucking herbs or anything like that. And I thought, fuck's sake, it's just a sealed digipack CD. I was like, fucking the flyer in there, like a professional flyer. I thought, oh fuck. Like,
Damo, are you fucking disembodied right now? Because like,
yeah, I'm
you
just
sound
embodied,
great, but you're not on the screen, bro.
Not on the screen. Yeah.
I'm walking out in the street.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'm coming back out. I'm just having a cigarette. So.
Dude, I remember in the early days.
Clear as fuck.
The early days of eBay, I remember buying something and talking about shitty packaging. Somebody sent me an LP in a pizza box.
Oh, yeah, the old pizza box.
Wait, hold
the
on.
old pizza box.
It was a used pizza box. There was fucking grease all in it and shit like that. I'm like,
oh, good size though, man. They're perfect size.
Are you
dude.
fucking serious, man? Did I just get
They're perfect size though for a vinyl.
Well, yeah, they are, but I mean, it was just rattling or just bouncing around in a fucking pizza box.
Comes with a little fucking dried up piece of pepperoni, you know?
Yeah, dude. I'm like, fuck.
Limited
probably one of the
edition fucking
weirdest
pepperoni and
things I've ever
anchovies
got.
edition.
Roy, when I put out the Death Attack compilation tape, I got a letter from somebody in a mental hospital, and he sent me like pictures of him killing his mother, and he wanted the Death Attack tape so bad. Me and Brian were like laughing about it, like, what the hell's going on with this guy, you know? And I sent them the tape anyway. I don't know if they let him have it in the mental institution.
Oh shit!
I happen to have it right here. Look at that.
That's the third. That's the third one.
Yeah,
that's
the third one. Yeah,
that's a kid.
This has
Jim, if you were a record label,
man.
Yeah, if you were a record label A&R, dude, you would have been like, you were in Nuclear Blast, bro.
Yeah, he had all the.
He had Order from Chaos on that.
All the bands that ended up like big bands are on this.
Yeah,
I know.
Necrovore. I don't know how I got Necrovore. John wanted to be on the tape. He was like, yeah, put on a song. You know, I mean, a lot of bands were really cool at that time. You know, now it's all about money. Like, how much money am I going to get for putting this up? You know, for you having this on this tape. You know, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you got a Decay, Resurrection. This
Yeah,
wasn't the
from,
German one, right?
New Jersey.
Yeah, that's what I
It
thought.
kind of sounded like Demolition a bit.
Deceased, Ripping Corpse, Order from Chaos, Sarcophago, Death Courier, Dead, and Incantation.
Dead is from Germany. That's the one from Germany.
Yeah.
Then they changed
It's weird that I happen to have these just sitting here.
That's an incantation with Paul Ledney incantation.
And it's got a instrumental of something.
They did a Hellhammer cover.
Hey, Jim, who was on Death Attack 1 and 2? Because I don't think I have those.
Well, hold on. Give me a second.
All right,
Hell
there
yeah.
we go.
Jim's got all the stuff, man.
Jim gonna put out a Death Attack. I told him a while ago, you got to put that on vinyl, dude. You know?
Oh yeah, fucking vinyl.
This is the first one, and it's got Deceased on it.
Nice
Oh, wow.
cover.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Regurgitation.
Regurgitation.
Oh,
Revenant.
yeah, that's right. You told me you put Goat Lord up.
Atrocity. Which
Atrocity
atrocity?
from Connecticut.
From Connecticut.
Right.
Oh, fucking killer. That killer. Yeah.
And Sick from Hate, which were actually the guys from Necromancy formed Sick from Hate. So that's like their newer band.
And did you draw the cover?
Yeah.
Napalm Death shirt on the guy, see.
That was the big thing back in 86, 87. But it was like my first one. The second one's got I forgot what band. I think Emulations on it, and or like a couple of other bands. I don't even remember. I have to dig up the tape. But I did 3 tapes, and that was it. That was it, and then decided to do the Have-A-Hedge after that. So it was pretty.
And shout out to Brian Apt, who might see this and might not. I don't know if he has internet on his. I don't know if he has internet on his flip phone, but maybe we'll get him on someday. You know.
I don't know. It's going to be hard to get him on.
Yeah. We'll get him on a security cam.
Like trying to get Will Romer.
Yeah. I think you'd have better chance of getting fucking Will, dude. Just to be honest.
Damn.
Brian got that awesome order from Chaos fucking blanket or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh yeah, he made a blanket out of all the T-shirts he's got.
Oh yeah.
That thing's worth more than a fucking Versace fucking blanket now, bro. The thing has like fucking regurgitation shirts, order from Chaos, like a fucking necropore.
Immolation.
You know? Yeah, it's a crazy quilt.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
What was do you? When I was talking to McEntee, he talked about jamming with Ralph Pimentel from ended up in Old Lady Drivers at one point. That was like their first band.
Yeah, he was in Regurgitation.
Yeah. But do you? When was the last? I don't know if you ever were like, since you were in Jersey and all that. I don't know if you ever hung out with Ralph or ever. Or when was the last time you saw him or whatever?
Well, the last time I saw him, he was working at Tower Records in Paramus, and that was probably a good 20, at least close to 25 years ago. And the only thing he kind of said was that the band was making fun of him a lot, when he was. That's why I think he kind of left the band in a way, and he wasn't into the music too much. But Brian App used to go to the house for rehearsals, to Ralph's house, because Jim and who was the other one?
Alan Dubin.
Yeah, Alan Dubin would go over to Ralph's and they would rehearse. I think I went to one rehearsal, if it was that, because I was working.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was and Ralph went to the same high school that me and Brian went to, so I would see him in the hallway and talk to him, and I think he was in one of my classes, even, if I remember, and we used to just talk about tapes and stuff, and he was into a lot of Canadian bands, like Soothsayer and Greeting Death and Oblivion and all these bands.
Yog Soggoth.
Yeah. All
Was
so
he like your influential guy, or was there somebody before him that got you?
I got into it from this guy Slabo that used to take the bus back and forth, and he got into like Possessed and Old Death and stuff like that, and I kind of got into it in a way, but I thought it was a little too much, but then it started to grow on me a bit. Right. So he had the Possessed demo, the original, and he would get mail from Death and stuff like that, and get the tapes and stuff like that. And then he, in the early 90s, he just got rid of all his stuff. He sold his tapes and comic books and records and stuff like that. But he was, and then there was somebody else I knew that got me into a lot of hardcore and a lot of the punk bands and stuff. You know, I knew some of them, but I didn't know all of them. And I just went more underground from that. You know, I wanted to be as, you know, underground as I can with listening to these bands. You know, music's kind of my whole life, basically. You know, and you know, just finding new bands was like the thing for me. You know, I was I used to write back and forth to King Folly. You know, we used to trade tapes, you know, back in '86, you know, and it's kind of funny, you know. He had a lot of demos and stuff, but he recorded them on shitty tapes and a bad recorder. And I'm like, you got to get yourself a better recorder because these pops and his
just facing the radios towards each other to record the shit. That's it.
It's funny. I've actually tried that before a long time ago. I didn't have a fucking dual cassette or whatever. It's like,
I think we all tried that at some point. We got another special guest.
Oh shit!
Who we got?
Japan.
Who we got?
Anatomia.
Yeah.
We're at Anatomia practice, huh?
What?
What's up, Takashi?
Fuck
How you living, bro?
Hey guys.
You hear us okay? Yeah, you sound great.
Takashi here.
Yeah, he sounds way better than last
We're
time.
in Anatomia practice right now. Fuck yeah.
Sick.
Ah, shit.
Can you guys hear?
Yeah, we can hear.
You
gonna play us a song?
Is it okay we play just one song?
Yeah, that's great,
Oh yeah.
bro. Fucking A, dude.
Can you turn your phone sideways? Maybe so we can
turn the phone.
Uh-oh, he froze.
Hey. 止まってる。なんか Wi-Fi がダメだ。
Yeah.
Shit, he's froze up. They're gonna play a song and it's just
probably
frozen.
His connection, obviously.
Let's see what happens though. Can you hear us, Takashi? You're frozen.
He froze, man.
Frozen like the ice.
Yeah, he told me he was gonna practice for the what the hell is it?
That Death Fest?
Yeah, the Japanese Death Fest.
Oh, the one that Naru puts on?
Yeah, so I said, if you're going to practice, why don't you?
Oh, there
all
he
right,
is.
there we are. Turn
Hey,
your phone
is
the
it-
other to the sideways. Oh no, it doesn't do it.
Oh man.
All right,
Switch
at least
the-
we got a connection now.
Switch it on the phone to on the phone.
Yeah,
on
you
the
gotta have
phone.
a, you have a setting on the phone, but
On the phone,
yeah,
the
you're
setting on
good.
the phone. Yeah.
We want to play just one song.
No, he's good. All right, bring it on, brother.
Fuck yeah.
See if we can get the connection straight. I'm gonna take everybody off of the stream, so we just let him eat up the bandwidth. Death Metal Podcast coming at you exclusive.
Okay. I'm put it on.
My ears just coming up. Oh boy.
Fucking brutal.
Was that okay?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah?
It was cool, man.
It was too loud? No?
It was a little. No, it wasn't too loud. It was just a little choppy, but it was cool, man. It was awesome. Fucking heavy, dude.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was awesome, brother. Thank
I
you,
got
man.
limited time, so I have to go now. I'll talk
right,
to you
my
later,
man.
okay?
All right, brother. Thank you.
All right.
Take it easy.
Take it easy, man. Say hi to the guys.
Oh, thanks, man.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, bro. That was fucking sick, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it was fucking very good, man. Very good, very good.
Dude, even with that connection, those vocals sounded so fucking brutal, dude.
I know. That was fucking crazy, right?
That's the Japanese for you, man. The Japanese get some brutal shit.
Fucking brutal, man. Death Metal Podcast. Bringing it to you, motherfuckers.
Like fucking, yeah, that was brutal.
What country is next?
who's waking up right now?
Straight from South Africa. No.
South Africa. I'm from South Africa.
You know what? Europe is waking up pretty soon.
Like I just wake them up, open their fucking doors.
Yeah,
Open their doors.
Takashi hit me up earlier, and then he's like, sorry, I can't come on right now. I gotta go. I drive to practice, you know, and we're playing the Death Fest, you know. I was like, yo, man, if you're at your practice, would you mind turning the stream on for a sec, you know? So you fucking did it, bro. That was
Nice people. Japanese people are nice people, man. Very nice.
they're
people.
the best, dude. Those
Very
guys
nice people,
from Anatomia are the best, man, too.
Very, very nice people, man.
That's
Hell
one
yeah,
place I
dude.
want to go play. Japan.
Yeah. They were fucking heavy, right, bro? I mean, I know the sound was a little choppy, obviously, but fuck, dude, fucking brutal. Man.
It's good that he did the time out to do that shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
was
real
really cool, man. Fucking A, dude.
Yeah.
I'm really happy.
There was a fest in El Paso this weekend.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. It was like a 2-day one, 2 day or something. Like
Fanatica, fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, that shit.
Yeah, that was this weekend.
Nobody went to that.
I mean, I know quite a few that went. El Paso's
El Paso.
12 hours for me, so I'm not gonna fucking.
El Paso. I love El Paso, man. I love El Paso.
8 hours from here.
Yeah.
I love El Paso. I love El Paso. I love San Antonio. They're fucking great places.
San Antonio's great.
Tino.
No, I'm gonna take. I've talked to my wife just saying I've sold her to. We're gonna go to San Antonio, to the underwater river.
Let me know when you come in
that
town,
fucking
man.
place.
Of course, Carl. Of course, I'll tell you, man. You know that, man. Fucking oath.
Wait, what? An underwater river?
You mean that little underground mall where they had the little gondolas and shit?
Yeah, that's fucking great, man. I love it.
Yeah, I like that place too.
The basement at the
I love
Alamo?
Yeah, underneath there goes a big river under there. I could swim in that shit.
It's by the Alamo. It's
Yeah,
that
the
fucking
Riverwalk?
other place.
The Riverwalk, man.
It's a river, man. It's a river.
The fucking mall, bro.
It's a river, you asshole.
It's our creek that runs through downtown.
Yeah.
You guys out to the sea. You guys out to the sea. You guys out to, I like that. I'm gonna swim in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
It reminds me of
Watch out
like
for the needles.
I'm gonna find some rings and coins and shit out there. So
Bodies.
Bodies, yeah, bodies.
Like the San Antonio
The
meets like
feces and-
Holland, you know.
Pretty much. That's a close enough thing for it.
Pull over there. I want to go to Rite Aid. Thanks.
I want to go to
might be
that.
there next weekend.
I want to go to that British bar where they fucked up my steak.
Oh shit! I was at that. I went to. Was that with me, you, and Chuck from Incantation?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
British bar. They fucked up my steak. Yeah, everyone's steak, actually.
Yeah.
They never given us for free. For free, actually. Remember that?
What did they do to your steak?
Oh, they just fucking didn't know how to cook it. I said, look, you're British, man. Don't fuck with the Aussies. We know how to cook steak. And then fucking, and then they said, oh, they went back to the boss. The boss came over and we're like, nah, we aren't paying for that. No, fuck that shit. You fucked it up. So we ate it all and just left.
Yeah, that was cool. We ate a bunch of steaks and left. I like that.
Yeah, but they didn't. They said we're not going to pay. And he goes, oh, we're sorry. It's on the house. It's on the house.
Where was that?
It was in
it's in
the Riverwalk. Yeah, it was a British bar. It was a British bar.
Oh.
On the in the walk there is like a little like bars and shit there.
Yeah.
We're in a tourist trap place, probably.
Yeah, it's a
that's
tourist.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We knew that though. We didn't give a fuck.
That's right.
We went to the Alamo, and then we went there.
It's all right. I didn't mind it.
I don't know where else there was to go in San Antonio. I don't remember any other like record stores or anything like that. It was like just a little street and the Alamo and that fucking place, It was cool.
But it was a Ripley's, believe it or not. It was a.
Oh, yeah.
Ripley's.
You remember who we were with on that trip? We were with Dana Duffy.
Yeah, Andrew was there.
Damn.
I can't remember. It was like a bunch of us.
Andrew, the 19-year-old kid?
What's you with 19-year-olds, man? What's wrong with you, man?
The smartest 19-year-old on earth, man.
Yeah, you look 19.
Shit, I wish.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had the knowledge of that dude, man. Fuck. Is your mate? Is your friend? You hang out with him, man. You hang out with him.
No, never met him.
Good
Yo,
thing
am I
for-
locking up? Because some of my shit just crashed right now. I guess right when we
No,
hit the 8-hour mark. All right.
Yeah.
I think it's still running.
Are you? Does it give you a like on Netflix? Are you still watching?
Yeah. Are
It
you still
says,
streaming?
Yeah, are you
Oh,
having
yeah.
trouble with
Yeah,
Facebook? There might
You
be
really
a
still doing
Facebook
this
issue.
like shit? Come on, man.
That's right. They do that. Are you still watching now? I saw that the other week, actually.
I think it just kicked me off Facebook. Yeah, it kicked me off Facebook, basically.
Okay.
Mate,
But
it's still
as
going.
soon as
It's
it
still
hit
going.
8 hours, that's when it kicked us off. But we've been on here for fucking 8 hours.
Yeah.
So it's kind of understandable, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, come on, you did enough.
Yeah, they're like, all right, you
That's
fucking
it.
old motherfuckers, you know? But yeah. So maybe I should play some music. I don't know what to do right now.
Play some music.
I encoded something for this. Here,
Play some music because I got to set up the barbecue.
Yeah, I got something good here. Check this out.
I'm gonna peace out and go eat some pizza and talk to my girlfriend. But thank you so
Thanks,
much,
brother.
for being on here. It was great to
Yeah.
hear fucking badass stories.
You're the man, man.
About your history.
You're the man. You're the man.
Thanks
You're
for
the man.
sticking around, brother.
Let me be a part of this. Y'all have a good evening or
You
night,
too, my man.
morning, afternoon. From one Bogan to a bunch of other good guys.
Hey, Bogan's rule, man.
Yeah,
Bogan's
Yeah.
rule.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Thanks, bro.
Bogan's rule, brother. See you later, man. Cheers, man.
Take it easy, my man.
Cheers.
Guy's awesome. All right, here we go. Let's see here.
What do you
What do you got
play?
for us?
Just shut up, guys.
You shut the fuck up for a change.
Here, I'm gonna play this. I brought this I made this just for the show. I made like no videos. I got two things actually. Here we go. Rare. Rare shit.
Gorefest.
Yeah, bro. I just put 1 or 2 rarities. Thanks, Fraser. Fraser, fucking man, yo. Do 12 hours. I think we're all dying at this stage, yo. Starting to die down a little. Got it, and we had a pretty good cross section of shit going on tonight, though, right? As far as like guests that came on. And then I had a fucking dude playing shit at a fucking show in Buffalo. We had Anatomia. That was dope, man.
Hey, I recently heard a band that I actually like. They're from Malaysia called Tomb. Any of you guys heard that band yet?
I think I heard it.
It's pretty good. Roy, I don't know if y'all want to check it out or not, but I got it ready if you want to check them out. It's like
yeah, you can run the stream too, right?
Yeah, I could
do too, brother.
I heard the name. I think I heard the name Francisco, but I didn't hear the name.
I mean, it's kind of the name and whatever, but it's actually really good. Hold on. There it is, Roy. You should have it.
Beyond
There it is.
Sick.
Yeah, I kind of dug it. I was surprised I heard it the other day.
That's cool.
And
I forgot to ask, is it copywritten?
nah, it should be okay. Yeah,
That's
it was
good.
okay. It's not bad. It kind of reminds me of like early like rotting Christ with a little
Rotting Christ,
little
Yeah,
mystifier kind of in there.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Hold on, Carl sent something else here. Where'd,
Hey, dudes, I gotta fucking. Sorry to cut in. I gotta fucking bail to get this fucking barbecue going.
All right, brother.
All right,
Throw
the
another
barbecue's
shrimp
going.
on the barbie for me.
I got some fucking snags. I got some corpses. I got some fucking everything you want on there.
Throw a corpse on there with a kangaroo with a snake coming out of its ass.
Actually, I was at the supermarket the other day. You can actually, no, honestly, man, you can buy down the street. That you can buy packets of kangaroo.
A packet
in the supermarket. You can buy packets of kangaroo. I was going to buy it the other day, and I thought, nah, yeah, packet like a sealed packet of meat, you know.
So how does a packet of kangaroo meat taste? Good.
It's like a sealed packet, like when you get meat and it's all or beef, whatever it is, sealed in like a packet. But I was going to buy it, but I couldn't be bothered. So,
before you leave, I just got to ask, like, would you smear it with Vegemite first before you had it, or?
Yeah, good idea, actually.
All right.
I like that idea. But I've never thought of that. But anyway.
All right, brother.
Anyway,
good seeing you, man.
Good
Thank
talking
you.
to you guys. Fucking hell, you guys rule. Totally, 100%.
I enjoyed watching the old school.
Brother, your brothers, take it easy, all right? I'll be on next time soon. Anyway,
Go crack the barbecue open, yo.
I know I'm gonna get it right. I'm getting fucking hungry, man. Fuck. But anyway, fucking thrash on and have a good one.
All right, take it easy, brother.
See ya.
Have a good meal.
Thrash on. Yeah, I'll speak to you soon. All right, thrash on, man. I'll give you shit soon. All right, see ya.
So this is gonna come out on Goat Throne Records. Carl sent me this. Sick.
Decomposed.
Yeah, that was a band I did with Louis from Devastation when he was getting out of Devastation, and he joined us right after Javier quit, and we recorded that demo a couple months later, I think, if I remember correctly. And,
I saw Indignation live, but without Carl.
You saw me, yeah. You saw us live like literally a week without me, because I think they were secretly getting Alfie in the band behind my back, but whatever. That's
Were you in that video? Were you in there?
Yeah, I'm in the video right there. Yeah, I'm just like 20 years younger.
Which shirt were you wearing? I saw Primeval, Phlegm.
I think I had a bolt thrower shirt on, and
you were the bolt thrower guy with the "In Battle Is There No Law" shirt.
No, that was Matt the Singer. I think I was just wearing a logo shirt. I think I'm wearing a Septic Death shirt in some of those live pictures. Can't remember for sure.
Is it out already?
I think it's gonna be out soon. He's just having a plant delay problem too. He's just putting out a tape of it. No CD
I thought it was a CD.
No, it's gonna be a tape, just like the demo was back then. Just better layout and stuff.
Good quality. The recording.
Yeah, we actually went to a studio, and then Aaron had it remastered with some duty nose, and it made it sound a little more bottom end, heavier. It sounds pretty damn good.
Yeah, what
demo?
What year was that? 91?
91. Yeah.
Damn, that was good, man. Good shit.
Yeah, we were happy with it. It sounded cool.
Yeah. When you sent me the link, I was like, "Is this an old live show?" Because like the first shot was like an old live show. So,
yeah.
I didn't know what it sounded like, so as soon as I started playing it, it was like playing fucking brutal. I was like, "Oh shit, this sounds great."
Great live sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn,
that
live
good
sounds good though. Tight.
I think that was the first fucking real studio I went into too at that time. Everything else I recorded was this rigged up freaking Radio Shack equipment hanging in the room.
How many fucking bands were you in, Carl? I mean, I gotta ask, dude.
Shit.
20?
21? No. Let's see. When I was a super kid, I was in Cerebral Distortion, was like a thrash hardcore crossover band, because I couldn't play fucking worth the shit. So I would hear something like Necrobore. I was like, yeah, there's no way I could do that back then. So I started in that band, and then Indignation, then THORNSPAWN, Hod, and now PIOUS LEVUS.
Oh, that's it? Oh, okay. I thought you were
well, I'm wrong, dude. I fucking forgot my the Cutthroats. That's a hardcore punk band I play in sometimes. And I fucking forgot another one. After Indignation, before THORNSPAWN, I played in Diabolus with Jeff Tandy, which was like, it was really not my band, it was their band, but it was like total immolation worship and incantation.
You were in Holocaust Wolves of the Apocalypse too.
I guess a pre-version of that. It was basically THORNSPAWN backing Damon.
Yeah.
And we butchered the hell out of them songs, but it was fun. We had a good time.
It was good. I was at that shit. That was cool.
Yeah. We just look back
Francisco,
at Alex.
I had something. Blasting. I had something I brought up before, but I didn't get to show you. You weren't on the stream. Do you remember this moment?
Oh shit. Yeah, that's when I first we fucking finally met in 2009 or something.
I don't even remember when.
Yeah, it was at MDF. It was like the one time I went to MDF.
It was the one time. You know who that is in the middle, right?
Yeah, that's Kirby, right?
Yeah, Chirby from Obscene Fest.
I think I told him he ripped me off that day.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I like your shirt. You got a good shirt on there too.
Oh yeah. I still have it. I wish it still fit that well. But
hey, was that the year Asphyx played?
Yeah, it had to be because I was hanging out with Martin Van Druin behind my stand that day.
Did they play that show with Autopsy and?
Yeah, I remember seeing Autopsy and
they played. Asphyx played more than once though too, because there was another time I went there, and I was with Barrett from Severed, and he was walking with his cane, and he kind of tripped, and he stepped on Martin Van Druin's video camera or whatever, or his video camera bag, and they were right about to go on stage, and Martin Van Drunen was fucking cursing out Barrett. He's like, "What the fuck? What the fuck you stepping on my shit?" You know? And Barrett was like, showing his cane, like, "Yo, I got a cane, dude." He's like, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, who else played that? Deceased, bolt thrower.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the bolt thrower twice time.
Yeah, they played twice. That's right.
Yeah. One of the headliners had like canceled.
Absu played, I think.
Yeah, I remember seeing Absu.
Yeah, there was some good bands on that year.
I don't remember the Maryland Death Fests too much because they kind of
DRI
blended
even
into
played.
each other. Oh, that one? Oh, that was fucking killer.
Yeah, DRI played inside.
Yeah, I was inside watching them. That was fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, my buddies PLF played that.
Were you there when they that same fest where you they tear gassed all the crusties on the other side of the fence? Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah,
I wish I would have been there.
Yeah, they we were talking,
I was
and all
there
of a
when
sudden,
the tear gas the crowd,
and all of a
coming
sudden
out.
you couldn't talk no more because the tear gas blew into the part of the fest right by that fence. But man, yeah, they ran off all them crusties with tear gas. It was pretty crazy.
If that was the same fest, though, no, it wasn't good because I was vending outside, and then like the show was going on till like 1 or 2 or some shit, and like these trucks show up at like 11:30, and they basically like literally almost like plucked our fucking tent right off the top of our vend. We were just trying to pull our fucking shirts off and all our shit. And the security guard tried to rob me. One of the security guards was like I was smoking some weed behind my tent or whatever. And he was like, I don't know if this is the same fest though. Maybe they tear gas people every fest. But
this happened in the daytime when I remember it happened.
Oh, okay. This was at the end of the fest. So the security guard tried to, like, it was at the end of the fest. And I always heard rumors through the Maryland Death Fest that, like, if you vended there, there's a chance that somebody might try to rob you in the parking lot, and they would be dressed as like the police or some shit. You know what I mean? Because they saw you, and then I figured it out though. It was the security guys, and like they see me collecting money all weekend. You know what I mean? So they figured by the end of the weekend I had all my fucking dough. You know? So I remember I kind of, this dude like kind of was like, roll out your pockets, So I kind of just stood back and I said, roll them out for me. You know what I mean? And I just stood there with both of my fists held up, not held up. I just held them by my side. And I'm like, roll them out for me. Damn. And the guy's like just looking at me. I'm looking at him. It was starting to get a little fucking tense, And I was like, roll them out for me. And then for some reason, one of the Maryland Death Fest, like helper friends of theirs or whatever, they're like, oh, leave him alone. Leave him alone. And then they just backed off me.
Wow.
And then I went to my car. I stashed my fucking dough. I went back with a fucking pipe or whatever the fuck I had. And I was going to smash the fucking guy's head in. But I was like, I didn't see him again. So I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do now. And I'm going to just smash anyone's head in. I only wanted to hit that guy,
Yeah.
So it was fucked up, though, because there was various years where I heard people got robbed in the parking lot at the end, the vendors. So I was like, fuck that. I ain't getting robbed. So right after that happened, too, they fucking ripped the tent off the top of us, right? So all my merch is in the street and everything. They removed one of the stages, like the live stages. So like half the street was open. So I basically ran back to my fucking van. I fucking drove it in the middle of the fucking crowd and shit. I just backed it up right into the middle of the fucking fest almost, like right by my merch. And I was just throwing my shit in the car as fast as possible. And then while I was doing that, the fest was letting out, and then there was all these people getting fucking tear gassed, and like the security was like fucking beating people up and shit. And I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah,
I just
I
remember
didn't see
just
that.
being like, I just remember being in my van, and I was like, whoever I was with, I was like, you ready? Ready? All right, let's go. And we just fucking left, you know? And I was like, that's it, man. Fest's over, you know? I was like, they try to rob me. They fucking try to ruin my fucking vend. And then I just try to, I probably could have fucking ran someone over because I was just like, fuck them, man, you know?
That's a pretty shitty part of Baltimore, too, where they have that.
Oh, it's a fucking shithole, bro. I remember walking on the streets when I wasn't vending. That one time I went as a non-vendor.
Yeah.
And man, it was fucking shady as fuck over there, dude.
Real
And
shady.
And I'm from a place, you know, I'm live next to Newark, New Jersey, where it's shady as fuck. So I was like, damn, man, it's really fucking shady over here, you know?
Yeah, it's not.
You guys got to experience the shadiness too, huh?
I did.
Yeah.
And what's his name? Ray, right? You guys were driving around in New Jersey, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Ray told me about that.
That was like 2008. We drove from like that's when he was living in Detroit, and me and my buddy, a buddy of mine, Matt, we flew up to Detroit, and then we drove like from Detroit to Hartley's.
Yeah.
And we went to go see Profanatica play, but they got shut down like 15-20 minutes into it or whatever. And then we were like driving my buddy John Saltz from Lethal Aggression, rest in peace. We were gonna go stay with him, and he lived in fucking South Jersey, Toms River, I think that's where he was staying at.
Yeah.
And I don't know who we were talking to, but they're like, you got to get the fuck out of that area. I don't know where it was at. It was either
Newark,
maybe it was Newark or
Newark.
You guys, would you get lost in Newark?
Well, yeah, we were just kind of driving and trying to get to South Jersey. And
Yeah, well, once you leave Hartley's, all you had to do is just drive up that hill and drive down the other side, and then like literally go over a bridge, and you're like right in Newark, right there. You know?
Yeah, so
the Belleville Newark border. So
yeah, I don't know if it was Jim or who it was that said, "Get the fuck out of there."
Jim Rowe?
No, Jim.
Oh.
Jim Satanic.
Jim Stanek.
Yeah, because me and Paul were driving around over there after a show, and we went down this one street. They were having a bonfire, and there were like 100 blacks like on the street with multicolored wigs, and they were like 7 feet tall. I never. Me and Paul looked at each other. What the hell's going on here? Let's get the hell out. It was nuts. We were like,
it's a pretty wild town.
Yeah, it was fucked up. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning or something. We're like, what the hell's going on? We both looked at each other. Can you believe what happened?
The first thing I noticed was just how crowded everything is up there, and I was like, wow, you know, it's coming from over here. It's open spaces everywhere, right? So
yeah, everything's built and piled up on each other.
Yeah. That's why I left. Because I didn't want to have a postage stamp for a yard, and I didn't want to fucking share a wall with another person.
Yeah, dude,
you know
it's
what
like
I mean?
pile on top of each other.
Yeah, it was. That's why I left, man. I was like, fuck this fucking. I mean, I grew up there, so I spent over 30 years in Kearney, and it was just like, you know what? Do I want my kids to fucking grow up here too, man? You know. By that time, my daughter just started to hit kindergarten, maybe. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. And then there was just some linchpin of fucking stupid landlord was like, you can't have a cat. You know? I'm like, all right. You know? So I had to bring the cat to my work, and we're like, fuck you people. We're fucking leaving anyway, you know? And then I came up here, man, in upstate New York, and bought this house, and yeah, man, I'm happy that I'm here. It's fucking cold, but whatever.
Cold.
Yeah, it's cold here, man. You guys aren't used to that shit. Well, you said you wear a sweater today.
Yeah, I wore a hoodie today, man. It was like 50 degrees today.
Yeah, we're hitting like 30s, 35s at night now. It's kind of rough.
Dude, I remember getting out of the van in Detroit one time and feeling the actual like Canadian breeze hit you. That was shocking, man. I was like, fuck, that's cold fucking wind. Like, it froze your soul, dude. It was weird.
That's how Buffalo was. Whenever you went to Buffalo for a show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fuck, dude. Holy shit. Fucking cold. Fuck, man.
I've been to Detroit, but it was cold, but it was only like October cold. It hadn't like all the lakes hadn't frozen over or anything like that. And then Buffalo,
yeah, it wasn't even like that yet either. But for me, it was like, no way.
Buffalo, I went in July, and it was fucking nice. I left here; it was like 97 degrees. We got into Buffalo; it was like 70. I was like, "Fuck yes!"
Yeah,
yeah.
Escaping summer here is a nice thing. Yeah.
Buffalo in the winter, though, like a lot of those trips I took with Incantation and stuff.
Yeah.
Like some of them were fucking like the whole ride there was like driving up a fucking hill, like a snow ice hill. That's what it felt like. Yeah. And I remember being in the van with Jim Rowe, Craig, Ronnie, and Mac. And I fucking took a whole bag of fucking mushrooms at Jim Rowe's house. And I fucking ate like all of them, you know what I mean? And then, no, maybe I was going to Canada. No, I was going to Buffalo that time. Different mushroom trip. Anyway, so I ate this whole eighth of mushrooms, or it was like 2/8 worth, and I was like just chewing on it, and it's like eating shit basically. It's like growing on like cow shit or whatever. And on the ride up there, I was fucking like, I fell asleep and I had my headphones on and I was playing Seasons of the Dead from Necrophagia. And I thought a fucking demon was talking to me, dude, because the vocals were so fucking like demonic sounding. You know that one song where it's like real slow and he's like, it's like a real, it's like a really fucking dark song. He's like, crypt of the, it's like I thought a fucking demon was talking to me, and I took my I took my fucking headphones off and I threw them. I was in the car, and they're like, "Yo, what the fuck's the matter?" And I was like, "Fucking demons are talking to me." And then I was just sitting there, and I was like, "Oh fuck, man, I'm fucking freaking out." And then like it felt like this. The car felt like it was going like this. Just back and forth because we were like sliding out on the highway. That's what it felt like. You know what I mean? It was just all ice, dude. Freaky.
Fuck that.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know what possessed me to take a fucking 2/8 of mushrooms and chug it before a fucking 8-hour car trip. That was like so fucking stupid, dude. There was that time I fucking chugged mushrooms, and then there was another time I went to Canada, and I fucking the border. When you get to the border, they search your car or whatever, And I remember me and Ronnie Dio, we were just fucking eating every fucking mushrooms we had, and then they took us in to search us or whatever, and they're like, "What's wrong with this guy over here?" And I was like, my eyes are like fucking. They took me aside and they're like, "Take your shoes off." I'm like, "All right, I'll take my shoes off. No problem, dude." He's like, "You want me to take my socks off too?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right," took my fucking socks off. And then he's just like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm fine. I'm just excited. I'm in Canada." He's like, "You're leaving Canada." I was like, "I'm leaving Canada." But we ate the evidence, so it didn't matter, I think we had some weed. We might have like thrown it out the fucking window. And I just ate all the mushrooms. Yeah, but it didn't go too good at customs,
Yeah, Canadian customs are pretty tough.
McEntee fucking giving me real hard eye. He was like, "Fucking," It's so fucking fucked up, you know.
We almost didn't get into Canada once because in HOD, our thinger didn't tell us he was on probation. So some we tried to get through. They were almost on. We had to basically bribe them. It was like $400 bribe basically to get them into the country.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, that was fun.
At least you got in.
Yeah,
That's cool.
that would have been disaster if we didn't, but yeah, at least we did.
Yeah. Because even if you got a criminal record, you can't. Like, say, Blasphemy. I got to finally see them because they played in Montreal. But they can't come into America, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like
criminal records.
we're stricter with people coming in here than other people going over there.
Yeah. With them, they always try to fleece you for all the merchandise money or whatever or if you're going to play a show, they want to fucking, they want those permits or whatever. Were you guys trying to skirt that shit?
Yeah. We, on our contract, we had a thing saying we weren't getting paid. That's how we got around that. And they still, where was it, in Toronto, the club still wanted 10 or 15% of all the merch we did that night. It was so stupid. I think we made like, $100 or something like that in merch, and we still had to pony up. And our tour manager didn't have our
$15.
He didn't have our back because the contract said, we weren't getting paid, and we weren't. We were just there on tour. I probably said too much anyway, but
yeah. I mean, at least you got up there to play for some people, you know?
Yeah, that was with Marduk and Oranor too, so it was a decent crowd.
Shit.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that you did that tour. I fucking love Oranor.
Yeah, those dudes are fucking cool. We got along well with them.
Yeah.
It was funny.
They played MDF that same year too, right? Oranor.
They did play MDF. I hung out
Yeah.
with Apollyon. Is that his name?
I think that's the same year.
Well, I remember we drove up. HOD did. We drove up. We parked the van at the tour bus place and hopped on the tour bus and went and picked them guys up at Maryland Death Fest. So I got whatever year that was. I spent the day at the fest, and we all got drunk and just fell asleep. But funny story on that tour is Rune really fucking started fucking like HOD, and we have been opening the shows, and we were standing outside of Detroit, and who was it? Panzerfaust was the opening band at the time. I mean, the second band on the bill, and everybody's laughing, having a good time. Show's over, getting ready to fucking split, and Rune goes, "Oh, one more thing. Here on out, you guys open the tour now, and these guys play second." And the tour manager's face was like, "Holy shit, he can't do that." And it kind of just made an awkward silence on everything, because you know how all that shit is. And we're like, and they looked at us like, "Did you put him up to that?" And we were like, "No, we didn't even know he was going to say that." And then when we're getting on the bus, Rune just turns around and looks at us and goes, it's only right. And then he just walks away and merrily and does his thing. And it was just an awkward situation at the time.
Yeah. Things are weird sometimes, bro.
Yeah.
You know?
What? Sorry, Jim. Jeez, it's not like you're doing a business deal.
Hey, Jim, you look like you're falling asleep anyway, bro. You want us to let you go, my man?
Yeah, I'm tired. I've been on here for 7-8 hours or something. I missed a little of it, but
you know how I do. I don't know if you watched any of my other podcasts. I go for
watched
fucking
a couple of
28
them.
hours.
Yeah,
you got to watch them in like 60-minute intervals over like 2 fucking weeks.
I wonder.
I don't know. Like I saw Francisco's thing the other day, and I was like, this could just keep going with Tim, obviously, because you were the same deal, dude. You weren't even cracking like barely 1990, you know.
Yeah. I had to cut it. I was like,
there's just so much like that. Yeah, there's just so much to talk about, you know.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of shows and a lot of bands and a lot of stuff, you know?
Yeah, or if you interview a band with a massive fucking discography or something, dude, it's just like there's a lot to fucking talk about, dude, you know? Like, you know, I mean, I'm sure you could do an interview with King Fowley for fucking like 2 weeks, you know what I mean? Fucking, there's so much to go, you know, talk about, bro. But Jim, we'll let you go, bro. We don't want you to get attacked by the cat or yelled at, or you want me to throw her records, fucking necromancy. She's like, fuck this necromancy, I'm throwing it in the garbage. I'm gonna hit you up though. I definitely want to get that off you too.
Yeah, I'll hit you up too, Jim.
All right, Carl, take care. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks for coming on, brother.
All right, no problem. Take care, Roy.
Take it easy, my brother. That was awesome, dude. Fucking Jim Stanek.
Damn, dude, you got Jim Stanek to come on.
I know.
That is pretty cool, man.
I know. I didn't think he would come on at all, man. It's pretty fucking rare.
Yeah, he's a busy dude.
It's not that he's busy. He's not super. Maybe he's busy, but he's not super like. I don't know what the word is. You know.
I'll talk to him on the phone, and he can fucking talk.
Yeah, he can talk on the phone. That's why I wanted to have him on the podcast, because me and him have had some fucking crazy conversations on the phone about like rare records and metal and labels. So he knows his shit, and he knows a lot of rare shit. So he's easy to talk to. So I was like, it was actually people like him that made me want a podcast. Because I'm like, I have these fucking conversations with people on the phone that are fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
And like, we talk about the craziest shit sometimes. And Jim Stanek's one of those guys, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's just like, damn, I got to bring this, you know, like this knowledge out. More people need to know about maybe, you know, some of the stuff maybe he talked about, like the death attack shit or sick from hate or whatever, you know?
Yeah, even McEntee credits like Jim Stanek and Brian App a lot for, like, you know, getting them into a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think Jim was on when Jim first came on. I said, "Did you go to high school with McEntee?" He's like, "No, but I'm the person that got McEntee into tape trading."
Yep.
I was like, "Oh, bugged out."
Wow,
they're good guys, man. They're bugged out guys. They're just Jim's
Both you
a little
guys
more
play shit. I haven't even heard sometimes, so I'm always still fucking finding new music. Like, oh, that's badass. And track that down somehow.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
I mean, even Jim with that necromancy, I don't fucking know that from my.
I never heard that.
Me neither, dude. Or he'll come with some rare ass Profanatica fucking recording. That's like, what the fuck is this, dude?
Yeah,
Like,
dude. Yeah, Jim.
Where you been hiding this?
Jim's the best, dude. He there's a new band out of like South Texas that's kind of cool. Hexella or something like that.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Those guys were killer.
That's good.
I gotta
stuff,
check
dude.
them out.
The vocalist sounds like Under the Sign of the Black Mark, like Corthon, and it's a girl singing.
Oh,
well, I need to rephrase that. Then those people sound killer.
Yeah, it's just two
Did
people.
you,
It's JD and his wife.
Did you like rip that for a video or something? Because it came up in my like recommended or whatever.
No, I think I played it.
Gotcha.
Isn't Aaron putting that out too? Go Throne.
Yeah,
dude?
he is.
Aaron.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good, dude. It's like it's got a lot of Under the Sign of the Black Mark feel kind of to it.
What happened to the panel shows where we would friggin' talk about Slayer?
You know what?
and,
I haven't done one of those in fucking ever.
You need to do a
Probably
Venom
need to do
one.
another one.
Yeah, like
Do
Venom.
one on ACDC.
Yeah, ACDC.
Someone needs to do. Speaking of, is the Necrophagia Season of the Dead panel? Because
Well, I was, you know
That
what?
album
Since this
doesn't
was
get mentioned.
Halloween, well, I'm gonna give you a little sneak preview here. Because this was Halloween, I just made some Necrophagia merch and we unleashed it. And I talked to
I saw it.
Killjoy's daughter, you know? And I actually asked Killjoy's daughter if she wanted to come on, basically. You know what I mean? Because I figured then we could talk about necrophagia shit, you know? It's Halloween, and necrophagia and Halloween seem like they always go well together, you know what I mean? And, you know, Killjoy would even release a lot of his stuff on Halloween and stuff, if you, like, look, you know?
That dude he was cool. He's the only one that fucking gave Thornspawn a shot back in the day. We were pretty much laughed out from everybody until he came along. Like, no, I like this. I'm gonna put it out. Like, pretty fucking cool.
He was fucking with some good shit with that. Was it Baphomet Records?
Yeah, Baphomet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Demon Sea and Antaeus and Summon. Yeah, he was on a roll.
Yeah. It's sad when you lose somebody, you know what I mean? That's just like, he's active, he's doing shit, he's going places. He's getting into the film thing. You know, I would hang out with him at the horror conventions and this and that. I got stories about him, but sometimes, like, I'm friends with this guy Leon who did like a screenplay thing with him. So I'm gonna try to get like a necrophagia thing where maybe we'll get like Killjoy's daughter on there, and we'll get like
awesome.
Leon. Yeah, and just fucking try to retrospect, you know, fucking, I don't know. It's just talk, you know. Fucking.
Did you know I was like a moment away from joining necrophagia back in the day?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we were talking and I was getting ready to join, and then Phil had a problem with it because he wanted his boy on bass. I think it's because they were both in the same town or whatever. And put the 86 on me joining necrophagia. But yeah.
So was that that time? It was at that time.
Yeah, it was at that time. The second incarnation, I guess you would say. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. No, I never knew that.
Yeah.
You heard it here on Death Metal Podcast.
20-year-old news.
20-year-old exclusives.
Laura Squirrel, no one has passed out yet. Francisco, 24 hours. Dark Throne to play America. Is this one of your
play
boys?
Europe?
Because he said blood spill sucks.
Nah, I like blood spill.
I don't know. Is he one of your boys? I
Who
thought he
said
was
Blood
from.
Spill sucks?
I thought he was in Blood Spill. This guy. I thought he was just
No.
joking, but
I've seen that name a lot though.
yeah. He's
I
Texas.
thought it was one of your friends.
Nah, I mean, not that I know of. Who knows? My friends are in phlegm. John Doe is my friend.
Yeah, John Doe rules. And what's his name? Fuckface Jones and
Thornspawn.
Funeral rites do not like each.
What? Fraser's trying to start some drama or what?
He's speaking Fraser too. This is a better one.
What's it say?
Chrono you.
Chrono, you need to get him on here.
Chrono you.
Chrono you.
Chrono you. Who's Chrono you, bro?
Chrono you. What are you talking about, Fraser?
You mean Kronos? Venom?
Shit.
I'll try.
I messaged fucking Mantis, but he never replied.
Yeah. What would be like we got to bring this to 9 hours, so we got to go 9 more minutes. What would be like some other motherfuckers that you might try to get, Francisco? Like it would be like your dream fucking interview cats. You did Anal Cunt.
Yeah, Tim was huge for me, man. And I mean, I've done Paul. Paul was cool. I don't know. Oscar Garcia, I'd like to have him on.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that would be a fucking good one.
That guy would be cool. Because a lot of the bands that like, I grew up liking, most of them they kind of suck now, so I don't really want to talk to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, like I will have Matt Olivo from Repulsion on. That'll be cool.
And I heard you at some time mentioning some of the guys from Slaughter.
Cryptic Slaughter.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Slaughter.
No, Dave Houston will not do any show. I've asked. He was one of the first people I asked from Slaughter.
Right. What about that other guy that's in Slaughter, though? I saw
He doesn't
his
want anything.
face on the
Terry
Facebook.
Sadler. He don't want anything to do
Terry.
with it.
No, damn.
No, they don't want to do that shit.
He was reposting old Slaughter photos, but maybe they just don't want to talk about shit, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having but it like as far as like people overseas, maybe Jan, or I call him Jan from Agathocles. I don't know. I will have Apsu on, maybe in December.
Yeah. What was that? I didn't understand when it said App Zoo or whatever.
He
Like,
just
is that some kind of
changed the name?
Okay.
Some legal BS they have to do, basically.
Yeah.
Is it internal?
No.
Oh.
He's still friends with the other guys.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what that was about. So there's another Absu out there?
No.
No.
Oh, I get you. All right, legal. I'm catching on slowly, but yeah. Some things should be left unsaid. So
yeah.
I get that though. Sometimes people gotta move that way. Pyogenesis would just move in that direction too, you know?
Oh yeah. Did you I never even bothered to look for that LP thing or whatever.
I think Hell's Headbangers is distributing it though. So I gotta get a copy of that too. Yeah. With the fucking Pyogenesis demo, but they're called like Candelabra or some shit. And they're not even called Candelabra. That's kind of a cool name. They're called some other name.
The Incubus had to come out with Opprobrium. I don't even know how to fucking say it. I remember.
Opprobrium.
Yeah. I just wanted to get that. I just wanted to get that recording with the right vocals on it. So
yeah,
whatever.
I gotta get that too. So when it was released as a regular Incubus, it didn't have the correct vocals
on CD. I think
they redid them.
They redid them. Yeah.
Oh.
So it's like, cool, but not circumcision correct. Yeah.
Gotcha. And the record's kind of hard to get, right?
Yeah, I got the vinyl, but still wanted to get CD of it.
Completest.
I'm so stupid. I do that so
I would
much.
like to talk to actually Greg Hedson from the Circle Jerks. That'd be cool.
Damn.
Which guy was that?
The guitar player from the Circle Jerks. He was in Bad Religion for a long time and Red Cross.
Was he in that old Decline of the Western Civilization video?
He's original.
Like short hair on the top?
Yeah, he's the original guy.
What about the Wehrmacht guys, Brian?
I've tried, I've tried actually, and I've actually tried to get Marco Sharko. That'd be
Marco Sharko, yeah.
Dude, that'd be awesome. I could talk Spastic Blur and Wehrmacht the same show,
Yeah,
that's one that I've tried.
That's one you should get Venner on because he was a huge fan of those guys. Long time.
Dude, that would be awesome. Marco Sharko, I mean, that'd be cool.
I got
I tried to go through my list of emotional.
Blasphemy! I'd like to talk to fucking Caller of the Storms or fucking.
Fuck yeah, dude!
Black Winds,
I mean, Damon might be able to hook up the blasphemy thing actually.
Yeah, I've had people try, but nobody's been able to do anything.
What about Slaughter Lord? Could Damon get any of them guys?
I've messaged Steve Hughes and I never got anything back.
Yeah, Slaughter Lord's fucking badass. Damon said he talks to Black Winds. He's a singer, right?
Yeah.
He said he talks to him like every day, basically. So.
Oh shit.
Or like every other week or something, or every week he talks to him like all the fucking time.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have him on,
Not just now, but he's been talking to him like that for like
of course
30 years or whatever. Yeah,
real friendship there.
Yeah,
Angel Ripper. Tom Angel Ripper would be cool. What Fraser said.
What about the Necrovore guys? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah,
Fuck, dude. Be fucking sick, dude. I love Necrovore so much, too. Fuck. Scott Stephanie? What's up with Scott Stephanie?
Scott Stephanie.
I don't know what's up with Scott. I don't know what's up with Jorn. I don't know what's up with any of the guitarists.
Oh, I will. I just need to set it up, but Roger and Javier from Hell Preacher probably be on one day.
That'd be great.
Yeah, because those guys both have history. I mean, Javier was in that second Necrovore lineup, and I think Roger helped out Rotting Corpse at one point or something.
I found a fucking video of Javier playing drums for Indignation at the DMZ.
Oh, badass.
No one's there, but it's great. It's the band.
Brutal.
Playing. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
When I was in Texas staying with Paul Ramirez, he basically took me aside and he's like, yo, I got to tell you something, man. The best fucking band ever, dude. I'm like, who, Necrovore? He's like, nah, man. No, they're good, but I love them and everything. But he's like, fucking Rotting Corpse, man. They're the best. It's like, they're my favorite fucking band. They're always going to be my favorite band, you know?
Yeah, Rotting Corpse is cool, man.
Here's your question. What's up with Eric Cutler?
Oh, that's just you know what? Before I went to Alabama, I actually had a date booked, and then I had to leave, so I had to fucking postpone it. So
yeah, I hit him up on my Day of Death podcast thing. But it was like the day before and the day of, and he's like, "Yo, I'm working, bro." I'm like, "All right, cool, no problem, dude." You know,
it's been tough. Rock, maybe by the end of the year. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, I would like to do more with the European crowd.
Yeah,
but you got to do it during the day. Yeah, you got to do it during the day or on the weekend. Like
I've
with
only done
Damon,
like two like that.
With Damon, he's 19 hours ahead of us. So it's Sunday at 3:00 in the afternoon at his spot, you know, like when it's Saturday here or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like we time it out that way in a weird way that, and like, say if I wanted to do this on a Sunday, I can't really do it with him because it's Monday and that's like his work week or whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up anyway since we hit the 9-hour fucking mark.
You did.
Yeah, you did. I went and got street tacos, ate them. Okay.
God damn, yeah. I know. Sometimes I see you in the chat. You're like, I went to a birthday party and we're over here. You're still on? It's like, yes, I'm still fucking on.
Hey, Fraser has the same question for you, Roy. Who do you want to have on?
I wanna talk to like Demolich, Demigod. Let me think who else here. Who are my fucking favorites? I probably should just look at my demo collection, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Will from Mortician would be dope.
Hey, the Funebrary guys are still around, right?
Kind of. I mean, the original guitar player, I'm friendly with him.
Or
from the
Brain guys are still around,
Brain
right?
Spoon. Yeah, they reformed. I don't know if all the original, who's original and who's not, but yeah, they're around. Yeah, Jucka from Disgrace would be dope.
What's his
who
name? The
else?
fucking producer, the Sunlight Studios guy. That'd be kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, Thomas Skogsberg.
Yeah.
That would be cool. I was listening to Hellcast, and they did a thing with Scott Burns.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was decent. Trying to think who else I would fuck with. I asked Mark Mastro from Rochevore. He's like Sharon said, he was not 100%. He's like, who wants to hear from me?
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to hear from you, bro. You know, you're fucking the man, dude. Dave Rotten? No, fuck Dave Rotten.
I've actually tried. I was trying to get a hold of Rich Noonan from Dr. Shrinker, but I'm having no luck.
Oh, Rich. Yeah, Rich is going to come on with me, actually.
There
Me,
you go.
Rich, and Venner are going to probably within a week or so. Hopefully.
Hell yeah. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, Rich said the same thing almost that Mastrovore said, though. He said,
Nobody cares.
I'm not. Yeah, something like, I'm shy or something. Or some. It was respectful. You know, he just said. He goes, nobody wants to hear from me, dude. I'm like, nah, man, fucking Dr. Shrinker's killer, bro, you know? I know some of the other Dr. Shrinker members, too, like Matt and, I mean, maybe even Potter. I don't know, man. Like, but Rich seemed down. He Venner was posting up the 7-inch they put out or whatever. And then I had asked Rich maybe like a couple weeks ago. Like, I was like, yo, you want to come on the podcast? He's like, who wants to hear from me? You know, I don't know if I'm down with that. Let me think about it. Then he put out that 7-inch. David from Undergang put out the demo thing on 7-inch.
Charlie Infection. I've talked to Charlie and he wants to do the show with me. So
sick.
I just need to set it up.
Yeah, Charlie's awesome.
Charlie rules. Var from Burzum. I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, I would like to talk to yeah, I wouldn't mind talking to him either, dude. He's a fucking freak.
I get kicked off of YouTube, but whatever.
Yeah, he's a fucking freak, dude. I would love to talk to him, man.
Yeah.
You know, maybe let me think here. There's and I got like a little small little wish list in my head.
What about Impiety?
Yeah.
Impiety guy. Shy cool dude.
Abhorror fucking 2021.
Oh yeah. What's that? Rumpus of the Undead?
Yeah, man. Impiety's cool. Wasn't there some kind of impiety connection to Texas and like Mexico or some shit?
There's an impiety from the U.S.
No, well, he had the guys from Mexico helping him on what album was it?
Oh yeah, that's right, on that tour, right?
Antimo and yeah, but they recorded with him too. They did that one album. I forgot freaking name. It's on my I see it, can't remember it.
I'm gonna do one of those little 6.6 things with Antimo actually.
Cool.
That guy's cool.
I saw that tour, you know, one spot in Mexico. They tore it up. That lineup, it was real good.
Dude, I remember whenever we played in Mexico City, and Antimo was we were playing at some bar, and Antimo was like fucking just plastered, dude, just wasted as fucking. We're outside, and he can barely like stand. He's just fucking. All of a sudden, this band upstairs starts playing like "Sacrifice by Battery," and he fucking straightens up like immediately, like going, it was so fucking cool, dude. It was so cool. So
David Vincent, yeah. I think
straighten him out.
Fraser, I'll hit up David Vincent.
David Vincent.
We'll get him on here. I was wondering the other day, does David Vincent with his country thing, does he play Morbid Angel covers?
Yeah, no. I think he does country sets. I think he's played in like Austin or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, he's played in Austin. I seen the flyer
Does
for
he
it
live
or some
there?
shit.
He lived there?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought he lived there.
Oh, maybe he does. Tom Mariah lives in Texas.
Doesn't he still do?
Oh yeah.
I Am Morbid. That basically.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's sweet.
I mean, just that's a paycheck probably thing.
I never heard it, but
me either.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think all they do is Morbid Angel covers.
Yeah, that's what like the
They
first.
do the
4
early
albums.
Morbid Angel. Yeah.
At least they're
that's
smart
what
enough to
everyone
do
liked,
that.
right?
Yeah, but his vocals suck, so he can't sing like that anymore. Just weak shit.
Yeah, after you said Tom Araya, I'm like, yeah, Tom Araya, that would be cool.
Yeah, of course. He lives in Texas, but you know.
Well,
him and his wife. His wife was like my friend on Facebook or whatever, and she's
really
pretty radical, like Republican type person.
Oh yeah.
Conspiratorial, and I'm like, she's really bugged out, dude. You know, like it'd be cool to fucking get that team on there. You know,
I've actually emailed not Richard, but Robert sent it back from this member and Unleashed and all those cool bands he did.
Fucking A, dude.
But he never replied.
What's Tom Araya's brother? Is it John?
John Araya?
That dude lives, I think, here in San Antonio or around here.
Yeah, the fucking Bloodcom.
Yeah, Bloodcom guy.
All Slayer like moved to like Texas, huh? It's a tax haven, though, from what I'm understanding.
Actually,
most people
Richard,
come
yeah,
there.
you're right. Fraser Richard, I don't know if he still does, but he lived in Dallas. Richard
Cabaza?
Dismember lived in Dallas for a while.
Yeah, Richard Cabaza or whatever.
Yeah, because he had that band with the Divine Eve guys, I think, right?
Yeah, Divine
Rape
Eve
and
guys.
Pillage or something.
Rape, Pillage,
Yeah.
and Burn.
Yeah.
That was an Ibex band. No, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think
So, yeah, there's a
Tom
lot of
Warrior lived
fucking.
in Texas.
I wouldn't mind doing an interview with Lee Dorian.
You know what? It's funny you asked that. I've actually been trying. I got like an inside connection to him, but I don't know if he's gonna do it or not.
Or there's another one too, Mick Harris, dude. Would be
He
really
totally
bugged
ignored
out.
me.
Yeah, he would be like, I'm afraid to ask because like he just like hates fucking. I don't know. Like he'll talk and spew all this shit about old napalm, but then he doesn't want to be involved with it too. So it's kind of like a double. It's a weird situation. You know what
I wonder if he's the one that owns like the first couple albums, like the rights and all that, because they always Eric's always reissuing that shit.
Yeah, I mean, and then sometimes people talk about being on Earache and not being paid, but I always think that he's getting paid for some weird reason because he was such at the core of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be. He's just doing all that fucking whatever
Techno kind of beats and that type of stuff nowadays a little bit.
Yeah, I
or
mean,
like
that's cool.
Scorn. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's
Cool.
still a fucking blast master. He'll go on. Are you friends with him on Facebook? Either one of
Yeah.
you? Yeah, he's a fucking pistol, man.
He'll start blasting on a kit at his work or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. He looks like he's like a school teacher or something, like a music
Yeah, I
teacher.
think-
He's a fucking guy. Start doing a blast beat in the middle of fucking like the grade school.
Yeah, he'll start doing that fucking ride crash fucking blast.
Yeah, yeah. There's other people too. I mean, Matty Karki would be brutal. Guys
Yeah,
from
dude.
Crematory, maybe. I'm trying to
Yeah.
hook up a thing with the dudes from Crematory. They have another band now, Putrefaction and Process. And I asked Glenn to be on tonight too, but he's like, I'm going to a Halloween party. That's what everyone told me tonight.
Glenn Sykes or
Going to-
whatever.
Yeah, they're like, I'm going to a Halloween party tonight.
I'm
Hey,
surprised
we
you
had-
haven't had on. I'm surprised you haven't had like the Paint Eater guys on.
That's in the works. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I want to have them on. I just don't. How would I put this?
I don't know.
Mark Odachuk has like a fucking super vast knowledge of like the Florida, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like the earliest scene. So he was the guy that was at all the first Massacre shows, Morbid Angel shows, all that shit. So
Yeah.
it would be cool to get him on to talk about that.
Yeah, well, he was at that fucking that infamous fucking show, right? The Morbid Angel Massacre and Hell Witch and all that shit.
He was at everything.
At
He was
Rocky
at the-
Point.
He was at the roller skate rink. He was at the fucking. He was like at all that old shit. Like he's
might have
still
on a-
friends with some of those dudes, you know.
Actually, I might have somebody from Jersey, old hardcore punk band. My buddy Dave from Lethal Aggression is gonna hook me up with him. You remember the band Mental Abuse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sid Sludge, I think Sid Sludge is his name. Just like legendary New Jersey hardcore.
Is there some dude gave me a Lethal Aggression tape when I was like in high school, and
Yeah.
then there was a band on there on the tape. It was called Lack of Sense. Does that ring any bells for you?
No.
All right. He said it was some kind of. At the time he told me it was some kind of Lethal Aggression connection.
I'll have to
I
ask
don't know if
Dave.
they were
I'll have to ask Dave.
from the
I
same
never heard that.
town or whatever. Yeah.
Dave did TFN, Total Fucking Noise.
Hmm.
Social Decay has a little tie-in.
Jim Plotkin would be interesting.
Yeah, I've asked Alan Dubin, but he's ignored me too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like kind of it gets demoralizing if you go around asking people to be on and they don't even fucking like acknowledge
Well,
you.
yeah,
I'd rather just them tell me
Nasty
no.
Ronnie would be cool too, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a fucking freak. There's a lot of metal freaks out there.
Yeah.
It's like I'm go back to that Pain Eater thing. Like I want to have Mark Odachuk on, but he is very conspiratorial too. So like I don't know what the fuck he could say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
got,
So, I mean, I don't know.
Lethal Aggression interview I'm gonna post from like '86.
Oh yeah, I saw you sharing all that stuff, dude. That stuff was cool, man.
And the Morbid Death mag, yeah.
Yeah, you had all the heavy hitters on there.
That was your mag?
It was me and Chris Sargent's mag, yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, dude.
We
Had
were
like,
the two guys
I saw
on there.
Vermont, and I think I saw you. Yeah, Vermont and fucking
Morbid Angel. Yeah, I wanted to read that interview.
Yeah,
you said something about asking silly questions, and I was like, "Fuck, I gotta read."
Oh, that's the Vermont interview. It's so stupid. And I was like,
Vermont.
Yeah. I was 16, so it's even way more stupid. So,
yeah, those. I was like, wow, this is some cool. Got all the totally cool bands,
issue 3, I don't have because I didn't work on that one because I got a girlfriend and Chris called me out on it. But anyway, that one has some great stuff in it, like Necrovore and Cerebral Distortion. And I remember we did the Cerebral Distortion live, and it was hilarious because we were just talking shit on everybody in our local scene back then.
A lot of people don't know, but Sal from Splatteria did a zine too.
Really?
It was called Grindcore Noise, and he had Necrovore on it. I remember he gave me a copy of it. It's like way later, right? It was like, I think he only did one issue. It was like 87. And he had like Necrovore, Mutilator from fucking Brazil.
Wow.
Devastation. Fuck. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, I don't know what I did with it, but it was him and his buddy that did that. And actually, the interview with Necrovore was with Ross Stone, which was kind of weird.
But
I've seen it.
Ross is a big part of the early part of the Necrovore. He did a lot of the stuff as well as him and John.
Yeah. So
some of my interviews,
Ruben Cantu is the one that probably still has a copy of that. Paul did a zine too. Maggot zine. Yeah, Maggot zine. That I still have here somewhere. It's hilarious, dude. It's fucking hilarious.
You gotta scan it.
Yeah,
he did like cartoons of like him driving an ice cream truck, running over fucking Mick Harris and Shane Embry or whatever.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see. I got it like in pieces, but
it's a fucking
here's
maniac.
some of it. Yeah, he did like there's interviews with Autopsy, Annihilator, Cryptic Hatred, Devastation, Unseen Terror, Extreme Noise Terror, Messiah Death, Incubus. So, but yeah, this is hilarious. I'll have to like try to put it together and scan.
Which Incubus?
The Louisiana one.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Dr. Shrinker. Yeah. So
yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great because it was just a different world and the shit you could say back then. No one freaked out over, and it was hilarious.
I was looking through some of my ripped audio because, like, I try to play stuff on here that like no one has, basically, because the copyright police aren't all over me, basically.
Yeah,
I don't know. Do you get that all over your videos, Francisco?
Yeah, sometimes I try to.
Were you trying to skirt that with the AC the other day, or were you just playing it for like 2 seconds?
Eventually get something, but it's not nothing that'll like no issue or nothing.
Yeah. I mean, everything. Yeah, like almost every time I do a fucking podcast, there's some kind of fucking strike on it, you know?
Yeah.
Not every time. The more music you play, the more strike there is going to be, you know?
I got
You don't do
strike.
your.
I got strike posting a HOD song, a demo version of our song. I was like, how's that even happen? That's crazy.
You know, and I was
Yeah.
gonna ask Tim. I wonder who owns like all the AC stuff.
You
know what I mean?
Seth's mom.
Oh, really?
I mean, if anyone was going to own it, it would be her at this stage, you know? It seems like they're kind of like sucking it in, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're
because
trying to like,
none of their stuff's been reissued or anything. So
yeah, they're under I don't know what's going on, man. I mean, Tim didn't talk about it, so it's not. I'm not at liberty to speak on it, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. But that's
It's
just
just
something
that-
I was like,
Yeah. I think, I mean, if it's the off-brand 7 inches, maybe nobody, but maybe they copyright, you know, like, because they have like all those collection CDs, so maybe they did some copywriting on something. I don't know.
Oh, here's
if someone copyrighted a fucking HOD demo song, that's probably somebody else in your band or something.
I don't know. Is this I
That's
got
weird.
strike? Maybe it sounded too much like the one that came out on the album.
Yeah, that's possible.
To be
probably
honest,
gonna-
the
that-
demo was the same songs, just produced differently. So maybe it was just too much alike. So
Yeah,
but that was weird.
And HOD is on what? What
Well,
label
at
was that?
at that time, that was Arctic Music.
Oh, okay.
HOD is not signed to anything at the moment.
Yeah. Is HOD still alive?
Yeah, we did a show a couple months ago, and we got new music. It's just getting it all together with vocals and everything else, and I'm sure something will come out eventually. But we're in no rush.
What do you got there, Francisco? I see you're bringing something.
this is part of like Paul's zine. He fucked up an Annihilator photo, just drew all over it.
Oh, Skid Row.
Yeah.
Let's say killing my something on top.
Oh, that's just the killing has just begun. That was
okay.
the thing or whatever.
That
But
he's
reminds
got
me of something I
hand
got.
draw
here.
cryptic
and then the
something.
guy from Reaper Metal, I guess he's doing a Devastation demo thing. And I
Right.
guess I need to scan him and send him this. This is kind of cool.
Yeah,
It's like
that is
way
cool.
old.
Look at that logo.
Yeah, I know, dude. So
Was that the
Alex-
guy's hair? Did he have that little white streak in his hair?
Oh, I don't know what that is. It's just a bad copy, I guess.
All right. I was just wondering.
So I guess I can scan that and send it to him.
Yeah, there's some other maniacs. Chris Reifer would be dope.
Yeah.
I have a really dope audio tape recording of an interview I did with Chris. It was supposed to be in Slayer Mag. I did it for Metalion. And then I transcribed it and sent it to him, and he's like, "What the fuck is this?" So I was like, "Okay, I just spent fucking time fucking typing up every fucking word I said here, bro." You know?
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying, but the interview was pretty fucking good actually, because I was asking about like death, and I was asking about like a lot of just off shit,
Yeah. I hear you.
'Cause not too many people are asking weird, deep questions to Chris Reifert about death, obviously,
Yeah.
And that was like 20 fucking years ago. I asked those fucking questions, so it would be cool to bring it like the audio recording, maybe, and play it, or I don't even know.
Yeah, dude.
We're like fucking all like museums of metal, right?
This is what Wormock sent me one time for pictures.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. It's fucking sick, dude.
And they're like, "Yeah, post them." I'm like, all right, well, not post them, print them.
Marco Sharko.
Making a damn song about it is great.
Yeah, they're fucking cool, man. There's just it's in this whole space. It's like Yeah, there's like a certain level of band member, like a David Vincent, where it's like, is he gonna want to fucking come on even if I asked him? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
He's gonna look at the thing and be like, well, "You got 200 followers. I ain't coming on your shit," you know. But you know, maybe if I was, you know, maybe if I had, I don't know, you know, a couple thousand, maybe he'd do it. You know, I don't
perk their entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I want someone to do it because they want to do it, not because
How it
fucking
benefits
clout.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everyone I fucked with as far as interviewing, I kind of know, you know, so it's like kind of comes easy for me at least.
Yeah.
Probably try to get Jim Fleet on, do an
Dude,
interview with him.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him lately. He's like kind of in between life fucking problems, you know?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Be good to see Fred's face on again. He had some fucking shit to talk about at least. The old shit scum fucking days and shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, so I guess we'll wrap this shit up.
Yeah, dude.
Should I drop one more rarity on us? Make you guys shit a fucking brick?
Sounds
Hold on a
good.
second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got something here, man. I didn't play. I can't. I don't think I get no copyright strike for this because I fucking recorded this shit myself. Here we go. Let's see here. I'm in the download folder here because the indignation. Let's see. This is the outro here. So this is gonna be short, but this is weird and it's gonna start weird. So thanks to anybody that fucking tuned in or whatever. Appreciate it, Carl. Appreciate it, Francisco.
Yeah, man.
We did a fucking 9-hour fucking podcast as usual. So check this out. It's short, but sweet and cool and weird and starts weird. And later, everybody. Hold on. I'm going to fucking hit open.
You want to try that part again? Let me know if that's any. Yeah. And I need to get a little bit more of the kick and snare combined to the hi-hat up front. Just try it again. bad for me. I a little bit more hi-hat and snare.